When he heard what Yuzha said, the excited Zhongzhe, who just saw Lu Jie monopolize the battlefield, eagerly rushed to follow Yuzha. Zhongzhe's actions immediately intimidated the martial arts stage's challengers. Zhuo Ming coughed and said, "Previously, I only announced that the first place prize for the martial arts stage is a sacred source lifeform and the Order of Radiant Light, but I haven't revealed what the second and third place prizes are. The second place prize is the chance to have your Fae nurtured by Chef Supreme. He will either nurture a bronze/epic Fae, or help the winner's Fae to break through using spiritual ingredients prepared by the winner themselves." All the disciples of the veteran and top factions started breathing raggedly when they heard Zhuo Ming announce what the second prize for the martial arts stage was. Even the leaders of the top factions and veteran factions could not help but start to pant. Although the second prize was not as good as the first, it would be highly beneficial for any faction. Before the crowd could marvel even more at the second prize, Zhuo Ming said, "The third prize is 100 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar provided by the Moon Empress. 90 of the drops will be able to cleanse all the impurities in a body, while the other 10 drops will be able to cleanse all the impurities in a soul." Zhuo Ming's words stirred up the crowd again. It had been rumored that the Moon Empress silver stamen gold luster cassia had transformed, and that was probably why 10 of the drops could cleanse the impurities in a soul. After cleansing the impurities in a soul, the ability to comprehend willpower would be increased, and the soul would also become purer. A pure soul was a prerequisite for contracting a sacred source lifeform. It was very dangerous to try to contract a sacred source lifeform with a soul that was not pure enough. Lin Yuan's eyebrow started to twitch when he heard the third prize because he did not expect his master would be the one to supply it. When he saw how hungry the others looked when the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was mentioned, Lin Yuan awkwardly touched his chin. When he had drunk the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, he had taken bowlfuls each time. There was even once when he had drunk 2 bowls. After Zhuo Ming finished announcing the prizes for the martial arts stage, Yuzha said, "The martial arts stage will proceed in a similar fashion to the arts and martial stages. However, the finals will be different. No matter how many people participate in the martial arts stage, only the top 3 will compete in the finals. The third-place finisher of the art stage component will be confirmed as the third-place winner of the martial arts stage, while the top 2 will compete in the martial stage component to decide who the final first and second places will be." Yuzha's words caused fear to slither into the hearts of the young disciples participating in the martial arts stages. Besides Long Tao, who had chosen to maximize his advantage and participated in the art stage despite having enough power to participate in the martial arts stage, most of the participants in the martial arts stage were more outstanding than the participants of the arts and martial stages. As long as a creation master had sufficient combat class powers and could comprehend willpower runes, it would be difficult for a combat class spirit chi professional who only had combat class powers to stand out. Creation masters could use their abilities to assess their opponent's phase, albeit their assessing abilities would not be able to compare to true data. Before the fight began, the creation masters would already be able to start controlling the situation. However, the martial arts stage rules were too surprising, and many people started to make guesses about how the finals would be held. Although this seemed tedious, it would be able to better discern who the person with the best creation master and combat powers was. The rules for the martial stage were too tough as the top 3 places were basically decided based on the results of the art stage component. Only the 2 people with the strongest creation master powers would be able to duke it out in the martial stage component. Although creation master powers generally held more value than combat powers, did it really have to be so biased? The third-place winner of the martial arts stage only had to participate in the art stage portion and did not have to fight at all. As such, many who had participated in the art stage now regretted their choice. If they had known the martial arts stage's rules, they would have definitely tried for the martial arts stage instead. However, Long Tao did not regret choosing the art stage. Long Tao knew that he had achieved his best result as the second-place winner of the art stage. If he had known about the rules of the martial arts stage and participated in the martial arts stage, Gu Lang would also have chosen to do the same. Gu Lang, Zhongzhe, and Lin Yuan, who were the disciples of Class 5 Creation Masters, would definitely have emerged as the top 3 winners of the martial arts stage. But at the same time, Long Tao would have been the champion of the art stage if Gu Lang had decided to participate in the martial arts stage instead. This thought did make his heart ache slightly. The martial arts stage's stringent rules gave pause to many people. Moreover, Zhongzhe had already gone up to Zhuaming before the rules were even announced to indicate his intention to participate in the martial arts stage. All the disciples who had wanted to challenge the martial arts stage looked crestfallen, especially those with weak creation master powers but strong combat powers. The rules for the martial arts stage had immediately killed off their chances. Thus, even after a few minutes, none dared to walk up to stand behind Zhuaming. The entire scene became awkward. A voice sounded out from the other end of the phone placed on the seat. The art stage and martial stage showed me the creation master skills and combat powers of the younger generation. The youngsters in the Radiance Federation sure are becoming stronger. They're sure to become formidable. But the martial arts stage is about to begin, and I can't see any courage. Why is that? The other 12 members of royalty did not react to the elderly man's voice. However, even the leaders of veteran and top factions felt that the rules for the martial arts stage had crossed a line. But the first person to stand behind Zhuaming would become the brave person that the elderly man had been referring to. The elderly man said to the Moon Empress, "Xie, where's your disciple?" The Moon Empress rolled her eyes. "What does my disciple have to do with you? My disciple is the best. He's just too young." She did not plan on asking Lin Yuan to participate in the stages. Just as she was about to reply, she was abruptly overcome with bewilderment because she noticed her precious disciple making a move. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and thought. The rules for the martial arts stage prove how important creation master powers are. But regardless, I have to participate in the martial arts stage for the sacred source lifeform and even more so for the order or radiant light. When Lin Yuan had been preparing for the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he was lacking power. At that time, Lin Yuan had only had a silver eye/fantasy eye Jasmine Lily, but the Moon Empress had already mentioned the Radiance envoys to him. When Lin Yuan had first heard about the Radiance envoys, the term imprinted itself into his mind. As he continued to grow his power, he could now pass the Radiance 100 sequence selection and become a member even with his eyes closed. Thus, he was now setting his sights on becoming a Radiance envoy. The Order of Radiant Light would be a great asset for him on the road to becoming a Radiance envoy. Lin Yuan nodded at Lu Jie, Long Tao, Gao Feng, Li Xian, and Sun Ningxiang before walking towards Zhuaming. No one besides the small group knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, but the others did know that Chief Guard Ye's disciple cared about this young man a lot. When they saw that Lin Yuan was going to participate in the martial arts stage, the disciples of the veteran and top factions were extremely stunned. Most of the people present had seen the all-star match and knew that Lin Yuan was talented in combat. But due to the nature of the martial arts stage, the competition was not favorable to fighting skills. Unless one could place amongst the top two, there would be no opportunity to demonstrate their fighting abilities. The people present were not unskilled like Meng Su was. Besides the unlucky Gao Feng, anyone who was present would be able to finish off Meng Su in 3 moves. Thus, the disciples of veteran and top factions had always regarded Lin Yuan as being merely talented rather than powerful. Lin Yuan had just turned 18 years old and looked young. Thus, everyone assumed that he was around 17 years old. His creation master powers should not be that strong at such an age even if he started training in the womb. When it came to creation master powers, accumulation over time was just as important as talent. After all, not every creation master could be a genius like the Moon Empress, who had become a Class 5 creation master before she reached 40 years old. When the challengers who wanted to participate in the martial arts stage saw how casually Lin Yuan went to stand behind Zhongzhe, they wondered if he was aiming to clinch the second-place winner of the martial arts stage by counting on everyone else not having the courage to participate. They would not let him do that. Hence, many challengers also started to follow after Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress did not expect Lin Yuan to be brave enough to participate in the martial arts stage. But this was also good because it would allow Lin Yuan to spar with other outstanding young people and give her a good chance to witness her disciples' power. The Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, Night Leaning Moon, Iron Prison, and Cicada Song all turned their gazes onto the Moon Empress. They had all seen Lin Yuan before. The Bamboo Monarch, Cicada Song, and Iron Prison turned to look at Chef Supreme with amusement. They did not expect that the Moon Empress's disciple would fight against the Chef Supreme's youngest disciple. They wondered who was stronger. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't this little Yuan?" The voice sounded like it belonged to a fierce woman. A man's voice said, "Ying, that's really little Yuan. He's actually participating in the martial arts sequence. Let's take him to Kitchen Fragrance Palace after the Gargi banquet, so he can try my new red braised meat recipe." Zhang Yingying and Li Chonglin had been chatting with Wang Fuxiang and had not been paying attention to the martial stage. They only looked over when they heard the voice from the phone mention the martial stage and were surprised to see Lin Yuan. All the veteran and top factions leaders turned to look at Chef Supreme. The young man who had stunned everyone at the all-star match turned out to be deeply connected to Chef Supreme in some way. From the way Li Chonglin and Zhang Yingying spoke, it seemed as though they regarded this young man as their own child. Chef Supreme's first disciple Li Chonglin usually did not bother with anyone else. Yet, he was now taking the initiative to cook red braised meat for this young man. This was big news. Although the leaders of the veteran and top factions dared not show too much emotion in front of the members of royalty like how Li Chonglin and Zhang Yingying did, they could talk normally. Even some leaders had made bets on how many fights Lu Jie would win during the martial stage. During that time, the topic of Lin Yuan's identity had also been brought up. The Moon Empress had heard their discussion, and a ball of unspeakable fury rose up within her. "Lin Yuan is my disciple." Chef Supreme's first disciple and daughter had just bumped into him by coincidence when they eloped, and they became neighbors. How dare you link him to Chef Supreme instead of asking Chef Supreme if he even has the courage to take Lin Yuan under his wing? Mystic Moon and Cold Moon started to break out in cold sweat. They knew the Moon Empress well, and she would never be able to stay calm in such circumstances. At that moment, Lei Zhan, who was representing the Arch-Soldiers, was standing next to Long Tu and said, "Old Long, that boy can't be over 18 years old. Let's make a bet on whether he'll be able to make it amongst the top 10 of the martial arts stage." Long Tu quickly glanced at the Moon Empress as he inwardly cursed Lei Zhan for being stupid. Lei Zhan was the second most powerful person in the Arch-Soldiers, but his character was flippant and was not the most intelligent. But normally, not even shrewd people dared to trick Lei Zhan. From Lei Zhan's question, Long Tu knew that he had not been paying close attention to the martial arts stage's rules at all. The art stage component of the martial arts stage would come to an end once the top 3 emerged. There would be no top 10 to speak of. How would Lei Zhan determine who the 4th to 10th places were? Moreover, only 11 people were standing behind Zhou Ming currently. Thus, betting that the Moon Empress disciple would come into the top 10 was the same as betting whether he would escape coming in last place. Before Long Tu finished scolding Lei Zhan, a killing aura rose from one of the seats. Long Tu, an Emperor-class expert, felt as though he had been pressed to the bottom of the ocean and was struggling to breathe. Lei Zhan, a Thearch-class expert, was about to circulate his spiritual power when he felt that his spiritual power seemed to be clogged and that it was only moving at 10% of its usual rate. This floored Lei Zhan because this imposing aura had exceeded anything that he had ever experienced. At that moment, a cold voice hissed in Lei Zhan's ear. Although the voice was soft, he felt his entire ear go numb. "Do you want to make bets because you also have a sacred source lifeform? Why don't I bet with you instead?" Lei Zhan immediately knew that the terrifying aura had come from the Moon Empress. He snapped his mouth shut awkwardly as he tried to figure out how he had offended the Moon Empress. He had come to the royal capital on a mission. He needed to go to Leaning Moon Mountain to ask for her help and ask if she would trade for some golden lotus brocade pearls with him. The Arch-Soldiers had few Creation Master resources to start with, and it would help them greatly to be able to obtain some golden lotus brocade pearls. But for whatever reason, he had incurred the Moon Empress' wrath. Despite being a Thearch-class expert, Zhan Lei hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm not betting anymore. Moon Empress, I won't bet anymore. Frankly, I'm not usually a gambler." The Moon Empress scoffed and retracted her terrifying aura. Her sudden outburst had left the entire Midnight Palace in silence. Night-leaning Moon turned to look at Lei Zhan and felt that he was extremely gullible. He had wanted some fun but ended up falling to his doom. Ming looked at the 11 challengers standing behind him and loudly asked, "Does anyone else want to participate in the martial arts stage?" No one else stepped forward, and Ming turned to walk toward the area where the art stage had been held. As Lin Yuan walked behind Ming, his head ached at the thought of having to rely on luck to pick his topic. He hated things that depended on luck. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Although he did not have any special spiritual ingredients that could increase his luck, he did have the possessed star-intelligent dark clouds that could remove one's bad luck. Although he would not have good luck on his side while he picked his topic for the art stage component, he would at least not have any bad luck either. The possessed star-intelligent dark clouds had been growing continuously in the spirit lock spatial zone and had already blooded twice. Lin Yuan had collected all the pollen from the first time it had bloomed. He took out a brocade box with the possessed star-intelligent dark cloud's first batch of pollen. He needed to swallow the pollen for it to take effect, so he pinched a small amount and put it in his mouth. At that moment, Zhongzhe froze and sniffed deeply. He felt that there was an oddly faint fragrance in the air that seemed to soothe his fiery craving for battle. Zhongzhe had always known that he was a battle fanatic that could never control himself when the opportunity for combat arose. It was because he liked to test his skills through fighting and because the second year after he became Chef Supreme's disciple, he had been cursed by an expert sacred source lifeform when they went to the outskirts to train. Although his master had killed that expert in the end and made a precious weapon out of the sacred source lifeform's body, the curse had not been removed, and it remained imprinted on his body. Eventually, the curse became a stain of bad luck that fused with his soul. This curse of bad luck had always weighed on Zhongzhe's heart. By the time Zhongzhe turned his head, Lin Yuan had already kept away the brocade box with the possessed star-intelligent dark clouds pollen. Zhongzhe continued sniffing like a dog until he reached Lin Yuan's shoulder and started to walk in tandem alongside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt rather strange when he saw Zhongzhe walking next to him. He had heard Long Tao say that Zhongzhe did not like physical contact, so why was he acting so intimate with him? When Zhongzhe saw Lin Yuan looking at him, he instinctively said, "You smell great." Lin Yuan's mouth fell open, and he stared at Zhongzhe in shock. He hastily put some distance between himself and Zhongzhe and followed more closely behind Ming. Zhongzhe immediately realized that his words had been ambiguous. Just as Zhongzhe was about to catch up to Lin Yuan, he stopped himself. The art stage component was about to begin, and they would not be able to say much anyway. Hence, Zhongzhe decided to wait until the martial arts stage was over. At that time, he would properly get to know that young man who had a smell that could soothe him. As Lin Yuan walked behind Ming in the long corridor, he arrived at another area in the Midnight Palace. Many small rooms here looked like the breeding rooms and observation rooms at the third level of the Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan could not tell how many of those rooms there were, but the area looked to be at least 300 meters in length. With the pattern of one room and the adjacent one left empty, there had to be at least 60 rooms. There was a carving of a different beast head carved on each door, and the head a dragon species fey in each beast head's mouth. Lin Yuan silently sighed to himself. Just how much does Chief Guard Yi hate dragon species fays? When they arrived at a bronze statue of a beast head, Ming lifted it and allowed the challengers to pick topics from it. Ming walked over to Lin Yuan, who was the first person behind him with the bronze statue in hand. Just as Lin Yuan was about to hand the bronze statue to Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe walked up to receive the bronze statue and said to Lin Yuan, "Here, pick a topic." Lin Yuan thanked Zhongzhe and dipped his hand into the mouth of the bronze statue to pick up one of the sheepskin scrolls inside. He pulled out the scroll and looked at Zhongzhe suspiciously. Zhongzhe's actions were clearly a gesture of courtesy, and this sudden friendly attitude made Lin Yuan wary. After Lin Yuan thanked him, Zhongzhe's hard expression softened into a smile, and he thought to himself, "It looks like my slip of words didn't anger Lin Yuan. He wouldn't have thanked me if he did." Zhongzhe reached into the bronze statue and took out a sheepskin scroll before returning the bronze beast head statue to Ming. Ming did not find it weird that Zhongzhe had extended a friendly hand to Lin Yuan. It was normal for two disciples of members of royalty who were of the same age to become close. However, the other challengers who were curious about Lin Yuan, who Lu Jie cared so much about, became even more curious. They did not understand what was so special about this young man that he would be so friendly with Chef Supreme's disciple after Chief Guard Ye's disciple had stood up for him. All of them were green with envy. There were only 11 participants in the martial arts stage, and the topics were quickly picked. Zhuo Ming checked the time and said, "The time will start now. All of you can choose a breeding room each. You can look at your topics when you enter the breeding room and hand it to the spirit guard outside the room. The spirit guard will help to prepare your ingredients, and they'll leave immediately after handing you your ingredients. They won't bother you during the competition." Zhuo Ming started to record the time. Every participant entered a breeding room of their choice. Although Lin Yuan did not know what topic he had chosen, he quickly picked a breeding room. There were only a total of 154 young disciples outside the Midnight Palace. Excluding the 25 that participated in the art stage and 75 that participated in the martial stage, there were a total of 54 challengers who could have participated in the martial arts stage. After the 54 challengers had found out about the martial arts stage's stringent rules, only 11 decided to participate in the martial arts stage. All 11 participants were the cream of the crop, and they were full of confidence in their powers. Even if Lin Yuan did not manage to emerge as the winner of the art stage component, he was resolved to be second place. He was not going to waste a second. After he entered the breeding room, Lin Yuan nodded to the spirit guard outside his room and unrolled his scroll to see what his topic was. All his solemnness was instantly replaced with ease. The sheepskin scroll read, "Evolve 5 hanging ear electric rabbits from bronze/elite to bronze/flawless and recover 1 bronze/normal hanging ear electric rabbit from its life-threatening injuries. Finally, evolve that hanging ear electric rabbit to bronze/flawless as well." Lin Yuan had used the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Cloud's first batch of pollen to remove his bad luck before he picked this topic. This meant that his own luck had directed him to pick this topic. Before Lin Yuan had nurtured the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds by accident, he had never believed in the existence of luck because it was too flimsy and intangible. But since the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds could remove bad luck, it proved the existence of bad luck in the world. Since there was bad luck, there had to be good luck. Now that he had experienced the effect of luck, Lin Yuan decided to acquire more phase that could improve his luck when he returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion. The 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carp were also lucky phase. However, the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's luck was directed at animals and insects. Their exclusive skills did not have much effect on Spirit Chi professionals and could only make the lives of Spirit Chi professionals more comfortable. Lin Yuan wanted to find lucky phase that could improve the luck of Spirit Chi professionals. He had seen some when he was browsing in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. They had astronomical price tags and were bought up almost immediately after Lin Yuan spotted them. These expensive lucky phase in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion had low levels, while the high-level ones were all in the hands of the major factions. Nonetheless, phase that could improve luck were very rare. No matter how expensive they were, no faction dared to use these phase as their role. Usually, factions expanded to second or even third roles once their first role had progressed to a certain level. For example, when the Sun family was in its prime, they also had Condense Healing on top of Condense Fairy Orchard. Lin Yuan could now perfectly sustain Sky City's Creation Master role on his own. Besides allowing those who had the Fate Letter to custom order a Bronze/Epic Fae, Sky City was also working with the Sea Bliss clan, Condense Fairy Orchard, and the Azure Guard. Master Duan Li was still providing Lin Yuan with free labor, but their deal would be done in a month, and Master Duan Li would no longer need to work hard at concocting platinum water potions for him anymore. Master Hong Xin was the only Class 4 Creation Master in the Return from Faraway Mansion. However, his time was occupied with researching the basement's construction with Hu Quan and helping Zhang Xiaobai and the rest to evolve their phase. Master Hong Xin was only human. After he was done evolving phase for Zhang Xiaobai and the rest, he would be busy with evolving the Angelfish of Bliss's grades. Thus, the Return from Faraway Mansion's Creation Master role would be stagnant for the foreseeable future. Lin Yuan the Machine was fully capable of providing all of Sky City's Creation Master resource needs. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that Sky City could capitalize on his creation master techniques to use luck as his role and create a new direction to develop in. The spirit guard outside Lin Yuan's room had been taken aback by Lin Yuan's young age, and he had watched Lin Yuan's expression as he opened the scroll. This made the spirit guard slightly curious because the young man not only did not frown when he saw his topic but even looked more relieved. During the art stage, the room that this spirit guard had been in charge of had also been picked. However, when that challenger looked at their topic, they immediately furrowed their brow, and a look of despair came over their face. The spirit guard looked at the young man as he walked up to him, handed him the sheepskin scroll and said, "Sorry to inconvenience you." The spirit guard received the sheepskin scroll and checked the topic before heading off to make preparations. He was sure that the only reason this young man did not look depressed was that he had already resigned himself to his fate. The topic chosen was the one that tested a creation master's ability to evolve a phase grade the most. Lin Yuan watched as the spirit guard walked over to the enormous cabinets in the breeding room. The cabinets had over 1,000 drawers in total, and the spirit guard reached down to open a drawer on the bottom right corner and took out a diamond face storage box from within. He gave the diamond face storage box to Lin Yuan before walking out of the room. His movements had been so agile that it had taken him less than half a minute to finish reading the question and retrieve the ingredients. Lin Yuan emptied out everything inside the diamond face storage box onto the work table and saw 5 purple-eyed hanging ear electric rabbits staring curiously at him. Their floppy ears sparked with bright electricity every few moments. Besides the 5 healthy hanging ear electric rabbits, there was also an extremely weak one that was curled into a ball. Its ears lay limply and were charred black. It was clear that it was seriously injured. Lin Yuan ascertained that it was about to die after checking on the injured hanging ear electric rabbit's condition. This was the hanging ear electric rabbit mentioned in the sheepskin scroll that Lin Yuan needed to heal. Although the hanging ear electric rabbit had a cute expression, could be kept as a pet, and had long soft ears that could be wrapped around one's neck to keep warm, it was a very violent and combative fae. The severely injured hanging ear electric rabbit had to have been hit by the recoil of electricity after using its abilities and caused its roots to be damaged. Other than the 6 hanging ear electric rabbits, there was also a large pile of a variety of rare spiritual ingredients in the diamond face storage box. Not many spiritual ingredients were required to evolve and heal the hanging ear electric rabbits, so the extra spiritual ingredients could only be there to increase the difficulty. Lin Yuan picked the silver anesthetic leaf that was commonly used by creation masters and healing-type spirit chi professionals. Despite being favored by creation masters and healing-type spirit chi professionals, the anesthetic leaf could not heal phase but could put phase to sleep when consumed so as to reduce the pain of treatment. After Sky City started expanding toward the creation master direction, the anesthetic leaf was a must-have for Lin Yuan when he was nurturing phase. In order to save time, Lin Yuan always nurtured phase in the spirit lock spatial zone. Without the anesthetic leaf, the more intelligent phase would have remembered what the spirit lock spatial zone looked like, and Lin Yuan did not want this to happen. First, he fed the 6 hanging ear electric rabbits the anesthetic leaves, and they quickly fell asleep. Next, Lin Yuan summoned Genius, which immediately stretched out its 5 voluminous tails. Genius scampered up to Lin Yuan's shoulder and nudged its face against Lin Yuan's cheek as it said, "Yuan, Chimey is going to live stream tonight. I was helping it to decorate its live streaming room." This raised a question in Lin Yuan's mind. What was wrong with Chimey's live streaming room that Genius needed to help decorate it? But before Lin Yuan could ponder further, he said to Genius, "Genius, pick out the spiritual ingredients that can evolve and heal these 6 hanging ear electric rabbits." Lin Yuan placed his hand on the injured hanging ear electric rabbit's charred ears and circulated his spiritual power to inject a large amount of pure spiritual power into the hanging ear electric rabbit's body. Shortly after, the hanging ear electric rabbit was healed and its quality evolved to bronze/flawless. Lin Yuan had only used 6 minutes so far. Whenever Lin Yuan evolved phase to epic quality, he spent most of the time at the stage of evolving phase from flawless to epic. It did not require much spirit chi to evolve phase to flawless quality, and Lin Yuan could do it even when he was not in the spirit lock spatial zone. From the moment he had seen the topic, Lin Yuan knew what the person who had set the question was trying to achieve. Lin Yuan also knew how normal creation masters would approach this topic. Other creation masters would first heal the injured hanging ear electric rabbit before evolving the other hanging ear electric rabbits from normal to elite quality. Next, they would concoct a grade 3 spirit fluid bottle specifically meant to evolve bronze grade phase from elite to flawless. It would take some time to concoct a grade 3 spirit fluid bottle. It was easy for class 3 creation masters to concoct a grade 3 spirit fluid for 1 phase, but it would be a true test of their power to concoct enough spirit fluid for 6 phase. Genius would take at least 2 hours to concoct enough grade 3 spirit fluids to evolve 6 phase, and the slightest mistake would result in complete failure. Yet, Lin Yuan had completed his topic in 17 minutes and 40 seconds. Lin Yuan stored the spiritual ingredients that Genius had picked out into the spirit lock spatial zone before walking out of the breeding room to see Zhuoming. Zhuoming quickly walked up to greet Lin Yuan because he thought an issue had arisen while he was competing. Most creation masters would waste some spiritual ingredients while concocting spirit fluids. However, an extra set of spiritual ingredients had been prepared for the art stage component of the martial arts stage. Zhuoming thought, "Is the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord coming to ask me to prepare another set of spiritual ingredients? So I'll be in a hard spot. A mistake must have been made if there was any wastage during the concoction of spirit fluids. It would be impossible to come in amongst the top few in the art stage component in such a situation." Just as Zhuoming was about to ask Lin Yuan what had happened, Lin Yuan said in a clear and bright voice, "Senior Zhuoming, I've finished my topic." Lin Yuan waited for Zhuoming to assess his results. Zhuoming hurriedly recorded the time and was absolutely shocked. "It hasn't been that long. Only 18 minutes since I started recording the time. Is it even possible to complete a topic set by the 3 Class 5 creation masters so quickly? Even Lord Bamboo Monarch's disciple took 24 minutes. However, Zhuoming dared not suspect Lin Yuan and quickly said, "Young lord, let me take a look." Normally, it should be the spirit guard who had prepared Lin Yuan's spiritual ingredients that checked Lin Yuan's results. Due to the difficulty of the test, the spirit guards only returned to stand guard outside the breeding rooms after 20 minutes. Thus, only Zhuoming was available to check Lin Yuan's results at the moment. When Zhuoming entered the breeding room, he immediately saw the 6 sleeping hanging ear electric rabbits. The silver anesthetic leaf had strong effects, and the hanging ear electric rabbits would sleep for at least 2 hours. Zhuoming carefully checked every hanging ear electric rabbit until he was sure that they had all reached bronze/flawless. He suppressed his astonishment and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, I've confirmed your results of the arts component of the martial arts stage. You are in first place." Lin Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Senior Zhuoming, I'm going to the area outside the palace to prepare for the martial component of the martial arts stage." Zhuoming hurriedly nodded and watched in utter shock as Lin Yuan disappeared down the long corridor. He pinched his leg, and the pain reminded him that he was not dreaming. He asked himself how old the Moon Empress disciple actually was more than once. It was too unbelievable for someone of his age to have this level of creation master powers. Everyone inside and out of the Midnight Palace was waiting with bated breath to see who would be the first to step out of the long corridor and take first place of the art stage component of the martial arts stage. However, they were also all sure that Chef Supreme's disciple would be the one to attain that top spot. At that moment, a relaxed young man with a sunny disposition strolled out of the long corridor. His gait had such sureness of footing that it gave a warm feeling to all that saw him. But when they saw the young man's figure, a string of gasps erupted from inside and out of the Midnight Palace. The most dumbfounded of them all was the Moon Empress. Although the Moon Empress had stopped watching the martial arts stage as a mere spectacle when Lin Yuan decided to participate, she never expected that he would come out as one of the top few. The moment that she saw Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress was stunned. The immature and stubborn young man had not only exceeded her expectations by ranking amongst the top few of the art stage component but had even emerged first. In spite of her shock, the Moon Empress' already straight posture became ramrod straight. She looked around until her gaze landed on Chef Supreme, and she seemed to be saying, "Did you see that? My disciple is number 1. The Moon Empress was not in the habit of showing off and maintained her still waters run deep composure even after becoming a Class 5 creation master. But now that Lin Yuan had distinguished himself amongst the young cream of the crop, she was even happier than when she had earned her own achievements. At that moment, a stern voice cried out, "The young have always emerged as heroes. Xie, this young man really lives up to the title of your disciple." The Moon Empress did not immediately agree. Instead, she said, "Even if he wasn't my disciple, his impressive abilities are undeniable." The Moon Empress could not help but be amazed as she thought, "I was already impressed when he gave me the golden lotus brocade pearls. Who would have thought that he would surprise me again just 2 days later?" The Moon Empress was well aware of what level of power was required to complete the art stage components topic. From near Chef Supreme's seat, a forceful voice shouted out, "Chong Lin, Xiao Lin won first place in the art stage component. He's much better than your junior disciple. My father will definitely be dragging him back into the kitchen when they return." Li Chonglin said with stupefaction, "No matter what happens during the martial stage component, Xiao Yuan's win in the art stage component will have secured him a spot amongst the top 2 in the martial arts stage. When we return, ask your father to give up his last spirit savory pig so that I can cook it for Xiao Yuan." Chef Supreme's expression immediately darkened when he heard what his daughter said. He had picked up on the way that the Moon Empress was looking at him. Frankly, Chef Supreme was also shocked that Lin Yuan had been able to finish his topic in under 20 minutes. It would have been fine if Cold Moon and Mystic Moon had complimented their young lord. But why was his daughter singing his praises as well? She had even said that he was much stronger than Zhongzhe. Moreover, why was his training of Zhongzhe in Creation Master powers called being dragged into the kitchen? The Creation Master technique he had patented involved using cooking methods to combine spiritual ingredients perfectly. The way one perfectly combined spiritual ingredients was a kind of expression of their attitude toward life. The Bamboo Monarch was the only Class 5 Creation Master that used traditional techniques to concoct spirit fluids. The Moon Empress used her own special method of utilizing moonbeams to refine spiritual ingredients, aura, essence, and appearance. She combined all these different factors to produce a type of fragrance like she was engineering fragrance. Chef Supreme remembered how thoughtful his daughter had been when she was young. But from the moment he had accepted Li Chonglin as his disciple, Li Chonglin started taking Chef Supreme's daughter around to all sorts of places. Nothing good came out of their being together. While Chef Supreme was ragging on Li Chonglin started to speak. What Li Chonglin said made Chef Supreme's already darkened expression turn pitch black. See, all that rascal Li Chonglin does is give me a headache. He actually wants my daughter to convince me to give up my last spirit savory pig. He's trying to coerce his wife to steal from his own master and father-in-law. I only have one spirit savory pig left. How can you ask me to give it up? Kitchen Fragrance Palace will have no more of its signature fei. Gu Lang would never ask the Bamboo Monarch to cut down the entire purple bamboo forest, and Lin Yuan would never cut down the 2 silver stamen golden luster caches. Chef Supreme was really at his wits' end when it came to his first disciple. When he had scolded Li Chonglin a few days ago, his daughter had immediately stormed out. If he had said even more, his daughter might actually run away with Li Chonglin again. The veteran and top faction leaders had heard what the Moon Empress and the person with the stern voice had said. It now dawned upon them who Lin Yuan actually was. However, they were not surprised that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Nothing could be more surprising than when an 18-year-old young man had been able to beat Chef Supreme's disciple to finish first place in the art stage component of the martial arts stage. Chef Supreme's youngest disciple was already 23 years old. Lin Yuan seemed to be 4 or 5 years younger than Zhongzhe from their appearances. Now, it seemed appropriate that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. As Lin Yuan walked over to rejoin his group of friends, the veteran and top faction leaders looked toward Long Tu and the first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Long Tu and the first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine did not look shocked, and it was clear that they already knew about Lin Yuan's identity. The other top and veteran factions were extremely jealous that Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had formed a connection with the Moon Empress disciple. None of the other veteran and top faction leaders wanted to spare Gao Pei even a glance. Gao Pei was the biggest winner at the Guard Yi banquet. Not only was his son a part of the group, but he also seemed even closer to the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye's disciples than Long Tao and Li Xian were. Moreover, Gao Feng had caught the eye of Cicada Song and was likely to be announced as Cicada Song's disciple in the Guard Yi banquet. Gao Pei must have amazing luck to have such a son. As for Sun Ningxiang, the veteran and top faction leaders were torn. There had been rumors that there had been some changes to the Sun family, and it was likely that they would fall from the ranks of top factions. But now, it seemed that there was more than met the eye to condense Fairy Orchard. Many top factions intending to prey on top factions were now in turmoil. At that moment, Zhongzhe walked out of the long corridor, and Chef Supreme's expression lightened. It had already been about 23 minutes since the art stage component had begun, and it was expected that Zhongzhe would emerge at such a time. When he saw Zhongzhe, the bamboo monarch, who had been mostly silent since Gu Lang entered the art stage, said, "The two fellows set to participate in the martial stage component have arrived." The bamboo monarch turned to look at the Moon Empress. He had seen Zhongzhe's powers for himself during all the time that Zhongzhe had been around Gu Lang. The martial stage component would demonstrate how powerful the Moon Empress disciple was when it came to battle. Gao Feng lunged at Lin Yuan and wrapped him in a bear hug. When Gao Feng patted someone on the shoulder, the person would feel like a block had hit them. During the hug, Lin Yuan felt like a tank was crushing him. After being squeezed by Gao Feng, Lu Jie hastily pulled them apart when he saw Lin Yuan's red face. Long Tao, Li Xian, and Sun Ningxiang also approached them. Gao Feng chuckled and said, "Congratulations, brother. You're the first to complete the art stage component." Lin Yuan smiled, but not because he had won the art stage component. Lin Yuan knew clearly that he had been able to win first place in the art stage component because of luck. He could have come in last place if he had chosen any other topic. Lin Yuan could not help but be happy when such genuine friends surrounded him. After Long Tao congratulated Lin Yuan, he looked at Zhongzhe and frowned. He turned to say to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, how well do you understand Zhongzhe's powers?" Lin Yuan shook his head. He was completely clueless about Zhongzhe powers. However, he was not worried about this because he would be able to use true data during the fight with Zhongzhe to check on Zhongzhe's phase and completely understand everything about those phase. Although Zhongzhe was a creation master and could also check on Lin Yuan's phase, Lin Yuan had no intention of summoning his phase during the martial stage component. Thus, Zhongzhe's creation master abilities would be rendered useless during the battle. Since he was one fight away from becoming the champion of the martial arts stage and his opponent was Zhongzhe, Lin Yuan felt that it was time to use the sacred sword-wielding queen. Now that he knew that Lin Yuan did not know about Zhongzhe's powers, Long Tao thought back to the time in Radiant's Sacred Hall when he had fought against Zhongzhe and said with a grim expression, "Zhongzhe has mostly contracted fire-type phase and uses brute strength. Most importantly, you'll have to watch out for his sudden explosive power." Long Tao did not elaborate any further because the fight in Radiant's Sacred Hall had been secret and because some time had passed since Long Tao and Zhongzhe fought. Zhongzhe's power had definitely increased significantly. Long Tao was afraid of giving Lin Yuan a misconception of Zhongzhe's powers if he told Lin Yuan about their previous fight. If that happened, Long Tao could become the reason for Lin Yuan's defeat. Hence, Long Tao only gave Lin Yuan a general description and advice. Long Tao had nearly been burned to ashes by that flood of ferocious fire. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Long Tao said. It was great news for Lin Yuan if Zhongzhe mainly used fire-type phase. Due to the laws in the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, Lin Yuan had gained resistance to various elements. He was most resistant against dark-type and second most resistant against fire-type. There was the icy flames law that the Guild Flames Dragon Lice had comprehended. The law crystal fragments had been supplied by Duan He when he first joined Sky City. Although the Guild Flames Dragon Lice's law crystal had not been complete, it was about 70 or 80% complete. The unlucky Guild Flames Dragon Lice had to have been killed by the Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail and Six-Headed Sea Demon Snake. Otherwise, its law crystal would have remained so complete. Hence, Lin Yuan had an advantage in the fight against Zhongzhe. If Zhongzhe's phase were not of the same type as the laws that were carved on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, Lin Yuan would have to be very careful when he used Spirit Essence Explosion, even if he used all the combat skills and fighting abilities that had been recorded in the Radiance Federation. During such close combat, it would not be feasible to use the ethereal jellyfish's spatial shift to shift a space full of spatial energy to another dimension. The ethereal jellyfish's spatial shift would be better suited to shifting a large explosive attack. Lin Yuan would not be able to afford to flippantly use up so much spiritual power for a one-time usage of spatial shift. Now that he understood Zhongzhe's Fey types, Lin Yuan felt a sense of assurance. Big brother Long, I will be careful. When Long Tao looked into Lin Yuan's eyes, he saw no panic but rather resolute confidence. Long Tao knew that Lin Yuan's powers were beyond his imagination, and he could not help but look forward to the battle between Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan. Zhongzhe walked over to Gu Lang, and his gaze drifted over to Lin Yuan. Gu Lang asked with a mock smile, "What's wrong? Has your confidence taken a hit? Are you?" Gu Lang stopped speaking because he noticed that Zhongzhe did not look disappointed, rather exhilarated. There was also a faint spark of passion in his eyes. "Big brother Gu Lang, I met someone who can curb my obsession for fighting today." Gu Lang was completely confused. Zhongzhe's bad luck from his curse was a secret that never left the walls of Kitchen Fragrance Palace. After Chef Supreme had realized that he could not remove Zhongzhe's bad luck, he did not seek help from the Bamboo Monarch and the Moon Empress. Thus, Gu Lang had no clue why Zhongzhe was such a fanatic about battling. Zhongzhe grabbed Gu Lang and said, "Let's go. We should introduce ourselves to him." Before Gu Lang could react, he was already being pulled by Zhongzhe over to where Lin Yuan was. Even after he regained his senses, Gu Lang did not wrench his arm free of Zhongzhe's grip. He felt that it was normal to introduce himself. It was necessary for him to get to know the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye's disciple, as they would be interacting a fair amount in the future. However, Gu Lang did not understand why the cold Zhongzhe would take the initiative to introduce himself. Could it be that Zhongzhe felt a sense of camaraderie with the Moon Empress disciple after the art stage component? Zhongzhe pulled Gu Lang over to Lin Yuan and saw Gao Feng with his hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Zhongzhe felt the eyes of everyone in Lin Yuan's group on him, and he said, "My name is Zhongzhe." Zhongzhe strode forward and inserted himself between Gao Feng and Lin Yuan. Gao Feng moved aside and assumed that Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan were already acquainted. The content Zhongzhe started sniffing and realized that the fragrance that could suppress his bad luck was not present. Zhongzhe tilted his head and stepped closer to Lin Yuan. Since Zhongzhe was taller than Lin Yuan, it looked like he was smelling Lin Yuan's hair to see if it smelled bad. Even in his weak state back in the Xia region, Lin Yuan would still shower every day no matter how tired he was. This had not changed despite him being stronger now. Moreover, he had used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse his body of impurities. His hair would not smell bad even if he did not shower for the rest of his life. Suddenly, he thought about how Zhongzhe had said that he smelled great. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that Zhongzhe had been referring to the smell of the possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen. Lin Yuan looked at Zhongzhe strangely. The possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen was special in that only those afflicted by bad luck could detect its scent. The stronger the bad luck, the more appealing the scent of the possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen. When Lin Yuan ate the possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen, he did not smell anything at all. There was only a slightly spicy sting in his throat. Could Zhongzhe also have bad luck on him? Wondered Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan picked up a small amount of pollen from the spirit lock spatial zone that had fallen on the work table and crushed it between his fingers. He immediately saw a look of excitement cross Zhongzhe's face, and Zhongzhe's sniffing intensified. He looked almost like a dog. Now that he had tested it, Lin Yuan had confirmed his guess. Zhongzhe did have bad luck stuck to him. Judging from how sensitive Zhongzhe was to the pollen, his bad luck had to be quite severe. Zhongzhe was an unfriendly person and did not say anything much after he inserted himself into Lin Yuan's group. Gu Lang was a warm person. After his pointed efforts to extend his friendship, Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Long Tao, Li Xian, Gao Feng, and Sun Ningxiang all started chatting comfortably with him. The other young disciples of veteran and top factions were even more envious of this group now. Zhang Kaiyuan was addressed as second young master wherever he went in Indigo Azure City. But ever since Miao Zhua had been kicked out, Zhang Kaiyuan had lost his main source of support and had to be cautious in everything that he did. He initially intended on participating in the martial stage, but in his panic he decided against joining in the end. Before the Guard Yi banquet, Miao Qi had instructed him to stick by Miao Zhua's side. Now that such a serious matter had happened to Miao Zhua, he would be implicated no matter how much Miao Qi adored him. The Miao family would even abandon the Zheng family out of rage. As he thought about the situation that awaited him in the near future, Zhang Kaiyuan mustered up his strength and walked toward Lin Yuan's group. He wanted to ask Chief Guard Ye's disciple if he could forgive Miao Zhua, and because he felt that his friendly nature might give him a chance to join the group and become friends with Chief Guard Yi, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch's disciples. Zhang Kaiyuan felt his legs tremble with every step. The group that he was approaching had a status so high that he would never be able to compare to them. Not even Miao Zhua, who Zhang Kaiyuan had to keep his head lowered around, could compare to those young men's status. Otherwise, Miao Zhua would not have suffered a soul injury after making the slightest mistake. Zhongzhe immediately frowned when he saw Zhang Kaiyuan walking over. The cold and distant Zhongzhe always hated people approaching him at such events. Hence, his expression started to become colder. He would have yelled at Zhang Kaiyuan to get lost if this was any other time. Zhongzhe was unaware of the confrontation that had taken place outside the palace and did not know what kind of relationship Zhang Kaiyuan and Lin Yuan had. If Zhang Kaiyuan turned out to be Lin Yuan's friend, Zhongzhe's explosion of anger would be seen as rude. As such, Zhongzhe suppressed his annoyance. Lu Jie instinctively stepped in front of Lin Yuan when he saw Zhang Kaiyuan approaching. He had not forgotten about how he and the rest of Lin Yuan's group had been attacked outside Indigo Azure City. Zhao Hanzhong had been from the Zheng family's third lineage and technically did not have a direct connection to Zhang Kaiyuan. However, Zhang Kaiyuan had been the one who sent Nightmare 6. This had led to the enmity between Zhang Kaiyuan and them. If they were not currently outside the Midnight Palace and it was inappropriate for Lu Jie to publicly attack Zhang Kaiyuan despite being the Midnight Palace's young liege, Zhang Kaiyuan would have been a dead man. Zhang Kaiyuan was about to tentatively greet the group and was surprised by Chief Guard Ye's disciples' standoffishness. Could it be because of that confrontation? Miao Zhua had been the main instigator of the confrontation, and all he had done was stand next to Miao Zhua. When Lin Yuan saw Zhang Kaiyuan timidly walking over, he immediately knew what Zhang Kaiyuan wanted to do. A knowing smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, and he gestured to Zhang Kaiyuan, saying, "If you have something to say, come over to say it." Zhang Kaiyuan's timidness turned to surprised happiness. Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan in confusion as he did not understand what Lin Yuan was trying to do. Lin Yuan and Zhang Kaiyuan quickly exchanged contact information and did not engage Zhang Kaiyuan any further. After his identity was announced at the Guard Yi banquet, the Miao family would definitely try to come up with ways to apologize to him and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan had not rejected Zhang Kaiyuan's attempt to talk to him and even exchanged contact details because he wanted the other disciples of veteran and top factions to get the wrong idea that he and Zhang Kaiyuan had formed a connection. He also wanted to give the Miao family a way to contact him so that he would be able to sit and wait for them to walk into his trap. There was more than one way to defeat one's enemies. A conniving poisonous scheme always produced a more devastating effect than a direct confrontation. At that moment, Zhuo Ming and Yu Zhe led the rest of the martial arts stage's participants out of the long corridor to the area outside the palace. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, for he knew that the real battle was about to begin. A tall girl followed right behind Zhuo Ming and Yu Zhe. She looked to be about 25 years old, had mature features, an elegant figure, and seemed to be pondering a question as she walked. She quickened her pace to catch up to Yu Zhe and asked, "Lord Yu Zhe, how long did the first and second place winners of the art stage component take to finish their topics?" Yu Zhe told her tall girl how long Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe had taken. The entire area outside the Midnight Palace had quietened when Zhuo Ming and Yu Zhe emerged from the long corridor. The girl was not far from Lin Yuan, and the area outside the Midnight Palace was rather quiet. As such, Lin Yuan clearly heard what she had said. His eyebrow twitched. In spite of her mature features, the tall girl had a very childlike and high-pitched voice. Lin Yuan could sense strong ripples from the tall girl's vitality. He found the ripples of vitality to be extremely familiar. Whenever Lin Yuan used the Jasmine Lily's vitality imprint, his body became the conductor of the enormous amount of vitality and would continue to radiate vitality even after all the vitality in the vitality imprint had been depleted. The tall girl must have used some sort of secret weapon while completing her topic for the art stage component. If Lin Yuan's calculation was accurate, she had taken 39 minutes and 27 seconds to complete the topic. This meant that she had been 3 minutes quicker than Long Tao. Evidently, she possessed strong creation master powers. The tall girl was wearing green spirit chi clothes that had hundreds of images of healing type phase on them. The images did not seem to be printed with any pattern, but they made the green spirit chi clothes stand out in a charming way. Lin Yuan knew that this tall girl came from the top faction Rhine Lifeform from the icons on her collar. Rhine Lifeform had unquestionable authority and respect in the Radiance Federation. Every 3 years, there was a re-ranking of top factions. In the last century, Rhine Lifeform had remained securely amongst the top 3, and the furthest they had ever fallen was from first place to third place. Rhine Lifeforce's Rhine Guild Club was the champions of last year's S tournament. Long Tao noticed Lin Yuan staring at the tall girl from Rhine Lifeforce and said, "That girl's name is Shang Yin. She's the young disciple with the most potential in Rhine Lifeforce and the one carrying the entire younger generation of Rhine Lifeforce on her back. Although she isn't in the Radiance 100 sequence, she is well known amongst the young disciples and leads Rhine Guild Club's team during tournaments. Despite never fighting, she handles all of the Rhine Guild Club's combat strategies." Lin Yuan immediately thought of Su. Su was sequence number 8 in the Radiance 100 sequence and a member of the Rhine Guild Club's main team. Given Shang Yin's age and power, she's definitely up to the standard of the Radiance 100 sequence. However, she has never entered the selection. If she did, White Devil would never be crowned as the strongest healing-type spirit chi professional in the Radiance 100 sequence. Rumor has it that Shang Yin possesses an Order of Radiant Light. Taking into consideration the limitations of healing-type spirit chi professionals' abilities, Shang Yin can very well become one of the 10 Radiance Knights even if she fails to become a Radiance Envoy, said Long Tao with a hint of fear in his voice. Lin Yuan sensed that Long Tao saw Shang Yin as his rival and made a mental note of her name. After the disciples following Zhu Ming and Yuzha dispersed, the girls crowded around Shang Yin. Shang Yin smiled sweetly and greeted every girl around her. She seemed to be very popular. According to the martial arts stage's rules, she had officially achieved 3rd place in the martial arts stage and did not need to participate in the martial stage component. She would be able to receive the 3rd place prize of 90 drops of Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar that could cleanse a body's impurities and 10 drops that could cleanse a soul's impurities. All the attention inside and out of the Midnight Palace was now focused on Lin Yuan and Zhong Zhe. Lin Yuan felt his passion rising within him. He had spent the last few months increasing his power and secret weapons for the sake of the impending battle. In contrast to Lin Yuan's passion, the battle fanatic Zhong Zhe was extremely calm now after smelling that special fragrance. For some reason, Zhong Zhe was completely entranced by this special fragrance. Or rather, he really liked the feeling of standing next to this young man. The final battle of the martial arts stage would be between him and Lin Yuan, and he would probably be unable to smell this fragrance during the fight. At that time, his bad habit would flare up again, and the thrill of battle would completely and uncontrollably consume him. After Zhong Zhe had completed his topic for the art stage component, he had naturally assumed that he had secured 1st place. It was only afterward that he found out that the 1st place had already been snatched from him. Hence, Zhong Zhe was focused on someone else for once and wanted to know who the 1st place winner was. He did not expect the winner to have been that young man with the scent that could soothe his bad luck. In a way, Zhong Zhe felt that a special kind of fate connected him and Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, he was a very competitive person and was determined to make a comeback after his loss during the art stage component. Ming walked toward the area where the martial stage had been held and announced, "The art stage component of the martial arts stage has officially ended. Lord Lin Yuan and Lord Zhongzhe, please come onto the martial stage to complete the martial stage component of the martial arts stage." Ming's words made the veteran and top faction's young disciples inhale sharply when they heard Ming address Lin Yuan as Lord Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan had been mentioned before Zhongzhe. This meant that Ming was silently indicating that Lin Yuan had a higher status than Zhongzhe. Everyone present started to make guesses about Lin Yuan's identity again. Many disciples of top factions had heard from their elders that the Moon Empress disciple might be making an appearance at the Guard Yi banquet. Now, it seemed as though Lin Yuan was definitely the Moon Empress disciple. The veteran faction's disciples were still unsure about Lin Yuan's identity. Although the news had not been leaked, the veteran faction's disciples had heard that the blood moon that had risen a few months ago had had something to do with the Moon Empress' mysterious disciple. Zhongzhe stepped towards Ming, but a thought seemed to strike him moments later that made him halt his steps and turn around. Although he did not explicitly invite Lin Yuan, he was clearly waiting for him to go up together. Since Zhongzhe had already joined the group, Long Tao, Li Xian, Gao Feng, and Sun Ningxiang cheered on Zhongzhe despite being closer to Lin Yuan. Lu Jie did not move from Lin Yuan's side as he gave Lin Yuan some words of encouragement. Lu Jie's actions made Gu Lang raise an eyebrow in surprise. For the sake of appearances, the best choice was to encourage both parties. However, the fact that Lu Jie only cheered Lin Yuan on meant that he was extremely biased toward Lin Yuan and that they had a very good relationship. Gu Lang had only recently gotten to know Lin Yuan and was closer to Zhongzhe. Nonetheless, Gu Lang still said, "Zhongzhe, Lin Yuan, good luck to the both of you. Zhongzhe, if you lose to Lin Yuan due to a lack of skill, why don't you personally cook a feast for us at Kitchen Fragrance Palace?" Zhongzhe glared at Gu Lang for a second. He felt that Gu Lang was taking advantage of him. However, he was more than happy to treat Lin Yuan to a meal. But when he thought about how he had caused Gu Lang to give up on the martial arts stage, Zhongzhe nodded in agreement. Long Tao, Gao Feng, Li Xian, and Sun Ningxiang had been completely excluded. They did not have a high enough status to be invited to a place like Kitchen Fragrance Palace. If Zhongzhe loses to Lin Yuan, he'll have to fulfill his promise of cooking the Kitchen Fragrance Palace's 360 dishes. I'll invite the two of you to try Zhongzhe's cooking. He might be cold and distant, but his cooking skills are unrivaled, said Gu Lang. Lu Jie looked indignant behind his mask. No one cooks better than me. Lin Yuan always sings endless praises of my food. I'll have to find a chance to compete with Zhongzhe. Due to his special sacred source life form, Lu Jie could not use his sacred source life form during a fight against Zhongzhe. If Zhongzhe made the first move with his sacred source life form, he would not be able to fight back. But if they competed in cooking, there was no guarantee that Zhongzhe would win even if he was Chef Supreme's disciple. He was the man who had all the stomachs in return from faraway mansion wrapped around his finger. Before Zhang Kaiyuan had come to the Guard Yi banquet, what he wanted the most was to steal the spotlight. But as he stood amongst this group that had all eyes on them, he felt heavy pressure resting on his shoulders. The people who cared the most about status were the most aware of the burden that came with it. Every look from the top faction's young disciples was like an additional sandbag of pressure on Zhang Kaiyuan's back. He broke out in cold sweat but raised his head as high as he could to try to look like he fit in with the group. When he saw everyone cheering on Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe, Zhang Kaiyuan hastily joined in. But one sour look from Zhongzhe and Zhang Kaiyuan anxiously backed away. He remembered that it was Lin Yuan who had called him over, so he bravely stuck by Lin Yuan's side. The sharp-tongued Zhang Kaiyuan stammered, "Lo, Lord Lin Yuan. Good luck." Lin Yuan looked deeply into Zhang Kaiyuan's eyes. This gaze from Lin Yuan made Zhang Kaiyuan feel flustered for some reason. A young man's pleasant voice said by Zhang Kaiyuan's ear, "You have to do your best too. Do his best and become a conveyor belt for communication." People were destined to become frivolous after they gained a step up in society. To those who had a low status, they would become envious. To those who were of a higher status, they would become resentful. If the leader of the Miao family personally approached Zheng Kaiyuan, the latter would gain indisputable authority in the Miao family and Zheng family. Lin Yuan had been observing Zheng Kaiyuan from the moment he called him over to join the group and knew that he was by no means a humble person. He was not afraid that Zheng Kaiyuan would go crazy with power in the Miao family and Zheng family. In fact, he was afraid that Zheng Kaiyuan would not be crazy enough. In the end, Lin Yuan would not even need to lift a finger to finish off Zheng Kaiyuan. Once a building became tall enough, it would not even need to be pushed to collapse. The higher the tower, the more seriously hurt the person standing atop of it would become when the tower collapsed. Lin Yuan wondered what kind of horrible fate awaited Zheng Kaiyuan from the Miao family and the Zheng family. Resentment turned into a monstrous creature when it reached its peak. Lin Yuan was always good to his friends, but he felt that no amount of brutal torture was enough for his enemies. As he stood opposite Zhongzhe on the martial stage in front of everyone, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and focused his entire body into a combat-ready state. Now that Zhongzhe was apart from Lin Yuan, his obsession for combat bubbled up again. After Zhou Ming announced the start of the battle, Zhongzhe immediately summoned two fays. One of the fays was a small palm-sized orange mouse that did not enter the combat area after it was summoned. Instead, it climbed up to Zhongzhe's shoulder and started squeaking as though it was watching a show. The other fey was an enormous viscous granular creature that constantly changed its shape. In the short time after it was summoned, the enormous viscous granular creature had already changed into the shape of 7 or 8 different beasts. Every time it changed its shape, the viscous creature would release the aura that was unique to that beast. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data to check on the small orange mouse and the shape-shifting viscous granular creature. Fey name: Fiery Sky Ho, Fey species. Furry species / toothed beast species. Fey grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Fire, Fey quality. Fantasy V. Abilities: Swallow fire. Swallow strange flames to increase its own fire element and change it according to the characteristics of the strange flames it had swallowed. Flame laser. Pure fire elemental energy will be condensed into a laser that will be fired from the eyes. The target hit by the laser will feel as though they are on fire. Tempering of fire. The energy in the strange flames can be extracted to temper any kind of flame and evolve it. The body will also be strengthened while the flames are being tempered. Flame of revival. All fire elemental energy will be condensed into flames that have the ability to burn vitality. Group fire heart flames. By giving up flames with special abilities, a fire that can burn the mind and spirit will be produced that can be used on a target. When the target's mind and spirit are almost burned up, flames will erupt from inside the target. Flame conduction. Fire energy can be transferred onto other fire type phase and trigger spontaneous transformation. Exclusive skill. Strange Flames 8 Refinement. The 8 flames can become the flames of roots that will be released as an attack on a target. The 8 flames will continuously layer over each other to produce an 8-timed attack. Dreamland of Fire. All the flames in the body will be activated, and every flame will become a tile that creates a territory. The effects of the flames will be magnified while in the territory. Fey name: Life-changing fire beast, source fire. Fey species. Elemental species / elemental genus. Fey grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Fire / source. Fey quality. Fantasy 3. Abilities: Metal refinement. Swallow metal and refine it with fire to form sticky lava. Beast shape naturalization. After swallowing the bloodline energy from a beast, the lava creature's powers will increase, and the shape-shifted lava creature can use different fire attacks based on the bloodline characteristics. Beast bloodline fusion. All the different beast bloodlines can be combined to use all the different abilities. Fire of change. After the life-changing fire beast sustains a lethal attack, it can be revived as long as it receives a supply of fire elemental energy. Burst of flames. Fire elemental energy can be spewed out by consuming metal. When burning a target, the fluid metal will be hardened into a weapon that can be used to attack the target. Transformation Festival. The life-changing fire beast will sacrifice half the fire elemental energy in its body to trigger the second exclusive skill, Lava Demon God. Exclusive skill: Separation of Flames. After sustaining a lethal attack, the life-changing fire beast will split its body that can be made into a new body after using the bloodline of the beast phase stored in its body. The number of times the life-changing fire beast's body can be split is dependent on the number of bloodlines in its body. Lava Demon God. Pure flame energy can be used to trigger the fusion of all the beast Fey bloodlines in the life-changing fire beast's body and result in the evolution of a lava monster. The Lava Demon God can attack a target with complete accuracy. While Lin Yuan was checking on the two phase attributes, the enormous lava creature had become a 4-meter-long and 2-meter-tall tiger that roared and charged toward him. When the tiger roared, it released blazing fire elemental energy that burned all the air on the martial stage. If Zhuoming had not set up a barrier, the top and veteran faction's young disciples would also have been burned. Every young disciple, including Lu Jie, let out a gasp of astonishment. Although Zhongzhe had already started attacking, Lin Yuan still had not summoned any phase. Just as the blazing fire elemental energy was about to swallow Lin Yuan, even louder gasps of shock sounded out. Despite having been groomed to have proper manners since they were young, the veteran and top faction's disciples could not help but curse. Damn! Lord Zhongzhe summoned phase and started attacking the instant that Lord Zhuoming announced the start of the match. Why hasn't Lin Yuan summoned any phase? Crap! This blazing fire elemental energy can even melt platinum metal-type spiritual ingredients. Is Lin Yuan going to be burnt to a crisp? Sun Ningxiang and Gao Feng did not anticipate such an aggressive attack from Zhongzhe. They were now in a state of panic as they continued to watch the fight unfold. When he saw Lin Yuan about to be consumed by the flames, Lu Jie moved on instinct and was about to charge onto the martial stage. At that moment, a pair of hands landed on his shoulder, and Gu Lang said in a gentle voice, "Don't be controlled by your emotions. As the young liege of the Midnight Palace, don't you trust in Lord Zhuoming's ability to control the situation? If Lin Yuan is really in trouble, I'm sure that Lord Zhuoming will be the most anxious of us all." Lu Jie clenched his fist and gnashed his teeth as he continued to watch the fight. Just like how anxious Lu Jie was, the Moon Empress was also supremely shocked when she saw the sea of flames flowing toward Lin Yuan. However, she composed herself when Lin Yuan raised his fist and smashed down toward the tiger-shaped Fey formed from the life-changing fire beast. Lin Yuan was completely unaffected by the scorching flames, as though he had not felt the heat at all. After Lin Yuan's punch, the enormous tiger-shaped Fey flew backward like a cannon and crashed against the suzerain Hades Etuditsorp floor. Lin Yuan cartwheeled until he was right in front of Zhongzhe, who was engrossed in the fervent battle. He smiled and said, "If you want to harm me, these flames are far from being strong enough." The veteran and top faction's disciples that were initially scared for Lin Yuan were now in shock. Oh my God! Is Lin Yuan a Fey in human form? How can he blast away such a huge lava tiger while remaining unscathed? Although Lord Zhuoming's barrier blocks the full heat of the flames, the life-changing fire beast is still a Diamond X/Fantasy 3 source-type lifeform. Moreover, Lord Zhongzhe was the one who evolved the source fire into this life-changing fire beast. A chain of gasps was let out from the area outside the Midnight Palace, the most concentrated sounds coming from the cluster of female disciples who were standing around Shang-Yin. All the young female disciples selected to attend the Gargi banquet were princesses in their own right. They had all proven themselves better than their male counterpart disciples, and their families had invested a lot into them. Although they had no shortage of male suitors, they were always more attracted by men that were more outstanding than themselves. The eyes of everyone outside the Midnight Palace were fixed on the martial stage. Regardless of their background, the two finalists of the martial arts stage were seen as more powerful than the winners of the art stage and martial stage. Both Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe had above-average looks and unique charms. With his crimson half-armor, cold countenance, and obsession for battle, Zhongzhe was full of wild savagery. Lin Yuan was normally calm, but his occasional radiant smile was bright enough to blind. Moreover, he had a refreshing and natural aura that made the 24 and 25-year-old women want to reach out to pat him. "Sister Shang-Yin, I can't believe Lord Zhongzhe is at a disadvantage right from the start." Shang-Yin immediately replied, This isn't proof of anything because they're still feeling each other out. Zhongzhe is definitely more powerful than this. In spite of her high-pitched voice, she sounded firm. She thought back to 2 years ago when Gulang had invited her to a Class 3 Marsh Dimensional Rift to help out as a healing-type spirit chi professional. Before the mission had started, Shang Yin had already been aware that the goal was to capture the snake-change Medusa. No matter how high the snake-change Medusa's grade evolved to, it would remain as a dimensional lifeform with a half-human form. Normally, spirit chi professionals could not form contracts with dimensional lifeforms unless the dimensional lifeform had undergone a special mutation. The snake-change Medusa was a dimensional lifeform that spirit chi professionals could contract. After mutating, the snake-change Medusa turned into a snake and looked like any other snake species Fae. But since it had the powers of Medusa, it was extremely powerful and rare. Gulang had been extremely interested in the snake-change Medusa at that time. However, he did not expect its bloodline to be exceptionally powerful. Before it evolved, it had already reached suzerain. After evolving, the snake-change Medusa would no longer be a dimensional lifeform. Thus, it would not be repelled by the dimensional rift or cause the dimensional rift to evolve. Since it had been 2 years ago, she had been completely overwhelmed by the power of the suzerain snake-change Medusa. Back then, Shang Yin had seen a deadly fire. Thousands of columns of flames had risen toward the sky as blinding crimson light flashed intermittently. The suzerain snake-change Medusa had been burnt almost to ashes and was finally stored away by Gulang in a Fey storage box. That was the first time that Shang Yin had been dumbfounded by the power of someone around her age. Ever since that time, Zhongzhe had become Shang Yin's idol. Nonetheless, not even Shang Yin knew what secret weapon Lin Yuan possessed that gave him strong fire resistance. Although Zhongzhe had not used his full strength, the heat of the Diamond X/Fantasy 3 life-changing fire beast's flames were not to be looked down upon. These flames would be able to incinerate any Fae below Diamond/Fantasy. Even Faes of the same level as the life-changing fire beast would not be able to escape unscathed. As a creation master, Shang Yin was certain that Lin Yuan was not a Fae, nor did he have the bloodline of a Fae. This was because she could not detect any Fae aura or beast patterns from him. He was a regular human spirit chi professional. This proved that the power he was wielding all came from the Faes he had contracted. One of Lin Yuan's Faes must have enabled him to have such strong resistance against fire. Their brief interaction did not allow Shang Yin to study him carefully enough. A young girl's voice sounded out from near Shang Yin's ear. "Sister Shang Yin, I'm declaring that henceforth, Lin Yuan shall be my darling." His cartwheel was too cool. At that moment, Shang Yin inhaled sharply and noticed why something had seemed to be off. Although his strong resistance to fire was due to his Fae, the fighting strategies and combat skills were all of his own. Could this young man be a martial arts genius? During the Spirit Chi Awakening era, it was a complete waste of time to train in combat skills and fighting strategies. The noise from the crowd had reached a crescendo, yet Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe looked to be completely unaffected. Despite being affected by his bad luck, which caused him to become a battle fanatic, Zhongzhe remained clear-headed. In fact, his mind became even more active while he was fighting. He had attacked Lin Yuan because he knew that the latter would be able to handle it. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Yuan would receive the attack in such a manner and even launch a counterattack. Zhongzhe really liked the feeling of being around Lin Yuan and the fragrance that seemed to follow Lin Yuan. Additionally, with his love of battle, Zhongzhe felt that being able to spar with Lin Yuan was a blessing from heaven. As such, Zhongzhe's focus intensified, and he said to Lin Yuan, "Since you don't think my flames are strong enough, the real blaze is about to light up." Zhongzhe said softly to the orange mouse on his shoulder, "Fiery Sky Ho, use flame conduction." The small orange mouse was set on fire, and the image of 2 orange flames appeared on the small mouse's forehead, while another flame image appeared on the body of the fallen life-changing fire beast. Suddenly, the temperature on the martial stage spiked, and even Lin Yuan could feel the pressure of the heat pressing down on him. Beads of sweat pooled all over Lin Yuan's body. However, this level of heat was still bearable for Lin Yuan, and he was not worried about the rising heat at all. Lin Yuan had yet to use the Myth 3 Icy Flames law that was carved on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. All of Lin Yuan's current resistance to fire was due to the effects of having contracted the sacred sword-wielding queen. After he used true data to check on the fiery Sky-Ho and life-changing fire beast, Lin Yuan decided not to use the Icy Flames law's fire resistance. Because of the life-changing fire beast, the battle between Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe was destined to go on for some time. Now that Lin Yuan was a B-rank spirit chi professional, he was the same rank as Zhongzhe and could go all out in this fight. Lin Yuan saw this fight as a test of his power. He had gathered many secret weapons but had not had the chance to use or train any of them. As such, he had no idea what the true extent of power his secret weapons had. This was not advantageous for a spirit chi professional. Zhongzhe's life-changing fire beast emerged from the source fire's evolution, which was a source-type life form just like the source sand. However, from the information on true data, the conditions for contracting the source fire had been extremely different from the conditions to contract the source sand. The source fire had consumed a large amount of metal spiritual ingredients to gain its viscous lava body. The life-changing fire beast had used beast shape naturalization to trigger the bloodlines in its body to turn into the tiger form. As the flames on its body increased, the enormous lava tiger roared again and charged toward Lin Yuan. Just like how Zhongzhe had not used his full power, Lin Yuan's punch had also only been a test of his power. Spirit Essence Explosion inflicted damage through the accumulation and explosion of spirit chi. The purer the spirit chi, the more explosive the attack. Lin Yuan's spirit chi had reached a significantly high level of purity. This time, Lin Yuan did not skimp on the spiritual power and focused a large amount of spiritual power into his left fist. His muscles reacted on instinct, and his agile body allowed him to move at a sharp angle to dodge the large lava tiger's aggressive attack while simultaneously landing a heavy blow on the large lava tiger's chin. Lin Yuan's strike decimated the large lava tiger's shape, and his overwhelming power blasted a hole in the large lava tiger's fluid body. The clearly injured large lava tiger let out a savage roar, and a lava antelope with long sharp antlers burst forth from the hole and charged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's right fist seemed to have anticipated the impending attack and sailed forward to strike against the lava antelope's antlers. The lava antelope flew backward. The crushed large lava tiger and lava antelope split apart, and a lava wolf leaped forth. Lin Yuan knew that the result of the life-changing fire beast using beast shape naturalization and separation of flames. As long as the life-changing fire beast had enough beast fey bloodlines, the life-changing fire beast would be able to constantly deflect damage. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and relaxed all the muscles in his body. He leaped into the air and waved his fist as he attacked. Lu Jie could not help but gulp. He did not expect the ever-happy Lin Yuan to fight in such a violent manner. Zhongzhe took Lin Yuan's attacks seriously. Although the life-changing fire beast could use separation of fire to deflect damage, Zhongzhe could still sense the terrifying power from Lin Yuan's fist. Even if Zhongzhe instructed the life-changing fire beast to split into the large lava tiger, lava antelope, and lava wolf to dodge Lin Yuan's fists, Lin Yuan was agile enough to follow up with a successive attack. Lin Yuan had also been able to dodge all of the large lava wolf, lava antelope, and lava wolf's attacks. He was unaffected by heat and could avoid all the physical attacks from the beasts that the life-changing fire beast turned into. This was a huge problem for Zhongzhe. Lin Yuan was like a slippery eel that he could not grab hold of. A few more clashes took place. Lin Yuan punched the lava water buffalo, and it turned into a shapeless pile of lava that did not turn into another beast. Lin Yuan, who was dripping buckets of sweat, said, "It looks like your life-changing fire beast absorbed the bloodlines of 8 beast fays." Even while talking, his attacks were clean and flawless. He mercilessly slammed his fists down on every inch of the life-changing fire beast. The 8 piles of lava rolled around on the ground but could not take the shape of any beasts. It was clear that it was seriously injured. After his relentless attacks, Lin Yuan was now completely out of spiritual power. His attacks had impacted not just the life-changing fire beast but also the hearts of the top and veteran factions disciples who were watching. The previously noisy area outside the Midnight Palace was now pin-drop silent, and everyone was staring at Lin Yuan as though he was some kind of unspeakable miracle. Zhongzhe smiled when he saw the extraordinary passion on Lin Yuan's face. He did not seem to be worried about the life-changing fire beast's injuries at all. Every punch of yours should require 0.05% of a B-rank Spirit Chi professional Spirit Chi. You've made 21 punches and should be completely out of Spirit Chi by now. Life-changing fire beast. Use fire of change. At that moment, the imprint on the small orange mouse on Zhongzhe's shoulder became brighter, and a faint orange flame lit up around the imprint on the life-changing fire beast. From the moment the orange flames lit up, the shapeless pile of lava quickly turned into the large lava tiger. The other 7 piles of lava flew toward the large lava tiger and sunk into its body with another roar. It was as though Lin Yuan's previous attacks had been useless. Lin Yuan swung his fists around. Recently, he had been so busy with nurturing phase that he had not had the chance to stretch his limbs. He felt much more comfortable now after moving his body. After hearing what Zhongzhe said, Lin Yuan softly replied, "You're right. After 21 punches, all my Spirit Chi should have been used up." While Lin Yuan was speaking, something seemed to unlock within him. Solid spiritual power flowed from inside Lin Yuan's body and whipped up a hurricane on the martial stage. Suddenly, Zhongzhe felt the spiritual power in his body was no longer circulating as quickly. He frowned and looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief as he said, "Spirit suppression." When spiritual power was released, a kind of pressure was exerted. But even the explosion of spiritual power from A-rank Spirit Chi professionals did not result in a noticeable pressure. But now, Zhongzhe could clearly sense pressure being exerted on his spiritual power. He could not imagine how much spiritual power was circulating inside Lin Yuan's body. Due to Zhuiming's barrier, no one else besides Zhongzhe could feel the pressure coming from Lin Yuan. However, everyone had clearly heard what Zhongzhe had said. Lin Yuan's activation of the Spirit Chi imprint was not without sacrifice. But the Sacred Source Lifeform prize was worth it for Lin Yuan to be unable to use the Spirit Chi imprint for a long time afterward. Moreover, there was also the Order of Radiant Light. Today, Lin Yuan was going to go all out and put everything he had into this fight. Zhongzhe sensed the change in Lin Yuan's body and immediately issued a new order to the life-changing fire beast. Life-changing fire beast. Use beast bloodline fusion. The large lava tiger immediately returned to its original shapeless blob. The pile of lava squirmed and grew larger along with the increase of fire elemental energy. Finally, it became an enormous beast with the features of 8 different beasts that immediately lunged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan dispelled the Spirit Chi imprint. Now that he had sufficient spiritual power, Lin Yuan did not hold back and gathered all the Spirit Chi he had into his fists. His fists were wrapped in Spirit Chi, and the air around his fists started to ripple. But just as Lin Yuan was about to leap toward the life-changing fire beast, he felt a distinct rise in the temperature of the flames around the life-changing fire beast's body. If he did not use the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt now, his future would be a painfully fiery one. Hence, Lin Yuan activated the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt the moment that the life-changing fire beast charged at him. The second after he activated the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, he felt as though he had returned to the state he had been in when he first stepped onto the martial stage. He could not feel the surrounding heat at all. Lin Yuan sighed to himself. This truly is the power of a Myth 3 law. When Lin Yuan clashed against the life-changing fire beast, Zhongzhe yelled, "Life-changing fire beast, burst of flames!" Zhongzhe had also contracted a sacred source lifeform. Thus, he sensed the aura of a sacred source lifeform from Lin Yuan when he activated the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Zhongzhe did not find this strange, as he had long guessed that Lin Yuan should have contracted a sacred source lifeform. In truth, it put Zhongzhe at ease that Lin Yuan had used his sacred source lifeform so soon, and he used his creation master abilities to check on Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform's abilities. After Zhongzhe issued his order to the life-changing fire beast, the fire elemental energy around it poured forth. Yet, Lin Yuan still did not flinch. At that moment, the life-changing fire beast turned into a hedgehog that shot out small balls of lava. Although the small balls of lava cooled in the air, they became various red weapons. Lin Yuan immediately jumped back and used various techniques to avoid the flying weapons, including striking with several punches. After the rain of weapons, Lin Yuan was still unharmed. Lin Yuan did not sense that anything was strange. Everyone, including Zhongzhe, saw the silhouette of a woman superimposed on Lin Yuan. This silhouette was 10 meters tall and had its eyes closed as its skirt billowed. Its arms seemed to be wrapping around Lin Yuan. The silhouette seemed to be in a protective posture. The appearance of this silhouette shattered the short-lived silence in the area outside the Midnight Palace. That has to be a sacred source life form. Is this sacred source life form the reason Lin Yuan can emerge from the rain of weapons unscathed? The young disciples outside the Midnight Palace who were watching the fight started to discuss in earnest. Meanwhile, Gu Lang and Shang Yin were silent because they realized that their creation master powers were insufficient to check on Lin Yuan's sacred source life form. The sacred source life form's powers had blocked all their investigative abilities. Zhu Ming's barrier could not block the sacred source life form's aura, and Gu Lang was certain that Lin Yuan's aura was the same as that of his sacred source life form. However, Lin Yuan's resistance to fire and fighting skills had been displayed before the sacred source life form was summoned. Unlike Gu Lang, who was observing the battle from an external standpoint, Zhongzhe had summoned a fairy-type source-type life form with blue flames around its body the moment that Lin Yuan had dodged the rain of weapons. The blue flames around the fairy-type source-type life form retracted right after it was summoned and were transferred into the gem on the fairy-type source-type life form's forehead. At the same time, the life-changing fire beast used Transformation Festival and activated the dormant lava demon god. The life-changing fire beast turned into the mouth of a volcano as it spat out boulders of lava. The boulders of lava turned into different beasts that galloped toward Lin Yuan's half of the martial stage. While Lava Demon God was in action, the gem on the fairy-type source-type lifeform's forehead shone brighter until it eventually shot a brilliant laser at Lin Yuan. There was absolutely no time or opening for Lin Yuan to dodge. But what happened next utterly stupefied Zhongzhe. Not only was Lin Yuan once again unharmed, but the blue poison flame puppet that he had summoned was now severely injured. Its blue eyes were completely dull, and its wings stopped flapping as it collapsed on the Hades Atutitsorp floor of the martial stage. Zhongzhe stared at the dull-eyed and motionless blue poison flame puppet for a moment before his head snapped toward Lin Yuan. The blue poison flame puppet was a special offense-type source-type life form, and the blue flames around its body had a large amount of fire poison. The blue poison flame puppet's fire poison could immediately fill a target's cells and dry them up, leaving the target in a dehydrated state. The ferocious flames would then reduce the dehydrated target to ashes. The blue poison flame puppet was also skilled at spiritual combat. The laser it had shot out was its combat ability, Blue Marvelous Laser. However, after the Blue Marvelous Laser was shot out, the recoil seriously injured the blue poison flame puppet. This was why it immediately fell into a near-death state after releasing the laser once. Spiritual recoil usually only happened to phase with weak spiritual energy and strong combat power. Although the blue poison flame puppet was only Diamond 8/Fantasy 2 and could not compare to the life-changing fire beast in terms of grade and quality, its type was fire/spiritual, and its spiritual power was 3 times stronger than the life-changing fire beast. It could use its spiritual attacks to inflict great damage on the life-changing fire beast. Judging from how strong the recoil was, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had to be at least 5 times stronger than the blue poison flame puppet. However, Zhongzhe felt that Lin Yuan should not have such strong spiritual energy. If Lin Yuan really had such strong spiritual energy, he could nurture hundreds or even thousands of Fays. If he had really contracted that many Fays, he only needed to summon all of them at once, and no one would be able to defeat him and his army. This immense amount of spiritual energy seemed to be impossible, given the limitations that came with being human. At the moment that the blue poison flame puppet's laser had shot toward Lin Yuan, it had formed a momentary connection with Lin Yuan's own spiritual energy. During the fleeting connection, the blue poison flame puppet had experienced a terror that it had never felt before. It was as though the blue poison flame puppet was a subordinate that had committed a grievous mistake. The blue poison flame puppet that Zhongzhe had contracted had an elite bloodline. From the moment it had hatched, it had 2 sets of wings. Besides the legendary myth breed source-type lifeform with 3 sets of wings, the blue poison flame puppet's bloodline was the most elite amongst source-type lifeforms. Even Chef Supreme had said that it was very likely that the blue poison flame puppet would be able to grow a 3rd set of wings if it was continuously nurtured. Fairy-type, source-type lifeforms were special lifeforms. They could hold their own against the might that came with the bloodlines of dragon species phase and phoenix species phase. They might even be seen as unaffected by Fae bloodlines. But when it came to fairy bloodlines, fairy-type source-type lifeforms with a more elite bloodline held strong authority on fairy-type source-type lifeforms with less elite bloodlines. Zhongzhe had made use of this advantage countless times during battle. Zhongzhe started to guess to himself. Could Lin Yuan have a fairy-type source-type lifeform with 3 sets of wings? But as soon as this thought entered his mind, Zhongzhe dismissed it as ridiculous. Lin Yuan was a B-rank spirit chi professional. Even if he had used rolling grade on his own phase, the highest level of Fae he could possess was Diamond X/Fantasy V. It was unheard of for a fairy-type source-type lifeform below myth breed to have 3 sets of wings. Chef Supreme had done significant research into fairy-type source-type lifeforms. As such, Zhongzhe was more knowledgeable than others about the importance of their bloodlines. If Lin Yuan had a fairy-type source-type lifeform with 3 sets of wings that was below myth breed, it would be even more precious than a sacred source lifeform. Additionally, judging from Lin Yuan's unharmed state, Zhongzhe guessed that Lin Yuan also had a strong resistance against poison. Fire poison was different from burns. The first was poison-type damage due to fire-type elements, while the other was pure burn damage. From the moment Zhongzhe had become a combat-class spirit chi professional, he had never felt so dejected during a battle. As a spirit chi professional that was affiliated with fire-type and was limited by his talent, all the Faes he contracted were fire-type Faes. Now that his most advantageous fire-type attacks had dampened in impact, this was a huge blow to Zhongzhe's fighting ability. After Zhongzhe checked on Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform, he felt as though he had learned all his creation master skills for nothing. This was not the first time Zhongzhe checked on another person's sacred source lifeform. He was even able to check on Chef Supreme's sacred source lifeform. However, Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform was blocked by thousands of barriers of different strengths, and he could not get a single sense of it. He started to guess that Lin Yuan's resistance to spiritual damage could be due to his sacred source lifeform's abilities. In contrast to Zhongzhe's solemn expression, Lin Yuan was looking at the fallen blue poison flame puppet with a strange expression. Zhongzhe's attack had been flawless, and Lin Yuan should not have been able to dodge it even with all the combat skills and fighting abilities in his body. However, Zhongzhe's mistake was in using a spiritual attack. Genius was a functional type Fae and did not have any combat skills. However, it did have a sea of spiritual energy that it used to memorize all the information in the world. This mountain of spiritual energy would be unaffected by spiritual attacks. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy and Genius' spiritual energy were connected through spiritual energy expansion, and the blue poison flame puppet's attack had merely scratched the connection between Lin Yuan and Genius' spiritual energy. The scratch was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Lin Yuan did not even feel a sting from the blue poison flame puppet's laser. If he had known that the blue poison flame puppet's attack would have fire poison, Lin Yuan would have evolved the Myth 2 Vicious Poison Law to Myth 3. This sudden attack on Zhongzhe's part had resulted in the loss of one of his Faes. This was extremely good news to Lin Yuan. The veteran and top faction's disciples who were watching were also astonished by the recent development. They did not understand why the fairy-type source-type lifeform that Zhongzhe had just summoned was now seriously injured. Gu Lang's expression was grim as he stared at Lin Yuan. The longer he looked, the more he felt like there was a thick fog lingering around Lin Yuan, blurring his image even more with every passing second. Zhongzhe had only contracted the blue poison flame puppet 2 years ago. During the several times they had sparred, Gu Lang had been at a big disadvantage due to the blue poison flame puppet. Yet, this troublesome Fae had turned into Lin Yuan's advantage over Zhongzhe. After the recent development, Gu Lang formed the same idea as Zhongzhe and felt that Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform had the ability to defend against spiritual energy. Zhongzhe returned the barely breathing blue poison flame puppet and life-changing fire beast to the spiritual spatial zone with a wave of his hand. The blue poison flame puppet could no longer fight, and Lin Yuan had nullified the life-changing fire beast's attack. It would only be a waste of Zhongzhe's spiritual power to continue to sustain the life-changing fire beast in its lava demon god state. Zhongzhe looked at Lin Yuan and said, "You're really strong. But I'm going to use my ultimate move now." Instead of growling due to being in the heat of battle, Zhongzhe's voice was filled with joy. But not even Zhongzhe was aware of this. Lin Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Same here. I'm also going to use my ultimate move." While he was speaking, Lin Yuan looked at the fiery sky hoe on Zhongzhe's shoulder with pity. True Data had stated that the fiery sky hoe's group Fire Heart Flames was an ability that was directed at the spirit and mind. The fiery sky hoe had yet to enter the battle and had only applied flame conduction on the life-changing fire beast. Lin Yuan guessed that the fiery sky hoe was one of Zhongzhe's secret weapons. If the fiery sky hoe used group Fire Heart Flames on him, it would also be hit by recoil and be forced to exit the battle. From then, another one of Zhongzhe's secret weapons would have fallen. But after experiencing what had happened to the blue poison flame puppet, it was unlikely that Zhongzhe would use group Fire Heart Flames on Lin Yuan. However, the presence of the fiery sky hoe also allowed Lin Yuan to experience the peak power of the younger generation of disciples. Zhongzhe turned to say to Zhuoming, "Senior Zhuoming, please pay close attention to my next attack from the moment it's released from my hands." A look of seriousness came over Zhuoming. "Lord Zhongzhe, I will make sure to pay close attention to everything that happens on the martial stage and react as soon as possible to be best of my judgment." At first, Zhuoming sounded normal, but his voice soon turned cold and hoarse. Due to the barrier, Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan did not sense this change in Zhuoming's aura. However, the other veteran and top faction's disciples felt as though a different world had crept up on them in the area outside the Midnight Palace. This new world was barren, as though every living creature had decayed. When the crowd looked at Zhuoming, they saw a thick yellow armor covering him from head to toe. Numerous sharp spikes protruded from the armor, and a long curly tail extended from his back. One look at the thick and long tail was enough to sense its terrifying power, and it seemed as though the power encapsulated in the tail was enough to shatter the barren world that had been built outside the Midnight Palace. Although he could not sense Zhuoming's aura, Lin Yuan had noticed the changes in his appearance. Lin Yuan immediately knew that Zhuoming had a fae that could ward his body. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan had come across a spirit chi professional with a fae that could ward bodies. Xianing also had one. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief because this change in Zhuoming meant that Lin Yuan could now use all his power without holding back. Zhongzhe ordered the fiery sky hoe. "Fiery sky hoe, use strange flames 8 refinement." The fiery sky hoe on Zhongzhe's shoulder jumped into the air, and hard golden hair grew all over its body. The moment the hard golden hair grew out, they were immediately set on fire with 8 different colored flames. The fiery sky hoe swallowed all these 8 colored flames, which combined and turned transparent. The fiery sky hoe opened its mouth, and twin-colored flames shot out toward Lin Yuan. At that moment, someone below the stage yelled, "Wow! It's 8 different high-class strange flames. Not even suzerain fays can sustain the damage from 8 high-class strange flames." As Zhongzhe's opponent, Lin Yuan had immediately understood what the 8 flames were. Now that he was faced with such an attack, Lin Yuan decided to test the ethereal jellyfish's spatial shift. He did not summon the ethereal jellyfish because its moist body would definitely dry up due to the high temperature on the martial stage. Thus, Lin Yuan used his own body to release spatial shift. However, the ethereal jellyfish was only Diamond X/Legend and had yet to evolve to fantasy breed. The greatest power it wielded would be that of a Platinum X/Fantasy I-Fae. Although spatial shift could provide a strong defense against elemental damage by moving the elemental energy in a set area to another dimension, the amount of elemental energy it could shift was limited. The set area would be broken if there was too much elemental energy. Hence, Lin Yuan was not using spatial shift once. Instead, he used it 50 times against the fiery sky ho's rampaging combined attack of 8 strange flames. Besides, Lin Yuan was using the spirit chi imprint and had an endless well of spiritual power. Lin Yuan was now being utterly willful because of all the spirit chi he had. The crowd watched as the 2 strange flame attacks shot toward Lin Yuan and vanished. Before the crowd could even react, the fiery sky ho's next attack was right in front of Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan had used true data to check on the fiery sky ho, he found out that the Strange Fire 8 refinement used 8 strange fires to cause successive damage. As such, Lin Yuan was already prepared. He also continued to multiply the number of times that he used the ethereal jellyfish's spatial shift. First 30 times, then 60 times, 120 times, 240 times, 480 times, 960 times, 1,920 times, and 3,840 times. All of the fiery sky ho's 8 attacks disappeared almost as soon as they were launched. This stunned Zhongzhe, who looked at Lin Yuan with incredulity. The veteran and top faction's disciples could no longer hold back as they started to chant Lin Yuan's name. Lin Yuan was strong and so was Zhongzhe. However, Zhongzhe's power had always been obvious, and the abilities of his phase were clear. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan's series of moves had broken the other disciples' perspectives. They never imagined that a battle could be fought in this way. If Lin Yuan's power all came from his phase, the veteran and top faction's disciples could not help but wonder how strong those phase would be if they were summoned. After all, the effects of phase abilities were reduced when used by the spirit chi professional without summoning the fae. Lin Yuan would have laughed awkwardly if he knew what the disciples were thinking. If he summoned Blackie, Genius, and the ethereal jellyfish, they would all quickly be burnt to ashes by Zhongzhe. He had been able to stand his ground on the martial stage for as long as he had because of the resistance that the laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had afforded him. This resistance was not applicable to the other phase he had contracted. Although it appeared astonishing that Lin Yuan had been unaffected by Strange Fire 8 refinement, he himself was well aware of the difficulties. Despite using the spirit chi imprint, using spatial shift close to 7,600 times had drained all of the spirit chi accumulated in the spirit chi imprint. Lin Yuan's store of spiritual power was now running low. After a moment's bewilderment, Zhongzhe reached out his hand in front of him. Scarlet light appeared out of Zhongzhe's palm, and Lin Yuan immediately sensed the aura of a sacred source lifeform. Zhongzhe looked up at the fiery sky ho and instructed, "Dreamland of fire." The fiery sky ho looked up to the sky and let out a loud cry that reverberated throughout the area outside the Midnight Palace. Balls of strange fire shot out of the fiery sky ho's body and turned into tiles of various colors. The tiles formed a wall of fire around the martial stage. Small flames levitated in the air inside the wall. Lin Yuan knew that the small flames were the remnants of fire left after the strange fire was absorbed. Hundreds of thousands of small flames were hanging in the air within the dreamland of fire. The flames tangled around each other and formed a miniature world of fire. Inside the dreamland of fire, Lin Yuan felt an unspeakable heat and burning pain despite activating the icy flames law and cold flames law. Lin Yuan's skin burned excruciatingly due to the effects of the fire-type elements, and even his sweat was laced with blood. Zhongzhe closed his eyes as he presided over the world of flames. When the crowd saw Lin Yuan oozing blood, they assumed that this was the end for him. He was young, and his sacred source lifeform was already in use. However, the sacred source lifeform could not continue protecting him. At that moment, Lin Yuan reached out his hand toward Zhongzhe, but instead of spreading out his palms, he made a grabbing gesture. The woman's silhouette behind Lin Yuan solidified, and the woman opened her eyes. The moment her eyelids parted, the silhouette disappeared, and a long sword appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. The image of the woman with the billowing skirt was carved on the blade of the sword, and there seemed to be a mystical world within the skirt. Seeing the sword in Lin Yuan's hands stirred up the people inside and out of the Midnight Palace. With amused surprise, the serious and calm voice said, "This is really exciting. That fellow far exceeds my expectations." The Moon Empress' eyes shone, and it was clear that her mind was not at ease. Cold Moon and Mystic Moon could not see her eyes. Otherwise, they would immediately notice that strong emotions were coiling within her. All the experts in the Midnight Palace who had contracted sacred source lifeforms could sense that the sacred source lifeform radiating from Lin Yuan had not changed. Although it had changed its form, it was still a sacred source lifeform. However, veteran and top faction leaders who did not have sacred source lifeforms looked at Lin Yuan in shock before glancing back at the Moon Empress. They did not understand how this young man could have contracted two sacred source lifeforms. Chef Supreme looked at the Moon Empress with slight shock and said, "Moon Empress, you've taught your disciple well." The Moon Empress' expression shifted, and she gave Chef Supreme a side-eyed look. She felt that he was always targeting her. The Moon Empress had no memory of teaching Lin Yuan anything else besides their bi-weekly question-and-answer session. Thus, despite being complimentary words, the Moon Empress felt that Chef Supreme was provoking her. The Moon Empress' heart ached as she watched Lin Yuan being burned and snapped at Chef Supreme. "Unlike you, whose disciples always cause trouble." Chef Supreme looked taken aback as he reflected on his words. He did not think that he had said anything offensive. Could the Moon Empress be angry that Lin Yuan was not performing well? Zhongzhe lifted his outstretched hand, and the red light in his palm greatly resembled the flames burning within the world of flames. In a flash, Lin Yuan unsheathed the sacred sword. The mostly silent bamboo monarch gazed at Lin Yuan with a look of marvel. The bamboo monarch was different from Chef Supreme. Chef Supreme had only met Lin Yuan a few weeks ago at the Radiant Moon Palace, but the bamboo monarch had already met Lin Yuan half a year ago at the outskirts of the royal capital. Lin Yuan had been in a sorry state. He had been standing behind the Moon Empress, bloodied all over, and had almost been killed by Chang Wu. At that time, he had seemed young and weak. In a mere 6 months, that young and weak boy had grown so much. Moon Empress, your disciple's sacred source lifeform is fascinating. I can tell that it's only 2 stars, but it seems to have more than one sacred source lifeform ability. The bamboo monarch was one of the 3 Class 5 creation masters and was much better at checking on sacred source lifeforms than Zhongzhe and Gulang were. From the moment that Lin Yuan had activated his sacred source lifeform, the bamboo monarch checked on it. Just like other low-class creation masters, the bamboo monarch could sense the thousands of levels of blocks around the sacred source lifeform. The blocks prevented the bamboo monarch's spiritual energy from penetrating. But when he activated his willpower, the law that came from the willpower, and the world that came from the law, the bamboo monarch realized that they could cleanly penetrate the surface layer of blocks. But after breaking through the first few hundred weak blocks, the bamboo monarch's world hit a much thicker block. This thick block was much stronger than all the previous weak blocks combined. It was easy for the bamboo monarch to use world power to break through this block, but he was uncertain if his intrusion would affect Lin Yuan. If his checking affected Lin Yuan somehow, the Moon Empress would not let him off scot-free. Thus, he fought down his curiosity and asked the Moon Empress instead. However, she did not reply to his question and instead said, "Chef Supreme's disciple's sacred source lifeform is at 3 stars and is almost at 4 stars. It's only waiting for an opportunity to transform into 4 stars. I think that this fight between Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan is a great opportunity." The Moon Empress did not want to discuss Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform with the bamboo monarch. The woman's silhouette behind Lin Yuan had been his sacred source lifeform, and so was this sword. These 2 sacred source lifeforms with entirely different appearances shared the same aura and were definitely one sacred source lifeform. This meant that Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform had 2 forms. Not even the Moon Empress had ever encountered such a situation. Previously, the Moon Empress had noticed that Lin Yuan had the ability to hide his spirit chi professional rank. Now, she realized that this had to be an effect of his sacred source lifeform's blocking. Moreover, before the Moon Empress thoroughly studied Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform, she could not be certain where his fire and poison resistance, spiritual defense, and attacking style came from. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress had always reiterated one principle to Lin Yuan, which was to keep his secret weapons to himself. This was why the Moon Empress never asked about Lin Yuan's powers. She had sensed the bamboo monarch checking on Lin Yuan. Luckily, he had stopped before drilling too deep. Otherwise, the Moon Empress would have had to stop him by force. Chef Supreme was still confused about why the Moon Empress had snapped at him. But given her temperament, he did not give it much thought. When he heard the Moon Empress praise Zhongzhe, Chef Supreme said, "If Zhongzhe can really use this battle to evolve his sacred source lifeform stars, and transform it from child to adolescent stage to gain new abilities, I'll be grateful to Lin Yuan for providing Zhongzhe with this opportunity." Lu Jie sensed the change in Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe's sacred source aura and felt his own sacred source lifeform stir within him. After communicating with his sacred source lifeform, Lu Jie discovered that Zhongzhe's sacred source lifeform had more stars than Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform. While Lu Jie was communicating with his sacred source lifeform, Gu Lang turned to say to Lu Jie, "Zhongzhe's sacred source lifeform is powerful, but it's a purely offense-type sacred source lifeform. My sacred source lifeform is already 4 stars and gained a second ability. But in a battle between sacred source lifeforms, my sacred source lifeform will be helpless against Zhongzhe's sacred source lifeform. Zhuoming should be stepping in soon." At that moment, Zhongzhe spoke out in a stern, yet holy tone voice. "Heaven crimson fire. Crimson flame heaven." The flames levitating in the air inside the dreamland of fire seemed to become sacred as they were draped in radiant light and shot toward the red flame in Zhongzhe's palm. These floating flames were the remnants of fire after the strange flames were swallowed. The remnants of fire turned into raging fire-type elements that nourished the tiles of the dreamland of fire. Every tile in the dreamland of fire was made from strange flames. After absorbing the fire elemental energy, the fire within the tiles became more active and turned into vigorous sparks. The temperature in the dreamland of fire doubled. When Zhuoming sensed that the temperature in the dreamland of fire had increased past Lin Yuan's limit and was about to step in to protect Lin Yuan, he suddenly felt as though Lin Yuan had become a mountain that rose up amidst the flames. It was as though he was an unflinching mountain that was unbothered by the flames. Rigid vitality poured out of his body and breathed new life into his body that was damaged by the flames. Lin Yuan was now using the Jasmine Lily's vitality imprint. He sighed to himself. Although the Cold Snowpine's Icy Flames law is Myth 3 and has resistance against both ice and fire, it's clearly more resistant against ice. Lin Yuan felt that if only there was a Myth 3 purely fire law carved on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, he would have been pressed to use the Jasmine Lily's vitality imprint. When he saw Lin Yuan's damaged skin being healed, Zhuoming awkwardly backed out of the martial stage. He felt that he had seen his fair share of life experiences. This big shot's disciple seemed to have endless secret weapons. Every secret weapon had the ability to turn the tables of the battle. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the active strange flames beneath him turn vivacious. The crimson flame in Zhongzhe's palm seemed to be the gravitational center that pulled half of the tiles of the dreamland of fire apart. The broken tiles flew toward the crimson flame, which expanded into a country with flames crossing all over it. Zhongzhe shook his wrist and threw out this crimson country. While the crimson country was forming in Zhongzhe's palm, Lin Yuan used true data to check on Zhongzhe's sacred source lifeform. The name of Zhongzhe's sacred source lifeform was Heaven Crimson Fire, and its current ability was to instantly transform the fire qualities of strange flames into fire flame laws. The crimson country that Zhongzhe had just flung out was a complete fire flame law that had been formed from 10,000 fire qualities. Although this law would only have an effect for a second, its power was true. At his age, where most were still trying to gain control of fantasy breed phase and willpowers, Zhongzhe's use of laws was at a level that was a far cut above the rest. However, Lin Yuan felt that the sacred sword-wielding queen was the true master of willpowers and laws. The sacred sword-wielding queen now had the dark death world to play with. Lin Yuan injected the Myth 3 dream-eating law into the sacred sword. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was using the sacred sword-wielding Quen's sacred sword form. The ordinary sacred sword in Lin Yuan's hand turned grayish-black, and a grayish-black mist rose from the blade. Hidden in the mist was a bat that was ready to consume dreams. Lin Yuan raised the sword and sliced downward. All the grayish-black mist gathered at the top of the sword. The crimson flame in Zhongzhe's palm was the center of the dreamland of fire, and the country formed by the heaven crimson fire was detached from the dreamland of fire. The dreamy grayish-black mist at the tip of Lin Yuan's sword could now compete with the crimson flame country. The bat in the mist was now screaming toward the world of flames. Lin Yuan swung his sword and flung out the Myth 3 Dream-Eating Law. When the Dream-Eating Law clashed against the country of fire, black and red tangled with each other, and all the young disciples who were watching, including Gu Lang, could not clearly see what was happening on the martial stage. A moment later, the clashing colors dispersed and revealed the doggedly panting Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe. It was clear that both of them were seriously affected by the attacks. The spectating veteran and top faction's disciples all had gaping mouths and widened eyes as they stared in disbelief at the two people on the martial stage. An elegant and skilled-looking girl next to Shang Yin could not help but say, "Holy shit! Is that level of damage even possible from young disciples? Could they be monsters?" Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe's attacks had been so overwhelming that the entire area outside the Midnight Palace was left in silence. As such, the girl's words were clearly heard by everyone. The girl next to Shang Yin looked aghast with embarrassment. It was fine to say such things to her friends, but not in such a public setting. Although her words did not have any negative meaning, they were considered disrespectful to Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was fine, but Zhongzhe was Chef Supreme's disciple. She had called Zhongzhe a monster. If someone took what she said and ran, she would be in trouble. The girl peeped around at her surroundings and realized that no one was looking at her. Everyone's eyes were securely fixed on the two shining men. It was only then that the girl let out a sigh of relief. When she saw a few men from top factions that she thought were handsome staring at the two people on the martial stage with admiration, the girl abruptly lost all fancy for these supposedly handsome men. The girl went back to looking at Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan, and she was in a dilemma. Both of them were so outstanding that she did not know who to like. If only they were together, they would seem. The girl smiled and heard someone say, "Chen-Hui, are you hungry? Wipe away your saliva." Zhuang Chen-Hui quickly shut her jaw and swallowed. But she did not expect to let out a loud slurping noise. The rigid vitality within Lin Yuan flowed and healed all his injuries. When the grayish-black and crimson had clashed, he had seemed to be on equal footing as Zhongzhe. However, he knew that he was the one who had suffered. During the clash, his body was burned by the fire flame's law and only managed to hold on thanks to the sacred sword-wielding queen's resistance to fire and the sea of vitality. The fire flame's law was only myth I at the most. Even if the fiery Sky-Ho's dreamland of fire doubled in power, it would still be below myth 2. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's dream-eating law was myth 3 and should have been able to defeat the fire flame's law. However, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt laws were vastly different from the heaven crimson fire's laws. The law that Lin Yuan just used was not a complete dream-eating law but the energy from a myth 3 dream-eating law. After some recuperation, Lin Yuan would be able to use the myth 3 dream-eating law to launch the same attack. The complete law produced by the heaven crimson fire was gone once it was used. The explosive power in a complete law could not be compared to the energy in a law. Lin Yuan finally discovered what level of damage the myth 3 laws on the sacred source-wielding queen's skirt could cause. One strike could generate the power of a suzerain/myth I Fei. Although it was weaker than Lin Yuan had expected, he was still very satisfied. After all, this power could be reused after a cooling-down period. He had made an assessment before he used the dream-eating law. The myth 3 laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt were the vicious poison law, icy flames law, and dream-eating law. Lin Yuan could use any of these laws to attack Zhongzhe. But once he used the energy from these laws, he would no longer be able to receive their respective resistances. If he used the icy flames law, Lin Yuan would immediately be burnt to a crisp. He also did not feel safe enough to use the vicious poison law because Zhongzhe's blue poison flame puppet had the ability to use fire poison. Although the blue poison flame puppet was now in a near-death state and had been stored away, Lin Yuan could not be certain that Zhongzhe did not have a way to heal the blue poison flame puppet's injuries and bring it back into the battle. It was also possible for Zhongzhe to have other Feis that could use fire poison that he had yet to summon. Thus, he had decided that the dream-eating law was the best choice. Zhongzhe closed his eyes and seemed to have entered a trance. The sacred source aura emanating from his body seemed to become more concentrated. However, this change in sacred source aura was like a blooming flower that needed time to unfurl its petals. Ming's expression hardened, and he immediately realized that Zhongzhe's sacred source lifeform was now transforming into its adolescent stage. For sacred source lifeforms to increase their stars, they only had to accumulate their specific required resources. But for sacred source lifeforms to transform and grow to the next development stage, they needed an opportunity. This opportunity was extremely rare and required the same fate that spirit chi professionals needed to comprehend willpower runes. If the opportunity was not seized for some reason, there was no telling when the next opportunity would appear. At that moment, Zhongzhe was experiencing one of those opportunities. If Lin Yuan attacked Zhongzhe now, Zhongzhe would not be able to defend himself, and Lin Yuan would become the champion of the martial arts stage with ease. Meanwhile, Zhongzhe would lose this precious opportunity. The 13 members of royalty set the rules of the martial stage, and they were insistent that the competition had to be fair. Could not be stopped just because something was happening to Zhongzhe. Thus, Ming was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Chef Supreme shot up from his seat. Zhongzhe's Heaven Crimson Fire had already reached 3 stars but had yet to transform to its adolescent stage because the right opportunity had not arisen. It had been stuck at this stage for more than a year. For someone like Zhongzhe, who was constantly climbing the mountain of ambition to become stronger, he could not afford to waste a year. Chef Supreme was about to yell for the fight to stop on Zhongzhe's behalf. He felt that the opportunity for the Heaven Crimson Fire to transform was much more important than the prize of the Sacred Source Lifeform and Order of Radiant Light. Lin Yuan took a few steps back until he reached the edge of the martial stage. Although he did not say anything, the intentions of his actions were clear. Lin Yuan was going to wait for Zhongzhe's Heaven Crimson Fire to finish transforming before continuing the fight. His decision made not only the other disciples but even the members of royalty look at him in a different light. The dreamland of fire continued to burn, and a pillar of light brighter than the raging flames shot out of Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan swung the sacred sword twice, and the sparks erupted out of the blade. After the Heaven Crimson Fire transformed to its adolescent stage, it would gain a second ability and Zhongzhe's power would be raised. If all he wanted was to win the prize, this was the best time for Lin Yuan to strike. If Zhongzhe were his enemy, Lin Yuan would have rushed up and launched a lethal attack without hesitation. But Zhongzhe was not his enemy but his opponent. Since Zhongzhe was Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang's junior disciple, he was linked to Lin Yuan in a way. Half a minute later, Zhongzhe opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, it was revealed that they had turned the same shade of crimson as the flame in his palm. This crimson was neither reminiscent of blood nor evil. Rather, it carried the charisma and might of the highest elite. Zhongzhe looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude and was about to raise his hand to Zhou Ming to indicate his surrender when he saw Lin Yuan step forward to his initial position. Zhongzhe, let's continue our fight. I believe that if I had been in your position, you wouldn't have attacked me either. Zhongzhe realized that Lin Yuan was right. But nonetheless, it had been him who had been in that vulnerable state. However, he was not a sentimental person and was the type to keep his feelings of gratitude to himself. He felt that a man should wait for the right time to return the favor. Zhongzhe looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Then, I shall go ahead and use the Heaven Crimson Fire's strongest attack." The flame in Zhongzhe's palm engulfed the entire martial stage. Mysterious flame runes appeared above the martial stage and combined together to form a door. The crimson door slowly started to open. While Zhongzhe was activating the Heaven Crimson Fire, Lin Yuan was not idle either. A red beam of elemental energy shot toward the fiery Sky Ho with a flick of his hands. The fiery Sky Ho, which had been focused on sustaining the dreamland of fire, entered a blissful and dazed state. The red beam started to rapidly drain the fiery Sky Ho's vitality and transferred it into Lin Yuan's vitality imprint. The Jasmine Lily's vitality drain would not immediately seriously affect the Diamond X/Fantasy V fiery Sky Ho. Lin Yuan was not aiming for the Jasmine Lily to inflict damage on the fiery Sky-Ho, but to use the Jasmine Lily's heel to gain control over the fiery Sky-Ho. The Jasmine Lily's ability to exert control would not put the target in a negative state, but rather leave the target in a blissful state. The target would feel as though all its burdens were melting away. As such, the target Fae would not be resistant to such an effect. When the red light landed on the fiery Sky-Ho's body, the dreamland of fire crumbled. The crowd remembered that strange match during the All-Star match. In spite of the disappearance of the dreamland of fire, the temperature on the martial stage had not fallen at all. Instead, the temperature was climbing. The high temperature was due to the Heaven Crimson fire. Even so, Lin Yuan had achieved his goal. He had aimed to destroy the dreamland of fire to prevent it from supporting the Heaven Crimson fire. Lin Yuan clutched the sacred sword and activated his strongest secret weapon, the Dark Death World's Night Crow Wither attack. Several angels in crimson armor and with wings of flames appeared through the crimson door. Lin Yuan sensed that the angels were formed from fire elements and were not actual Faes. The concentrated fire elements gathered together to imbue the angels with intelligence. When the 21st angel stepped through the crimson door, Zhongzhe trembled. He had used up every drop of spiritual power in his body. Zhongzhe issued an order, and the 21 flame angels raised their sabers and swords made of flames and charged toward Lin Yuan. While Zhongzhe was summoning the angels, Lin Yuan's side of the martial stage became shrouded in darkness. The darkness was not overwhelmed by the savage flames. Rather, it steadily consumed the territory that was engulfed by the flames. At that moment, Night-Leaning Moon coughed and said, "This is the power of darkness from a dark-type world." The expressions of the other members of royalty changed when they heard what Night-Leaning Moon said. It was clear that they had also sensed the change in Lin Yuan's power. Even Long Tu, the first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, and the top and veteran faction leaders were looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief. Even if he was the Moon Empress disciple, he should not have been able to harness the power of laws to such a level at his age. While the veteran and top faction leaders were staring in bewilderment, Night-Leaning Moon said, "Although it's the power of a dark-type world, it should only have the power of a suzerain/myth 3 Fae. It looks like the winner of the battle has been decided." Night-Leaning Moon's words made the veteran and top faction leaders break out in a sweat, and they thought to themselves, "Chief Guard Yi, this power of worlds is already extremely impressive in itself." Most of the veteran and top faction leaders had yet to reach the level of worlds. Lin Yuan was in complete control of the darkness as he deftly wielded his sword. A total of 28 night crows flew out of the sword and proceeded to fly around Lin Yuan. The crows occasionally landed on the sacred sword's blade, as though they were waiting for Lin Yuan's orders. Lin Yuan had gained substantial sword skills after using the muscle hyperthymesia grass to pick up combat skills and fighting strategies. He had not trained in the slightest, but he had become a master of every technique. A night crow collided against a flame angel with a wave of his sword and changed into a black wither imprint. The 21 flame angels fought valiantly, but Lin Yuan swung and hit all of them with clean accuracy. Lin Yuan raised the sacred sword and said softly, "Sword skill. Night crow wither attack." The 28 night crows returned to the blade before separating again like they were a blooming withered flower and collided against the 21 flame angels. 14 wither imprints appeared on each flame angel, and they started to wither into decaying flickers of flames. As the night crows continued to swarm, one of the flame angels had 56 wither imprints on it. This flame angel was now truly withering, and it dropped like a stone onto the Hades Etuditsorp floor. It continued to decay until not even a spark of fire was left. Soon, the rest of the flame angels also started to truly decay. Lin Yuan panted as he continued to hold onto the sacred sword. Besides the other 2 myth 3 laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, Lin Yuan had used every weapon in his arsenal. The night crows shimmered with dark mystic every time they collided against the flame angels. After defeating all 21 flame angels, the 28 night crows became translucent and flew around the powerless Zhongzhe, signaling that Lin Yuan had won. Just as Lin Yuan was about to signal to Zhuoming, someone in the crowd shouted his name. Soon after, people all over the area outside the Midnight Palace started shouting his name. Lin Yuan was stunned to hear the cacophony of voices calling his name. He turned his head and was met with the sight of sincere congratulations and amazement in the eyes of these cream of the crop disciples. When he saw how they were looking at him, Lin Yuan knew that he had won their acknowledgement with his own power. But instead of basking in these cheers, Lin Yuan turned to look toward the inner palace that was blocked by the radix crystal wall and smiled brightly. Although he could not see the Moon Empress, his smile was solely meant for her. The 100 flower brocade pearls had been Lin Yuan's proof of his growth, and this battle on the martial stage where Lin Yuan had demonstrated his full power was also his way of proving his fighting abilities to her. "Master, I won," murmured Lin Yuan. He knew that his actions could be seen as arrogant to the other members of royalty. However, all Lin Yuan wanted to do was to show his master, who had been protecting him all this time, how delighted he was. Lin Yuan lowered his head and looked at the sacred sword in his hand, and said under his breath, "Lin Yuan, you won." When Lin Yuan told himself that he won, a wistful expression appeared on his face. Back when he had been running the spirit lifeform store on his own in the Xia region, Lin Yuan struggled to even move an usnia. He had had to grit his teeth and push himself every time he buried energy ores with the usnia. A normal quality usnia that was not even a fey was not heavy. However, the usnia's roots were thick, and a big pot was required for the usnia to grow well. Combined with the soil, one pot of usnia weighed about 12.5 kilograms. It had been a huge struggle for Lin Yuan, who at the time did not even have spirit chi. Lin Yuan would need to pant and rest every time after lifting one usnia onto the shelf. That was how he would spend his days. At that time, Lin Yuan's dream and motivation had been to properly run his store and earn enough to keep food in his stomach and support Chu Ci through her education. Since she was his sister, Lin Yuan would overcome any obstacle in order to pay for her education. Although running the small store would not allow him to provide Chu Ci with strong fays, it would have been possible for him to save up to buy her a defense-type fey. But who would have thought that he would be standing amidst cheers and applause on the martial stage during the Gargi banquet as the winner 8 months later? Lin Yuan felt that his entire journey had been a miracle. Although luck had played a major role, Lin Yuan still wanted to go back to comfort his past self. In the past 8 months, Lin Yuan had not stopped to rest at all and spent all his free time in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone evolving phase. Regular people would not always be regular, and victors would not be satisfied with their achievements. Lin Yuan did not look down on himself. However, he felt that he could no longer describe himself as a regular person. But no matter what, he would remain the same person he always was. The last 8 months were just the beginning, a stepping stone that allowed him to gain more power and broaden his horizons. While Lin Yuan was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt someone grab his limbs and lift him up into the air. He looked down to see Lu Jie, Gao Feng, Long Tao, and Li Xian. Given all the combat skills and fighting abilities that he had gained, Lin Yuan only needed to roll over, and he would be able to land back on the ground safely. But instead of doing that, he smiled and enjoyed being celebrated by his friends. He felt his tightly wound nerves loosen and relax. Gu Lang did not immediately follow Lu Jie, Gao Feng, Long Tao, and Li Xian onto the stage, but he eventually made his way up as well. He walked over to Zhong Zhe and said calmly, "Your loss was inevitable. Even if you used the Heaven Crimson Fire at the beginning to release a sea of flames, you still wouldn't have won. If Lin Yuan had used his final move right at the start, you also wouldn't have been able to fight back because Senior Zhu Ming would have stepped in to protect you and declare you the loser." From the moment the fight ended, Zhong Zhe's eyes had been fixed on Lin Yuan. After he heard what Gu Lang said, Zhong Zhe replied, "He's better than me, but I'm thankful for him. Without him, my Heaven Crimson Fire would not have been able to grow to adolescence. If I had missed this opportunity, I don't know when the next one would appear." Gu Lang was stunned when he heard what Zhong Zhe said. After so many years of friendship, he knew that Zhong Zhe was stubborn from the inside out. He never expected someone as arrogant as Zhong Zhe to admit that someone was better than him. Because of this fight, the Heaven Crimson Fire had evolved to 4 stars and grew to its adolescent stage. Zhongzhe's power was about to skyrocket, and he would be able to use resources to further increase the Heaven Crimson Fire stars. During the fight, Zhongzhe had noticed that Lin Yuan started to become affected by the fire elemental energy, even with his strong resistance to fire after Zhongzhe summoned his sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan had relied on his unknown source of vitality to continuously heal his injuries. If the Heaven Crimson Fire stars had been higher, Lin Yuan's resistance to fire and waves of vitality would not have been so impactful. Just as Gu Lang was about to comfort Zhongzhe, he saw Zhongzhe marching over to Lin Yuan. Zhongzhe inserted himself amongst Lu Jie, Gao Feng, Long Tao, and Li Xian. Gu Lang could not help but be troubled by this scene. It was already extremely out of character of Zhongzhe to have taken the initiative to introduce himself to Lin Yuan. How were they already so close after one fight? Shang Yin sighed as she gazed at Lin Yuan being lifted into the air. No matter what Lin Yuan's background was, he now had an Order of Radiant Light and had the opportunity to become either a Radiance Envoy or Radiance Knight. In recent years, Shang Yin had been working hard to become a Radiance Knight. She knew that it was unrealistic for her to aim to become a Radiance Envoy with her purely healing-type abilities. Now that Lin Yuan had the Order of Radiant Light, she had another strong competitor. If Lin Yuan aimed to become a Radiance Envoy, someone would fall through the ranks and increase the competition for aspiring Radiance Knights. If Lin Yuan failed to become a Radiance Envoy, he would take up one of the spots to become a Radiant Knight. There were still 2 years to go before the selection for Radiance Envoys and Radiance Knights. It would be easy for Lin Yuan to clinch one of the Radiant Knight spots even if he did not increase in power at all in the next 2 years. As the pressure continued to weigh down on Shang Yin's back, Zhuang Qianhui said, "Sister Shang Yin, I've decided. Lin Yuan shall be my man from now on. I'll get my father to approach Lin Yuan for marriage the moment I return home." Shang Yin stared in shock at Zhuang Qianhui and said solemnly, "Qianhui, you can't just approach anyone for marriage. Where will your father even go to find Lin Yuan?" Shang Yin always knew that Zhuang Qianhui was spoiled. Not only was she used to being a princess, but she was also ditzy to boot. But was she really so silly? As such, Shang Yin wanted to test to see if Zhuang Qianhui had guessed Lin Yuan's identity. When Zhuang Qianhui heard what Shang Yin said, she immediately looked wary. "Sister Shang Yin, I know you like Lord Zhongzhe. Don't change your feelings so easily. Lin Yuan is mine. I don't know where my father can go to approach Lin Yuan for marriage, but big brother Li Xian looks close with Lin Yuan. He has to know where Lin Yuan lives. All I have to do is ask him." Shang Yin gently sighed. Zhuang Qianhui was the direct descendant of the top faction Spirit Jam Orchard, and had to have heard the news that the Moon Empress would be appearing at the Guard banquet. Apparently, Zhuang Qianhui was hung up on Lin Yuan because of Lin Yuan himself. The Guard banquet was going to begin soon. If Lin Yuan really was the Moon Empress disciple, he would be announcing his identity. After he announced his identity, Zhuang Qianhui's father would definitely not have the courage to go up to Leaning Moon Mountain to ask for Lin Yuan's hand in marriage no matter how babied Zhuang Qianhui was at home. It looked like Zhuang Qianhui's affections could only remain one-sided. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan smile and read his lips that had uttered, "Master, I won," she felt a surge of warmth flood her heart. The warmth rose so high within her that it caused tears to well up in her eyes. She quickly closed her eyes and spent the next minute trying to curb her surging emotions. The other 11 members of royalty were all surprised to see her doing this. Besides the incident from a decade ago, they had never seen her in such an emotional state before. The Moon Empress was always a cold person. Evidently, Lin Yuan held unimaginable weight in her heart. The other members of royalty who also had disciples did not find the Moon Empress' strange behavior shocking. If their disciples had won the martial arts stage, they would be equally as proud and happy. The Moon Empress opened her eyes after a minute. She remembered that the first time she had cried was when that old fogey had died. At that time, she had been determined to never cry a second time. She never expected that her resolve would be broken without her even noticing. As she watched Lin Yuan being lifted into the air, The Moon Empress could no longer hold back her smile as she turned to say to Mystic Moon, "Mystic Moon, that set of clothes is difficult to get into. Go and help him. Also, give this to him. Tell him to eat it to recover from his battle injuries." The Moon Empress handed a brocade box to Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon took the brocade box and made a sound of acknowledgement before turning to walk out of the palace. Mystic Moon had also wanted to go and see Lin Yuan. The moonbeam coronation costume without coronation patterns that the Moon Empress had prepared for Lin Yuan was really difficult to put on. After all, it came with 300 accessories. If Lin Yuan was left alone to figure out where to place the accessories, he would not even be done putting the moonbeam coronation costume on by the next day. Initially, Lin Yuan had felt fine as he was tossed up into the air by Lu Jie, Gao Feng, Long Tao, and Li Xin. However, Gao Feng was very strong. If Lin Yuan did not use his skills to keep himself balanced, he would have been quickly thrown to the ground by Gao Feng. Now that Zhong Zhe had joined in, Lin Yuan was shocked by how much stronger Zhong Zhe was than Gao Feng. Lin Yuan looked suspiciously at Zhong Zhe. Was he trying to get revenge after losing the martial arts stage? He felt like a rice cake that Gao Feng and Zhong Zhe were pounding. Lin Yuan reached his limit when his backside went numb. He hastily wrenched himself free and gracefully landed on the ground. After chatting with some people, Lin Yuan took his phone out of the diamond Fei storage box and saw that he had 2 missed calls from Mystic Moon. He hurriedly called Mystic Moon. When he learned why Mystic Moon was looking for him, Lin Yuan turned to Lu Jie and said, "We have to go to the Night Words Pavilion to change our clothes." Mystic Moon said that he was waiting at the Night Words Pavilion during the call. This was Lin Yuan's first time at the Midnight Palace, and he did not know where the Night Words Pavilion was. Lu Jie nodded and replied, "I'll ask Uncle Yu to take us there." Lin Yuan exchanged a few more words with some people in the crowd and arranged to meet them again during the Guardi banquet before he went with Lu Jie to see Yuzha. Everyone in the small group knew Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's identities. Although they were not certain what Lin Yuan meant by changing clothes, they knew that it definitely had something to do with the Guardi banquet. When Yuzha saw Lin Yuan and Lu Jie making a beeline for him, he immediately said, "Mystic Moon already called me. Let's go to the Night Words Pavilion." Yuzha turned to Lu Jie and said, "Young liege, the Guardi banquet will begin in an hour. Let me help you put on the night clear water coronation costume." Lu Jie was about to reject the offer when he suddenly remembered all the accessories inside the brocade box. He decided against putting on the night clear water coronation costume on his own and replied, "Sorry to inconvenience you, Uncle Yu." Lin Yuan spotted Mystic Moon from afar as they walked toward the Night Words Pavilion. Mystic Moon immediately walked up to greet Lin Yuan and said, "Young Lord, the Moon Empress wanted me to give this to you. She said that it'll heal your battle injuries." As the Moon Empress Moon Envoy, Mystic Moon was just as proud that Lin Yuan had won the martial arts stage. He gave the brocade box to Lin Yuan and congratulated him as he said, "Young Lord, congratulations on winning the martial arts stage." Mystic Moon was never present during the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan's question and answer sessions. He also did not know exactly what the Moon Empress had taught Lin Yuan. However, he had marveled more than once at the rate that Lin Yuan was improving. Lin Yuan received the brocade box with a smile and said, "Thank you, Uncle Mystic." He opened the brocade box and saw 1 brownish-black pill. From the moment he opened the box, a strong medicinal smell entered his nose. Lin Yuan immediately felt his entire body and soul being soothed when he breathed in the medicinal smell. Since Mystic Moon did not look inside the brocade box, he did not know what the Moon Empress had given to Lin Yuan. The moment he saw what was inside, Mystic Moon started to cough and splutter. The Moon Empress was showering buckets of love on the young lord as usual. Lin Yuan did lose a substantial amount of vitality during the martial stage component of the martial arts stage. However, that rigid vitality had clearly been one of Lin Yuan's secret weapons, and he seemed unaffected after using it. Yet the Moon Empress was willing to give 1 Moon Dew revival pill, which could heal shattered souls and bring back people from the brink of death, to Lin Yuan just so he could recover from his battle. This was too ridiculous. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress would always lather Lin Yuan with such outrageous affection. Yuzha gulped when he saw the Moon Dew Revival Pill. The Moon Dew Revival Pill was unique to the Moon Empress, and she was the only person in the world who had it. According to rumors, various creation breed plant type phase were used as spiritual ingredients and mixed with the sacred Cry Moon Beast's tears to create the Moon Dew Revival Pill. Although Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch were also Class 5 creation masters, they were unable to create the Moon Dew Revival Pill without the recipe and the sacred Cry Moon Beast's tears. Even Chief Guard Yi had to make a personal trip to the Radiant Moon Palace in order to obtain the Moon Dew Revival Pill. Yet now, the Moon Empress was casually giving it to Lin Yuan. This was too frivolous. While Yuzha was leading them to the Night Words Pavilion, he had already checked Lin Yuan's injuries for fear that he had sustained hidden injuries during the fight. But after thoroughly checking Lin Yuan's condition, Yuzha realized that Lin Yuan was still as healthy as an ox. He did not even have a scratch on him. It was clear that he had drunk his fill of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Although Lin Yuan did not know what this pill was, he used True to learn its effects. He could not bring himself to consume such a precious pill. After all, he did not have any injuries that needed to be healed by the pill. Lin Yuan anxiously said to Mystic Moon, "Uncle Mystic, let me set this pill aside for now. I still haven't finished eating the diamond smooth crystal thread jujube powder that Master gave me." Mystic Moon nodded and did not insist on Lin Yuan eating the Moon Dew Revival Pill because he saw no rush in eating it another day when Lin Yuan found it really necessary to do so. After Lin Yuan kept away the brocade box with the Moon Dew Revival Pill, he took out the box with the Moonbeam coronation costume. When he opened the box, he could not help but gasp in amazement at its beauty. Mystic Moon quickly took the box from Lin Yuan and said, "Young lord, take off the spirit chi clothes you're currently wearing. It'll be a rush to finish putting on the Moonbeam coronation costume in an hour." Lin Yuan hastily disrobed. He was in the presence of men and did not have anything to be ashamed about. Mystic Moon immediately started helping Lin Yuan put on the Moonbeam coronation costume, while Yuzha did the same for Lu Jie with the Night Clear Water coronation costume. Both the Moonbeam coronation costume and Night Clear Water coronation were equally challenging to put on. Thankfully, Mystic Moon and Yuzha were extremely familiar with how to put the coronation costumes on. While Mystic Moon was helping him to put on the Moonbeam coronation costume, Lin Yuan gently touched the plum flower patterns on his collar. He realized that the plum flower patterns were not embroidered but rather seemed to be part of the fabric itself. The plum flower petals even seemed to have the firmness of fresh flower petals. Lin Yuan could not help but be curious about how this was possible. Mystic Moon noticed Lin Yuan's actions and said with a smile, "Young lord, these flower petals come from a creation breed plum flower fae. Once the other accessories are attached, these plum flower patterns will no longer be as obvious as the radiant pearl sash will cover them up. These plum flower petals are just the foundation to embellish the beauty of the radiant pearls. Otherwise, these plum flower petals have no place on the Moonbeam coronation costume." As he listened to Mystic Moon talk about the Moonbeam coronation costume, Lin Yuan suddenly felt as though it became much heavier. He dared not imagine how much the Moonbeam coronation costume was worth. The flowers of petal-type phase were their most valuable feature, yet a creation breed petal-type phase petals were still unworthy of being on the Moonbeam coronation costume. This level of opulence was unimaginable. Lin Yuan finally understood why he had not been able to learn anything about the Moonbeam coronation costume from True Data. Morbius had not reached fantasy breed and could not check on creation breed phase. It was just like how Lin Yuan could check on the Moon Dew Revival Pill's effects but not what spiritual ingredients it was made of. However, Lin Yuan did not know what the radiant pearls were. He assumed that he still did not have the authority to interact with something like that. The veteran and top faction leaders were waiting for the Guard Yi banquet to begin officially. They were also silently listening to the conversation between the 13 members of royalty with rapt attention. The Spacetime Elder, who had been silent until now, said to the other 12 members of royalty, "Did you hear that the Azure envoys of the Azure Federation have decided who the 4th Azure envoy will be? Night Leaning Moon, the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and the Moon Empress frowned. Clearly, they had not heard the news. But since the news had come from the Spacetime Elder, the news could only be true. Both the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation were part of the three major factions and were connected by the Radiance Azure Waterway. The federations traded an immense amount of resources with each other. Hence, news about the fourth Azure envoy was truly important. The calm voice from the phone said, "Spacetime Elder, stop showing off. You went to the Azure Federation recently, so it's only natural that you know more about the happenings there than us." The Spacetime Elder replied hurriedly, and it was obvious that he greatly respected the man on the other end of the phone. 10 days ago, a young person from one of the Azure Federation's 12 Class 5 families awakened two beast patterns. One of the beast patterns is from a Class 5 family, while the other is from a Class 4 family. Apparently, this young girl used to be ill. The calm voice replied, "It's strange that the two beast patterns cohesively exist in her body without clashing with each other. There sure are more and more interesting young people." The news of the Class 6 dimensional rift will also be officially announced during the banquet later. The veteran and top faction leaders were immediately overcome with elation when they heard the calm voice over the phone. As the leaders of veteran and top factions, all they thought of was how to better expand their families and gain more resources. A family needed resources to sustain their martial force, operations, and expansion. Besides the veteran and top faction leaders whose juniors stood a chance of becoming a Radiance Envoy or Radiance Knight, the others merely regarded the news about the Azure Federation's fourth Azure Envoy as another piece of passing information. However, the news about the Class 6 dimensional rift made the hearts of the veteran and top faction leaders start to pound wildly. In Class 5 dimensional rifts, dimensional lifeforms would enter the main world through the rift and start to attack. Spirit Chi professionals could enter the dimensional rift after killing the dimensional lifeforms that had exited and search for resources within the dimensional rift, as well as source-type lifeforms and sacred source lifeforms in the dimensional hub. But in Class 6 dimensional rifts, the line between the main world and the dimensional world was blurred. After the opening of a Class 6 dimensional rift, there would not be as many dimensional lifeforms pouring out as compared to a Class 5 dimensional lifeform. However, the power of the dimensional lifeforms was not guaranteed. A Class 6 dimensional rift was connected to the entire dimensional world. Once a dimensional rift was opened, a dimensional membrane was created within the layers of the rift. Due to this dimensional layer, the lifeforms inside the dimensional world would not feel the draw of the dimensional rift or be able to see the dimensional rift. But one careless step into the dimensional rift and the lifeform would be sent to the main world. The lifeforms inside the dimensional world had varying powers. Some were as strong as Bronze Phase, while others were as strong as Creation Breed Phase. There had only been one Class 6 dimensional rift in the history of the Radiance Federation, and it had been connected to the Abyssal World. When that Class 6 dimensional rift had opened, two Class 10 lifeforms which were as powerful as Creation Breed Phase had happened to be fighting. Luckily, the Class 6 dimensional rift had opened in the remote and desolate Scorching Desert. The Scorching Desert was about 10,000 kilometers away from the nearest populated city, but the tremors from the fight between the two Class 10 lifeforms had been felt in the city. The fight had also seriously affected the shape of the Scorching Desert and caused the temperature to rise significantly. The center of the desert had been melted into flowing lava. It was only when the Spirit Guards and Chief Guard Yi had arrived to help that the Class 10 lifeforms were finally quelled. Chief Guard Yi had sent out 20 guard envoys to seal off the Class 6 dimensional rift while Chief Guard Yi personally ventured into the Abyssal World. She had killed all the lifeforms within a 1,000-kilometer radius of the dimensional rift inside the Abyssal World before ordering the 20 guard envoys to stand guard inside the dimensional rift to stop the lifeforms from spilling out to the main world. Risk always went hand in hand with benefits. Although unpredictable risks accompanied the Class 6 dimensional rift, the benefits that could be reaped far outweighed those risks. The dimensional world connected to the Class 6 dimensional rift was an enormous treasure trove. A dimensional world had much more resources than a dimensional rift. If resources could be mined from a dimensional world through a Class 6 dimensional rift, it would allow a faction to fill their pockets rapidly and push them up to another level. Due to the uniqueness of a Class 6 dimensional rift, their existence was like a second world that was connected to the Radiance Federation. Factions could be constructed within a Class 6 dimensional rift and expanded into the dimensional world. The factions in the main world could be connected to the factions in the dimensional rift to transport resources from the dimensional world to the main world. Naturally, sufficient power was required for this to be sustainable. Moreover, that Class 6 dimensional rift was an abyss dimensional rift, and abyssal lifeforms were not vegetarian. Since Class 6 abyss dimensional rifts were connected to the entire dimensional world, if they were also opened in other federations, experts from other federations would also be able to enter the abyssal world through those Class 6 dimensional rifts. Class 6 dimensional rifts were the chance for all the major federations to compete in the same playing field. The gears in the minds of the veteran and top faction leaders were all turning quickly. Did that member of royalty mean to say that the Class 6 abyss dimensional rift in the desert that had been sealed close to a decade ago was about to open? So that would be amazing news. At that moment, Zhuiming arrived inside the Midnight Palace and anxiously whispered a few words into Night Leaning Moon's ear while placing one hand behind her back. The chime of a clock once again reverberated throughout the Midnight Palace. Night Leaning Moon stood up and said, "It's time for the Guard-Yi banquet. Let's prepare ourselves for it." She circulated her spiritual power, and water-like spiritual power flowed into the Hades Ituditsorp floor of the Midnight Palace. At the same time, the aura of an everlasting lonely night rippled out of Night Leaning Moon's body. The leaders and young disciples of the veteran and top factions suddenly felt the floor under them change shape rapidly. The entire Midnight Palace seemed to be full of mechanisms as it split, spliced, and reshaped itself. Soon, the area outside and inside the Midnight Palace were combined together to form a large hall. The 13 seats of the members of royalty were now placed all around the hall, and each had a few chairs behind them. These new chairs were only slightly shorter than the 13 original chairs. The number of chairs behind each of the 13 seats was different, where some had many, while others only had a few, and there were even some of the original seats with no chairs behind them. It was clear that the number of the new seats was intentional. A few seats had also appeared in the center of the hall, and they were even shorter than the seats behind the 13 original seats. Every seat in the center of the hall had an empty space behind it that could fit 1 or 2 people. A large stage covered in complete law crystals appeared in the center of the stage. Balls of high-class strange fire, burning sun, sacred fire hung above the stage. The leaders and young disciples of veteran and top factions were momentarily stunned. The bamboo monarch marveled at the newly created hall and said, "Leaning Moon, your Class 5 spirit craftsman abilities are truly impressive. Every time I witness it, I have the urge to ask you to redo my Xiang Bamboo Pavilion." Night Leaning Moon shot the bamboo monarch a strange look and replied, "Are you looking to change the name of your house from the Purple Bamboo Pavilion to the Xiang Bamboo Pavilion?" The bamboo monarch coughed lightly and thought, given her emotional intelligence, it's no wonder that the Moon Empress didn't pick her to be a moon envoy. I'm clearly trying to curry favor with the beauty behind me. Can't Night Leaning Moon see that? He could not say those words out loud for fear of being attacked by Night Leaning Moon. The veteran and top faction leaders suddenly discovered that Chief Guard-Yi was a Class 5 spirit craftsman. There were many more Class 5 spirit craftsmen in the Radiance Federation than Class 5 creation masters. There were a similar number of Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters as Class 5 spirit craftsmen. Both groups had about 100 people. They had all sought out Class 5 spirit craftsmen for help to create items before. However, most Class 5 spirit craftsmen did not have Chief Guard-Yi's skill of fitting the entire Midnight Palace with mechanisms. Spirit craftsmen were just like creation masters in that there was no level beyond Class 5. But it was clear that Chief Guard-Yi's spirit craftsman powers were much higher than other Class 5 spirit craftsmen. The aura of an everlasting lonely night suddenly retracted back into Night Leaning Moon's body. At that moment, an image appeared on the backs of all the seats. The images were the 13 members of royalty's coronation patterns and the veteran and top factions' family crests. As the host of the Guard-Yi banquet, Night Leaning Moon flashed herself onto the stage and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, the Guard-Yi banquet is officially starting. Please take your seats." Night Leaning Moon flashed herself back into her seat. Cicada Song placed the phone in its rightful seat before flashing himself into his own seat. After the 13 members of royalty took their seats, The veteran and top faction leaders also took their rightful seats while the young disciples stood behind their elders. Zhong Zhe, Gu Lang, Li Chonglin, Zhang Yingying, Xiachan, and Wang Fuxiang sat behind the members of royalty. In a flurry of movement, everyone was in their seats. Cold Moon and Zhuaming stood behind the members of royalty like station guards. The veteran and top factions leaders and young disciples noticed that out of all the members of royalty, only the seats behind Chief Guard Yi and the Moon Empress were still empty. The only people absent were the winner of the martial stage Lu Jie and the winner of the martial arts stage Lin Yuan. Those who had guessed Lin Yuan's identity were now certain that they had been right, while those who had not known about Lin Yuan's identity were astonished. At that moment, four people walked out of the long corridor at the back of the hall. The veteran and top faction leaders were simultaneously dumbfounded. Even the members of royalty besides Chief Guard Yi and the Moon Empress were stunned. Their gazes swung between the two young men walking out of the long corridor and the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon. A voice in the center area of the hall exclaimed, "What? Why is Lin Yuan wearing a coronation costume?" Coronation costume. Before Gao Feng could finish speaking, he realized that he had misspoken. Gao Feng stole a glance at his father and saw him viciously glaring back at him. Gao Pei's glare made Gao Feng clear his throat in discomfort. However, he also noticed Gao Pei's lips curling upward and his expression lifting as though he was frozen in a smile. Gao Feng thought, "What's up with my father's weird expression?" Suddenly, Gao Feng felt himself being lifted up by a gentle wind of spiritual power. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing in front of a smiling man. The man was dressed in an elegant light green coronation costume that had faint cicada patterns on it. The cicada patterns intersected each other, forming an extremely sophisticated image. An unknown glittery silk thread threaded through the coronation costume to form two large trees with a few cicadas around them. The sight of these cicadas was enough to calm Gao Feng down, and he seemed to be able to hear the soft humming of cicadas. Wasn't this person Cicada Song, one of the three members of royalty who spent most of his time in the imperial court? Gao Feng jumped in fright. He had no clue why Cicada Song had picked him out of the crowd. Could my slip of tongue have angered Cicada Song? Is he going to punish me? Gao Feng remembered his father telling him that Cicada Song's smiley face made him seem approachable, but he was actually the most unapproachable member of royalty. Every member of royalty had their own role to play. For example, Chief Guard Yi was in charge of the spirit guards, while the Spacetime Elder was in charge of ostrich logistics. Every member of royalty held special authority and responsibilities. Cicada Song's role was to govern the city lords of the 36 cities, and he had the power to dismiss any of the 36 city lords. The veteran and top factions were all interacting within the 36 cities. Thus, none of them dared to cross Cicada Song. While Gao Feng was busy being nervous, Cicada Song softly said, "Young fellow, I know your name is Gao Feng. You don't have to be nervous." Cicada Song stood up and shouted over to Chief Guard Yi. "Chief Guard Yi, please prepare a seat for my disciple. Your disciples are all sitting. My disciple can't be left standing." Cicada Song's proclamation immediately stunned Gao Feng. Gao Feng instinctively stuck his fingers into his ears to clean them out in case he had misheard. However, he suddenly remembered how inappropriate it was for him to clean out his ears right in front of Cicada Song. Cicada Song reached out to adjust Gao Feng's collar and said, "What's wrong? Don't you want to be my disciple?" Gao Feng snapped out of his confused trance. He was not stupid and would never reject Cicada Song's public invitation to be his disciple. Nonetheless, Gao Feng did not understand which part of him was worthy enough for Cicada Song to want to accept him as a disciple. It could not be because of his father or even his grandfather. Gao Feng thought hard about this question and realized that it had to be because of his performance on the martial stage. This was the only possible explanation. The breeze hibiscus and spirit spring lily were definitely not enough to catch the attention of Cicada Song. Hence, it had to be because of the secret weapon that he had not even told his father about, the yellow spring lily. From the moment Gao Feng had seen the yellow spring lily, he decided to use the elemental shellfish and island whale to trade for it. Moreover, He had been delighted by the exclusive skill that the yellow spring lily had attained after evolving to fantasy breed. Gao Feng could not help but be grateful to Lin Yuan. Although he had used his own resources to trade for the yellow spring lily, if Lin Yuan had not produced the yellow spring lily in the first place, Gao Feng would not have been able to trade for it. Lin Yuan was the blessing that had given him the opportunity to change his life. While Gao Feng was thinking, he was still alert enough to hastily nod and say, I'm willing. Night-leaning Moon frowned when she heard what Cicada Song said and seemed annoyed. The Guardi banquet was meant for her and Xie to debut their disciples, so she felt that Cicada Song's sudden acceptance of Gao Feng as his disciple was stealing the thunder. Night-leaning Moon already knew that Cicada Song wanted to accept Gao Feng as his disciple, but she had assumed that he would contact the Gao family privately after the Guardi banquet. She never expected him to make such a public announcement. But regardless of her displeasure, she injected spiritual power into the floor, and the mechanisms behind Cicada Song's seat shifted to produce another chair. Cicada Song dragged Gao Feng over to the new chair before returning to his own seat. Although he had just accepted Gao Feng as his disciple, he was already acting in such a considerate manner. Iron Prison could not help but be envious of Cicada Song's acceptance of a disciple, but none of the disciples' performance on the martial stage had been noteworthy. The only young disciples who had had the chance to show off their fighting power were Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan. Besides Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe, and Lu Jie, Iron Prison was not interested in anyone else. Although Du Shua had put up a good fight with Lu Jie, Iron Prison was still not interested because he felt that Du Shua's phase were strong but unable to form a united system. Hence, there was nothing special about him. Gao Feng was still shaken up, but he was more excited than panicked. Thanks to Lu Jie, he had already counted himself lucky to have won second place in the martial stage. Now that he was Cicada Song's disciple, he was no longer just lucky. Gao Pei beamed brightly and held his head up high as he basked in the envious gazes all around him. The veteran and top faction leaders were already aware that Cicada Song wanted to accept Gao Feng as his disciple. After shooting jealous looks at Gao Feng, the other young disciples turned their attention to the two young men walking out of the long corridor. The sight of the young men's attire created shockwaves that could even be felt in the depths of one's soul. They were dressed in similar coronation costumes to what the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi were wearing. A moment later, they noticed that the two young men's coronation costumes did not have the coronation patterns. Although Lu Jie was wearing the coronation costume, he was still wearing the standard spirit guard mask. Nonetheless, Lu Jie and Lin Yuan's charisma dominated the room, and no one could look away from the handsome men clad in ostentatious coronation costumes. The veteran and top factions leaders and young disciples could not even begin to imagine how much the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi doted on their disciples for them to create exact replicas of their coronation costumes. Although the other members of royalty had accepted disciples, it was unheard of for members of royalty to create replicas of their coronation costumes for their disciples to wear. The two young men walking out of the long corridor looked majestic and distant at the same time. The Moon Empress and Night-leaning Moon circulated their spiritual power and dragged Lu Jie and Lin Yuan to them. The Moon Empress adjusted Lin Yuan's pearl sash and said, "I sewed this myself 2 months ago. It looks like a perfect fit. However, you're only 19 and will continue to grow. Once you're taller, I'll alter it for you." When Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress, he suddenly felt as though his thick yet light moonbeam coronation costume was unspeakably warm. A radiant smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he said, "Master, I'll do my best to grow taller." The Moon Empress suddenly felt that the mature Lin Yuan seemed rather childish at the moment. She savored this innocence and smiled warmly back at him. The crowd's jaws dropped when they saw the interaction between Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress. The moonbeam coronation costume that Lin Yuan was wearing was evidence of the Moon Empress' affection for him. However, none of them were expecting to see this warm side of the ever-cold Moon Empress. Everyone was waiting for the Guard Yi banquet to officially begin. There was one person confusedly standing behind an empty seat. This person was Zhang Kaiyuan. The Zhang family was one of the 3 largest veteran factions in Indigo Azure City and did not have the authority to attend the Guard Yi banquet. He was able to attend because his master Miao Qi had brought him along. He had wanted to tell Miao Qi about how Miao Zhua had gotten into trouble. But now, he realized that it was not just Miao Zhua whose Ming had chased out, but even Miao Qi was gone from the Guard Yi banquet. Zhang Kaiyuan had initially been happy that he had been able to join Lin Yuan's group. However, his brain was now consumed by one question. Where is Master? As the direct descendant of a veteran faction, Zhang Kaiyuan was no fool. Moreover, he had spent many years by Miao Qi's side and had received support and education from a top faction. As such, his horizons were broader than that of other disciples of veteran factions. He quickly assessed the situation and guessed that Miao Qi must have met with some trouble in the Midnight Palace. She could have offended someone higher up on the pecking order than her like Miao Zhua and had been chased out of the Midnight Palace. If she had left of her own accord, she would have informed Zhang Kaiyuan. However, Zhang Kaiyuan could not come up with a plausible scenario of what exactly Miao Qi could have done. The seats in the center of the hall were positioned close to each other. Zhang Kaiyuan was in Connected Beast Park seating area, and next to him was Four Beasts Territories seating area. If this was any other time, he would not have dared to ask the head of the Fong family from Four Beasts Territory for information. Zhang Kaiyuan might be in Connected Beast Park seating area, but he was acutely conscious of the fact that his surname was not Miao. But he remembered that he might be in the same friend group as the Moon Empress, Chief Guard Yi, the Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme's disciples and managed to muster up the courage to walk over to the head of the Fong family. He coughed and asked, Senior Fong, where is my master Miao Qi? Zhang Kaiyuan made sure to include the word master to emphasize his identity. Fong Zhan could not help but be curious when he saw the hesitant young man slowly walking over to him. Since Zhang Kaiyuan kept his body angled away from Fong Zhan, the latter could not see the Zhang family icon on Zhang Kaiyuan's collar. Additionally, the spirit chi clothes Zhang Kaiyuan was wearing did not look like the 100 Beasts New Sprouts attire that Miao Zhua had been wearing. Thus, Fong Zhan did not immediately recognize Zhang Kaiyuan. But when Fong Zhan heard Zhang Kaiyuan announce his identity, his gaze shifted. Fong Zhan had just heard from his grandson Fong He about the commotion that Miao Zhua had caused outside the Midnight Palace. This incident made Fan Zhan reevaluate his decision to collaborate with Connected Beast Park. He was also irked by Connected Beast Park because his grandson had almost been dragged into shouldering the blame and could have ended up being punished by Zhuo Ming as well. Thankfully, Chief Guard Ye's disciple had been gracious. Connected Beast Park Senior and Junior both liked to start trouble. Just as Fong Zhan was about to start berating Zhang Kaiyuan, Fong He bowed and whispered into his ear. Fong He's words made the way that he looked at Zhang Kaiyuan change, and his tone also became more polite. Your master Miao Qi had worn spirit chi clothes that bore similar designs to Lord Bamboo Monarch's coronation patterns. This is a form of disrespect to Lord Bamboo Monarch, and she was chased out of the Guard Yi banquet by Yu Zhe. Fong Zhan did not go into details because he knew that saying too much could lead to one's downfall. This matter concerned Lord Bamboo Monarch's personal life, and any flippant comment would be seen as an insult. After carefully studying Zhang Kaiyuan for a while, Fan Zhan could not see any impressive traits. If he was impressive in any way, he would have participated in the art stage, or martial arts stage. Fong Zhan could not see one reason why this disciple of a veteran faction had the right to be part of that special friend group. Zhang Kaiyuan was stupefied by Fong Zhan's words and felt the air around him grow cold. Not only had Miao Zhua offended the Moon Empress disciple and had been kicked out after having his soul injured by Chief Guard Ye's disciple, but even Miao Qi had disrespected Lord Bamboo Monarch because of the design of her spirit chi clothes. It was likely that Miao Qi's position in the Miao family would plunge after this incident. And when that happened, Zhang Kaiyuan would no longer be able to enjoy his current lifestyle. This thought made Zhang Kaiyuan's legs go numb, and his body started to sway unsteadily. At this moment, Fong Zhan said, I heard that you're connected to the members of royalty's disciples. You can ask them for mercy on your master's behalf. Old Miao must be despairing now, trying to come up with a way to express his apologies to the members of royalty. Zhang Kaiyuan froze, and his legs refilled with strength. Fong Zhan's words had given him new hope. He had been shocked when Lin Yuan called him over and did not understand why Lin Yuan was being so friendly with him. After joining the group, he had not dared to speak to the other disciples of royalty, and he was not naive enough to believe that his pleas of mercy would be effective. However, everyone had seen the way that Lin Yuan had treated Zheng Kaiyuan. Now, Lin Yuan had been publicly declared as the Moon Empress disciple. Zheng Kaiyuan could bank on Lin Yuan's status to save himself from punishment when he returned home. He might even be able to meet with his grandfather, who never wanted to meet with him, and climb to an even higher position in the Miao family. Even without Miao Qi, he would be able to thrive. Lin Yuan had even exchanged contact details with Zheng Kaiyuan, and he would be able to help the Miao family to get in contact with Lin Yuan. As he looked at the Miao family crest on the back of the chair in front of him, he felt wild ambition surge within him. His ambition surpassed his fear, and Zheng Kaiyuan planted himself down on the Miao family's seat. Lin Yuan noticed what Zheng Kaiyuan did and gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Zheng Kaiyuan sure is a great bait. Lin Yuan had been trying to come up with a way to lure Zheng Kaiyuan, but it seemed like he did not need to worry anymore. All Lin Yuan needed to do now was throw his net, and Zheng Kaiyuan would be the bait that lured the Miao family in. The Gargi banquet was in full swing, but Lin Yuan did not like such grand events. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on the complete law crystals lining the stage as he comforted the sacred sword-wielding queen in the depths of his soul. The law crystals on stage aren't ours. You can't absorb them. The sacred sword-wielding queen became disappointed. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't you already have many law source crystals? You haven't even finished absorbing those. If my memory serves, you prefer to absorb law source crystals over law crystals." The sacred sword-wielding queen said in a hurt voice, "Master, I eat law source crystals every day. Isn't it normal for me to want to have a change of taste? I'm afraid that at the rate I absorb the law source crystals, I'll soon run out and have to go hungry." Lin Yuan immediately knew that the sacred sword-wielding queen was feeling this way because there had been a period of time where it had nothing to eat. Now that it could eat law source crystals every day, it was wary that its supply would run out and wanted to stock up. Lin Yuan replied in amusement, "Don't worry. I might not be able to always promise the same amount of law source crystals, but you should have some every day. If you run out of law source crystals, you'll still have law crystals." Lin Yuan had confirmed the power of the sacred sword-wielding queen during the fight with Zhongzhe. Hence, he was definitely going to continue working hard at nurturing the sacred sword-wielding queen. He could use the laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt to increase his body's resistance and the law worlds to increase his power. He still had a fair number of law source crystals, and they should be enough to evolve another Myth 3 law into a law world. Amongst the 3 complete Myth 3 laws that Lin Yuan had, the Icy Flames law could increase his body's resistance to ice and fire, while the Vicious Poison law could increase his resistance to poison. The Dead Dream law could increase Lin Yuan's resistance to dark-type and spiritual-type elements. Although the Dead Dream law was a dark-type law, it attacked using dreams, which was considered a special spiritual attack. Lin Yuan had Genius and the Dark Death world. Hence, he did not need the Dead Dream law to increase his resistance to dark-type and spiritual-type elements. Thus, he would not be investing any law source crystals into evolving the Dead Dream law into the Dead Dream world. Lin Yuan hesitated between the Vicious Poison law and the Icy Flames law. The Icy Flames law had been extremely helpful during his fight with Zhongzhe. If he evolved the Icy Flames law to the Icy Flames world, Lin Yuan would no longer need to use the Jasmine Lily's vitality imprint in future fights with Zhongzhe. He would also become unaffected by the Fiery Sky Ho's Dreamland of Fire. By evolving the Vicious Poison law to Vicious Poison world, Lin Yuan's resistance to poison would be greatly improved, and he might even become immune to the attacks of Poison-type phase. Poison-type phase were not the only ones that could use Poison-type attacks, as many Plant-type phase also contained poison. Lin Yuan was about to head to the Divine Wood Federation. As such, it seemed more beneficial to evolve the Vicious Poison law to the Vicious Poison world. There were not many myth-breed Poison-type phase, but those that existed were even more powerful than other phase of the same grade. The Vicious Poison law that came from the Aquamarine Scale's Sky-Swallowing Python would provide another Poison-type sword skill. Since Lin Yuan had not summoned the phase that Black used, His identity as black had not been exposed. He had managed to completely separate his different fighting abilities. Lin Yuan felt that this distinction was advantageous. Lin Yuan's identity as black would allow him to continue training on Star Web. He was also going to participate in the Radiance 100 sequences selection as black. With the Order of Radiant Light, Lin Yuan had gained an advantage over others in the race to become a Radiance Envoy. It would not be too late for him to combine both his identities in the Radiance Envoy selection 2 years later. Suddenly, Mystic Moon's voice pulled Lin Yuan out of his thoughts. Young Lord, although the Guard-Yi banquet is already in full swing, there are still at least 2 hours to go before it ends. If you're bored, I have some snacks here you can munch on to pass the time. Mystic Moon waved his hand and produced 2 glass bottles with various diamond spirit fruits inside. The spirit fruits had been dried and stored in silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar inside the bottles. After absorbing the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, the spirit fruits looked like beautiful crystals that would pique anyone's appetite. However, Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, Uncle Mystic, I already ate my fill before the martial arts stage, so I'm not hungry yet. Perhaps it was due to his experience in his previous life, but Lin Yuan felt that it was strange to eat during such an event. Mystic Moon gave the bottles to Cold Moon instead, who created an ice needle to pick out the sweet fruits from inside the bottle and happily tucked in. Lin Yuan looked toward the center of the hall and saw that Night Leaning Moon had stepped onto the stage. The veteran and top faction leaders looked anxious and excited. Lin Yuan had a feeling that these veteran and top faction leaders knew what announcements were going to be made. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to already be excited. While Lin Yuan started guessing what the announcements could be about, Night Leaning Moon said, besides officially introducing Mai and the Moon Empress disciples and giving a chance for the younger generation to display their powers, this Guard-Yi banquet is being held because the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift in the Scorching Desert has been further secured and stabilized after much effort. It has now become a permanent tunnel that connects to the abyssal world. The veteran and top faction leaders became even more excited. Lin Yuan was slightly shocked by the news. He had only heard of Class 5 dimensional rifts before, and this was the first time that he was hearing of a Class 6 dimensional rift. The Moon Empress noticed Lin Yuan's confused expression and provided him with an explanation. Lin Yuan finally found out what the Class 6 dimensional rift was all about from her explanation. It turned out that once a Class 6 dimensional rift became a permanent door to the dimensional world, the main world could enter at any time to harvest resources from the dimensional world. This was great news for the main world. Lin Yuan felt that the opening of the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift was lucky because the water dimensional world was the most difficult to access out of the 5-dimensional worlds. Even if Spirit Chi professionals utilized special phase to breathe underwater, the effects were limited. The water world was an endless sea that had countless water world dimensional lifeforms swimming in it. Spirit Chi professionals were unable to venture too deeply into the water world. Once they ran out of oxygen, even the strongest Spirit Chi professionals would have to stay in the water world forever. The bodies of water world dimensional lifeforms were useless to Spirit Chi professionals. If the water world dimensional lifeforms were removed from the water world, they would become burdens to the Spirit Chi professional. The stench of rotting water world dimensional lifeforms was unbearable. The subterranean world was much stronger than the water world. It had a large amount of metal spiritual ingredients which could be used to create different items and nurture phase. As such, the metal spiritual ingredients were beneficial to Spirit Chi professionals. However, it was just as difficult to explore the subterranean world as it was to explore the water world. The subterranean world's environment was not friendly to Spirit Chi professionals. In order to explore the subterranean world, one needed a fae that could provide light. This seemed like a waste of skills to most people. There were also more dangers in the subterranean world than just subterranean dimensional lifeforms, as earthquakes and rock slides were also common. Once an earthquake or rock slide occurred, the exploring Spirit Chi professional would definitely lose their life. The abyssal and alien insect worlds were much less dangerous than the water and subterranean worlds. The abyssal world seemed more suitable for Spirit Chi professionals to venture into because their lifeforms were powerful but few in number. A spirit chi professional team might be able to launch an attack into the alien insect world, but the flood of alien insects would easily overwhelm the team. Strange flames could also be found in the abyssal world. Many lifestyle class spirit chi professionals required strange flames, and a large supply of strange flames from the abyssal world would be able to increase the power of lifestyle class spirit chi professionals in the main world. Although alien insects were also a rare resource that was comparable to strange flames, the flesh of alien insects was much less valuable than the flesh of abyssal dimensional lifeforms. Abyssal monsters could be separated to produce spiritual ingredients, but they were of little use to creation masters. Hence, abyssal monsters were the most expensive dimensional lifeform. However, Lin Yuan felt that the most suitable dimensional world for exploration was the rare marsh world. The marsh world had a similar environment to the main world. Although the marsh world had marsh in its name, less than 60% of the world was marshland, and the remaining 40% was land. The marsh world consisted of many small islands floating in a marsh. The life forms in the marsh world were amphibious, but there was a large amount of earth-type elements in the marsh. Spirit chi professionals would be able to use earth-type phase in the marsh world. The earth-type phase would be able to use the pure earth-type elements to combine the small islands into a large earth mass. Although the marsh world was damp, it was very suitable for nurturing damp and climbing-type phase, insect species phase, and plant-type phase. Despite most of the dimensional lifeforms in the marsh dimensional rift having similar value to water world dimensional lifeforms, some marsh dimensional lifeforms such as the Medusa had earth-shattering value. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Night-Leaning Moon said, "The Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift that opened in the Scorching Desert is now available to all veteran and top factions. However, all the factions will have to pool their resources in order to sustain the opening. Every faction that enters the abyssal world will have to provide 10 mid-grade strange flames per day." After Night-Leaning Moon finished speaking, Lin Yuan could clearly see the yearning bursting forth from the expressions of the veteran and top factions. Evidently, they all wanted to expand their factions into the abyssal world. Compared to the benefits of expanding into the abyssal world, 10 strange flames per day was nothing. Hence, the price for a month in the abyssal world was 300 strange flames. 300 strange flames may seem like a lot, but as long as a faction dispatched enough people, it should be easy to collect more than enough. Most of the major factions in the Radiance Federation had expanded to a respectable extent, and further expansion would result in them fighting over valuable resources with each other. The opening of the abyssal world was a chance for the factions to break into another area for expansion. The abyssal world was much larger than the abyssal world. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about whether to expand Sky City into the abyssal world, Genius said to Lin Yuan through their spiritual link, "Yuan, your phone has been ringing for 5 minutes in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. There have already been 8 calls. Is it an emergency?" Lin Yuan quickly summoned his phone from the Spirit Lock spatial zone and saw that the calls had all come from the Mother of Bloodbath. He did not want to answer a call at this time, but since it came from the Mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan had a bad feeling about it. The Mother of Bloodbath knew that he was attending the Guard Yi banquet with Lu Jie and would not call him over a trivial matter. Moreover, this was when Endless Summer could evolve to Creation Breed. Lin Yuan anxiously picked up the call. It was a severe matter for Myth Breed phase to undergo the trial of world creation to evolve to Creation Breed. He picked up the call and heard the ever-calm Mother of Bloodbath sobbing on the other end. Lin Yuan, Sister Summer, is in the remote area 3,000 kilometers away from the royal capital to prepare to undergo the trial of world creation. Although she used pure law power to evolve the Enlightenment law, it's much harder to evolve than other laws. When the first trial descended, Sister Summer was seriously injured. "I'm afraid that she won't be able to handle the next 2 trials. Lin Yuan clenched his fist tightly as distress flooded him, and he thought, "I can't believe I guessed right." Lin Yuan had seen several Myth Breed Fays undergo world cleansing, and each time, the Fae had almost stepped through death's door. The dangers of the world cleansing could not hold a candle to that of the trial of world creation. The world cleansing was like inching by death's door, while the trial of world creation was like barging through hell. The dangers and difficulty of the trial of world creation were the reasons why there were so few Creation Breed Fays. Many pinnacle Emperor-class experts had spent over 10 years building their power to enable their Fays to undergo the trial of world creation. However, they were still unwilling to send their Fays to undergo the trial of world creation for fear of the dangers. Not every Emperor-class expert could handle the possible loss of their Fae after the failure of the trial of world creation. If the Emperor-class experts were adamant on their Faes evolving to creation breed, they would spend a large sum to seek help from a Thearch-class expert with creation breed Faes. Even with the help of a Thearch-class expert, there was no guarantee that the Fae would be able to safely overcome the trial of world creation. There would always be Faes that failed to overcome the trial of world creation. The journey of evolution was like a pyramid. The Faes on the lower levels would have to put their lives on the line in order to climb up to the peak. The law of nature maintained a constant number of living creatures. This balance could only be the result of a cycle of birth and death. The Moon Empress had explained creation breeds and the trial of world creation in detail to Lin Yuan in a previous question and answer session. The world cleansing was the first test that a Fae had to overcome. The Fae that was able to sustain the world cleansing would gain a deeper understanding of its own law. The world grace would significantly improve a Fae's law. The trial of world creation used the power of world cleaving to splice the complete law in a pinnacle myth 3 Fae. After 3 trials of splicing, the broken laws would become strangely connected to form a law world. Thus, the first obstacle of the trial of world creation was the pain of law splicing. Although this pain would lead to a new lease of life, law power was the foundation of myth breed Faes. Additionally, there were 2 other trials that the Fae would have to undergo while sustaining the pain of law splicing. Even for gifted Faes, it was extremely difficult to handle. After the 3 trials in the trial of world creation, the creation world ley line would descend. When the creation world ley line was fused with the law world, all the injuries sustained during the trial of world creation would be healed. The Mother of Bloodbath's call put Lin Yuan in a tough spot. If it was an issue with resources such as a lack of law crystals with pure law power, Lin Yuan would be able to supply them easily. Even if Lin Yuan had trouble supplying the resources, he would find a way to solve the shortage. Unfortunately, this issue concerned the trial of world creation, and he would only be able to help Endless Summer safely overcome the trial of world creation if he had enough power. Hence, he had no choice but to ask the Moon Empress for help. Although Lin Yuan had always relied on his own hard work to improve himself, this determination was not as important as Endless Summer's life. Lin Yuan quickly tried to comfort the Mother of Bloodbath. "Don't get yourself too worked up. I gave you some of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles. Do you still have them?" The Mother of Bloodbath sobbed and replied, "I have them. I've been keeping them in a diamond Fae storage box." It took the 3 tentacles out of the red crystal cluster earring diamond Fae storage box. Lin Yuan sighed in relief when he heard that the Mother of Bloodbath still had the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles. According to the Mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer was in a remote area 3,000 kilometers outside of the royal capital. Without the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, he would not know where to find the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer even with the Moon Empress's help. There was a half-an-hour interval in between each splice in the trial of world creation, and 8 minutes had already passed since the Mother of Bloodbath had called Lin Yuan. This meant that there were still 22 minutes to go before the next splice, which was enough time for Lin Yuan to use the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to make several return trips. Endless Summer must have sensed that it had broken through a barrier while using law crystals to temper the Enlightenment law and dragged the Mother of Bloodbath to a remote area in a fit of delight to undergo the trial of world creation. Lin Yuan had been greatly looking forward to Endless Summer evolving to creation breed. Endless Summer had used a large number of law crystals and became anxious when it could not break through. Lin Yuan sighed. Endless Summer was so carelessly taking on the trial of world creation because of all the pressure he had put on it. While he was thinking, Lin Yuan said to the Mother of Bloodbath, "Good job holding on to the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles. I'll find a way to come over to help you now." He thought about how the Mother of Bloodbath was wailing and went on to say, "I'm with Master." He had added the last line in an attempt to put the Mother of Bloodbath at ease. After hearing what Lin Yuan said, the Mother of Bloodbath's choking sobs seemed to quell. If Lin Yuan can seek help from the Moon Empress, Sister Summer will definitely be able to safely overcome the trial of world creation. Even though the mother of Bloodbath's fright had decreased, it still could not relax. When Endless Summer had sustained the first blow from the trial of world creation, the mother of Bloodbath had tried to help take some of the damage. Although the mother of Bloodbath had only helped to take a small portion of the damage, it had sustained a serious internal injury. The mother of Bloodbath felt as though its internal organs were tangled with each other, and it was extremely excruciating. The pain was so severe that the mother of Bloodbath could no longer maintain its human form. The mother of Bloodbath fought through the pain and looked at Endless Summer's pained expression after almost being split in two from the first splice. Although Endless Summer had also sustained a serious injury, it remained conscious. At that moment, Endless Summer felt unspeakable regret. Endless Summer had been caught up in its desire to evolve to creation breed. It felt that it had not been of much help to Lin Yuan ever since it became Lin Yuan's protector. Rather, it had been Lin Yuan who had been continuously helping it. Since it was part of Sky City's main fighting power, it had learned through the various confrontations with the Zheng family and connected Beast Park that it would be extremely beneficial to Sky City if it evolved to creation breed. Once it evolved to creation breed and gained Thear-class powers, Sky City would have the martial force to compete with top factions. Despite already anticipating a major struggle, Endless Summer had never seen other Fays experience the trial of world creation. It did not expect its anticipations and reality to be so far apart. The part that made Endless Summer feel the worst was that its carelessness had affected the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath had been stained by the aura of the trial of world creation when it had taken on some of the damage from the first blow of the trial of world creation. Although the mother of Bloodbath had already escaped as far from the trial of world creation as possible, it would continue to be attacked by the trial of world creation due to the aura of the trial of world creation. It was only Suzerain/Myth 2 now, and there was no way that it would be able to handle the attacks from the trial of world creation. The trial of world creation cloud was preparing to launch its second strike, and Endless Summer was filled with sorrow. Endless Summer had used almost all its strength to prevent the spliced Enlightenment Law from being dispersed and did not have the strength to manipulate the Enlightenment Law to defend against the second attack or use the power of the second attack to temper the spliced Enlightenment Law in order to connect the pieces. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath flew up to Endless Summer and shouted, "Sister Summer, Lin Yuan is with the Moon Empress. He'll be here to help soon. You should collect the Enlightenment Law for now so that it won't be dispersed. There are still 20 minutes before the trial of world creation's second attack. That's enough time for Lin Yuan to arrive using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles." Before Endless Summer could let out a sigh of relief, something changed. Black and brown energy with the energy of lightning shot out of the ground and hit the trial of world creation cloud in the sky. A brown and black furry worm tunneled out of the ground. Even with only half its body out of the ground, it was already 30 meters tall when it straightened its body. It was truly an enormous Fae. When the black and brown energy struck the trial of world creation cloud, it was like water that had fallen into a pot of oil. The trial of world creation cloud immediately started to thrash wildly. The second attack that should only arrive in 20 minutes was rapidly winding up. Streaks of red lightning flashed within the cloud, and it seemed that the trial of world creation's second attack would be launching in less than 5 minutes. The abrupt development made the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer's hearts plunge. They sensed that this brown and black furry worm had reached Suzerain/Myth 3. Although it had not reached the pinnacle, it was close to that level. The sight of the Myth 3 insect species Fae made the mother of Bloodbath's expression change drastically from hope to devastation. The mother of Bloodbath's devastation did not come from the brown and black worm's grade, but because it was the notorious kill food worm. The kill food worm was very gifted and could consume almost any law crystal. Despite only being able to consume a small amount of law energy with different roots, any consumption was considered impressive. Usually, it was rare for a Fae experiencing the trial of world creation in a remote area to be attacked by other Faes. The only Faes that would possibly attack were Faes that had comprehended the same type of laws. It was extremely stupid to pick a fight with a myth breed Fae for no reason. Fays focused all their energy whenever they were trying to overcome the world cleansing or trial of world creation. If the Fae committed suicide instead of overcoming the world cleansing or trial of world creation, it would pull other Fays in the vicinity into its suicidal attack. However, the kill food worm was different from other myth breed Fays. The kill food worm was unintelligent, and some spent their entire lives only eating and fighting. As an insect species Fae, the kill food worm could not take human form even when it reached myth 3. The biggest reason was that it was still the kill food sky butterfly's larva even when it reached suzerain/myth 3. After the kill food worm absorbed enough law crystals and reached pinnacle suzerain/myth 3, it would spit out silk to build a cocoon to wrap itself inside. After the kill food worm finished transforming inside the larva, it would immediately undergo the trial of world creation. Amongst all the Fays in the world, only a few with elite bloodlines would definitely be able to overcome the trial of world creation without any dangers. One of those Fays was the kill food sky butterfly that could flawlessly sustain the 3 attacks of the trial of world creation. The sturdy kill food sky butterfly's cocoon would split open when its law evolved to the law world. The creation breed kill food sky butterfly would break out of its cocoon and fly up into the sky. The mother of Bloodbath could not figure out why a Fae as rare as the kill food worm would appear at such a deserted area. It was just like encountering a whale in a pit of manure. The kill food worm did not give the mother of Bloodbath any time to react before it continued attacking the trial of world creation cloud. The terrifying kill food worm greedily eyed the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer as though it had decided to make them into its snacks. The mother of Bloodbath knew that Endless Summer needed to invest all its energy into gathering the spliced Enlightenment Law, so it was the only one that could defend against the kill food worm's attacks now. Otherwise, the trial of world creation cloud's second attack would arrive sooner than they expected. The mother of Bloodbath's true form was the size of a small mountain, and it lunged toward the kill food worm as it activated Eyes of Sunluo, Execution Sting, and 8-Direction Blood. The Eyes of Sunluo helped the mother of Bloodbath to anticipate the kill food worm's movements and dodge the imminent attacks. The mother of Bloodbath's 8 legs dived down toward the kill food worm. At that moment, the brown law power in the kill food worm throbbed around its body and prevented the mother of Bloodbath from piercing its body. Instead, the mother of Bloodbath used the chance to inject its own blood chi into the kill food worm's body and used blood control to temporarily control the kill food worm's movements. This led to the kill food worm's attack missing. In this moment of peril, the mother of Bloodbath immediately activated the external blood bone, and 3 red water blood snakes emerged from the mother of Bloodbath's red shadow. The red water blood snakes collided against the kill food worm. Since the red water blood snakes had fused with the mother of Bloodbath's fallen fangs, they were the mother of Bloodbath's strongest attack weapons. However, the 3 red water blood snakes' attacks only left 3 bottle-capsized holes in the kill food worm's body. This was an insignificant injury to the enormous kill food worm. The mother of Bloodbath watched as the 3 holes in the kill food worm healed, and it hurriedly seized the opportunity to inject its blood chi through the healing holes into the kill food worm's body. It circulated the power of its blood law and used blood control to temporarily control the kill food worm again. The mother of Bloodbath manipulated the kill food worm to release its stored energy into the ground underneath it, because the mother of Bloodbath knew that over 30 meters of the kill food worm's body were still underground. This attack was meant to use the kill food worm's own energy to attack itself. While blood control was in effect, the mother of Bloodbath jumped out of the way. The kill food worm howled in pain, and a large patch of earth became brown mud that emanated a strange stench. The mother of Bloodbath knew that the mud was a result of the kill food worm's blood oozing out of its body and mixing with the earth. Now, the kill food worm was livid, and it tunneled fully out of the ground. It coiled its body and was about to shoot toward the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer when an old woman riding on a huge avian-type fae appeared in the sky. She angrily yelled, "Dominate Sky Snake Dove! Stop the kill food worm!" The large avian-type fae whipped its tail, and a huge snakehead emerged from the long feathers. The snakehead opened its mouth and shot out multiple chains. The chains locked up the kill food worm. No matter how much the kill food worm struggled, it could not break free from the chains. The The silver-haired old woman arrived next to the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer in the blink of an eye. She studied them for a moment before pursing her lips and saying, "I came to capture the kill food worm that had escaped from Insect Valley Cage. Who would have thought that I would run into this pleasant surprise? I can't believe there are two uncontracted myth-breed fays here." The silver-haired old woman's words made the mother of Bloodbath's expression turn grim. It had assumed that the old woman had come to save it and Endless Summer. It did not expect the kill food worm to belong to the old woman. Nonetheless, the old woman's methods had shocked the mother of Bloodbath. Usually, when the mother of Bloodbath activated the 3 red water blood snakes using external bloodbone, they would be able to fight for an extended period against 3 fays of the same grade. But due to the kill food worm's elite bloodline, the mother of Bloodbath had only managed to make 3 small holes in the kill food worm's body. However, this old woman had controlled the kill food worm with one move. Obviously, the old woman was a Thearch-class expert. The mother of Bloodbath did not want to start trouble because any new development could cause the trial of world creation's attacks to descend prematurely. As such, it could only pray that Lin Yuan would arrive in the next 5 minutes. From the old woman's calculative gaze, the mother of Bloodbath did not think that it was likely that she would be willing to help Endless Summer overcome the trial of world creation. The mother of Bloodbath also regretted immediately fusing the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet that the Moon Empress had given it with its blood law. Otherwise, it would now be able to use the power of combining the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet and its blood law to help Endless Summer safely overcome the trial of world creation. However, the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet was now fully fused with the blood law, and it would not be able to use the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet even if it sacrificed its life. The silver-haired old woman pointed 2 fingers at the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer and said, "The both of you should know who I am. Now I'm going to give you a precious opportunity. Join my cage of Brahma insects, and I'll help that tree transform into creation breed." Neither the mother of Bloodbath nor Endless Summer knew who this old woman was. They had been by Lin Yuan's side from the moment they left the Endless Forest and had not met many other experts. However, they had heard of the Cage of Brahma Insects. The Cage of Brahma Insects was one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation, along with Rhine Lifeform and Whale Ocean Commerce. These 3 factions securely held the top 3 positions for many years. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer did not expect the old woman to be from Cage of Brahma Insects. However, they declined her proposition without hesitation. Lin Yuan had saved their lives, and they would never betray Lin Yuan even if it killed them. The silver-haired old woman did not expect these 2 myth-breed fays in such a dangerous situation to reject her proposition. Her expression hardened, and she sneered coldly. "If you don't join Cage of Brahma Insects, I won't mind becoming a villain." At that moment, the space beside the mother of Bloodbath rippled, and the silhouette of a young man stepped out of the spatial fluctuation. The young man casually asked the old woman, "Villain? What kind of villain do you want to become?" The silver-haired old woman instinctively answered, "I don't want to start any trouble. I can just wait for them to die from the trial of world creation to collect their law crystals." While she spoke, the old woman's eyes widened as she noticed that the young man's clothes seemed familiar. Realization dawned on her. "Isn't this the Moon Empress Moonbeam coronation costume?" The old woman had interacted with the Moon Empress several times before, and had even been to Leaning Moon Mountain once to seek the Moon Empress' help in nurturing phase. She had been to the Radiant Moon Palace multiple times to beg for the law crystals that the Dominate Sky Snake Dove needed to evolve to creation breed. Although she had spent a large amount of rare spiritual ingredients and law crystals, the old woman was still extremely grateful to the Moon Empress. The Dominate Sky Snake Dove Snakehead had been injured in the world cleansing during its evolution from Myth 2 to Myth 3, which prevented it from using body weaponization. However, the Moon Empress had healed this injury on top of helping the Dominate Sky Snake Dove to evolve to creation breed. But why was this young man wearing the Moon Empress coronation costume? At the old woman's level, she had seen more of the world than most people. The quality of Lin Yuan's Moonbeam coronation costume told her that it was not a cheap knockoff because only the Moon Empress possessed most of the spiritual materials on the Moonbeam coronation costume. The old woman did not believe that someone would be brave enough to secretly recreate the moonbeam coronation costume because it was grievously disrespectful to the Moon Empress. She carefully studied the moonbeam coronation costume that Lin Yuan was wearing and noticed that it did not have the moonbeam coronation patterns. This indicated that this was not the moonbeam coronation costume. However, this realization did not set the old woman at ease. Rather, it made her more nervous because she was certain that this young man was somehow connected to the Moon Empress. This thought made the old woman break out in a cold sweat. Lin Yuan stepped out of the spatial fluctuation and hurriedly took out a gold toad-shaped bag. The gold toad-shaped bag looked like a small living gold toad. This was the precious weapon made out of the jeweled cave golden toad's skin and stomach that had been Chef Supreme's greeting gift to Lin Yuan. The golden toad opened its mouth, and an amiable-faced man appeared in the spatial fluctuation in front of Lin Yuan. The old woman immediately bowed deeply to this man. "Greetings, Lord Mystic Moon." The silver-haired old woman had bowed so low and was dripping with sweat that a few drops of sweat splattered onto the dry ground. Mystic Moon did not bother with this bowed old woman even though her enormous creation breed dominate sky snake dove was flying just overhead them. He glanced at the trial of world creation cloud and said to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, the interior of your precious weapon sure is comfortable. Please leave the issue of the trial of world creation to me." Lin Yuan was looking at the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, who were in sorry states, and said to Mystic Moon, "Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Mystic." The mother of Bloodbath was still in its true form. Many parts of its body had been pierced, and it looked pathetic at the moment. Although the mother of Bloodbath had strong recovery abilities and the puncture wounds were already starting to heal, the mother of Bloodbath was still covered in blood. After seeing the mother of Bloodbath's injuries, Lin Yuan looked toward the 30-meter-long worm. He was sure that the mother of Bloodbath's injuries had been a result of this worm's sharp fur. Endless Summer's injuries were much more severe as it had almost been split in half by the trial of world creation's attack. If Endless Summer had not moved its double tree cores, they might have been reduced to ashes by the trial of world creation's attack. The sacred sword-wielding queen's sensing allowed Lin Yuan to learn that pieces of the Enlightenment law were floating around Endless Summer. Lin Yuan anxiously thought, "Luckily I arrived in time, or else Endless Summer would be in big trouble." The trial of world creation's first attack had already been enough to basically split Endless Summer's body in two. It would be impossible for Endless Summer to safely overcome the trial of world creation's second attack with such injuries. When the silver-haired old woman heard Mystic Moon address Lin Yuan as "Young Lord," she immediately knew who Lin Yuan was. The Moon Empress did not have any offspring. Hence, the only person in the Radiant Moon Palace who had the right to be called Young Lord by Mystic Moon was the Moon Empress disciple. However, the Guard-Yi banquet was taking place right at this time. The Moon Empress disciple should be attending the Guard-Yi banquet now. So why was he in this remote area 3,000 kilometers outside of the royal capital? The silver-haired old woman did not believe that Lin Yuan would be here for a casual stroll. Clearly, he had brought Mystic Moon here to help the tree overcome the trial of world creation. Unexpectedly, she had accidentally allowed the kill food worm to escape and caused the trial of world creation to speed up. She had recklessly provoked the Moon Empress disciple. The old woman's head hung even lower as guilt and fear pressed down on her. Unlike other top factions, Cage of Brahma Insects had become a top faction over a century ago. Still, with more knowledge also came more fear, and the old woman's fear of the Moon Empress shook her to the bone. Moreover, the Moon Empress had helped the old woman before. Yet, the old woman had caused trouble for the Moon Empress disciple. She was basically biting the hand that had fed her. Compared to guilt, the silver-haired old woman felt much more terror. In spite of Mystic Moon's amiable and gentle appearance, he was extremely merciless when it came to the members of the major factions. She could not bear to imagine what consequences awaited her after this trial of world creation was over. The mother of Bloodbath forced itself to transform into a human and ferociously glared at the old woman. A look of defeat crossed the mother of Bloodbath's face. Although it was Lin Yuan's path protector, Lin Yuan always protected it during the key moments. As she looked at Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath could not help but feel a wave of warmth soothe its heart. It was as though no problem in the world could not be solved with Lin Yuan around. When Endless Summer saw Lin Yuan rushing over with Mystic Moon, all its worries melted away. With renewed focus, it went back to gathering the broken Enlightenment Law. With Mystic Moon around, it could just do its best to gather the Enlightenment Law and await the next 2 trials of the trial of world creation. Endless Summer sighed to itself. Lin Yuan has now granted me 2 opportunities to save myself. I'll never be able to repay Lin Yuan even if I give up my life. All I can do is spend the rest of my life fulfilling my duty of protecting Lin Yuan and Sky City. At that moment, the chained-up kill food worm struggled wildly and let out a cry. It continuously spewed brown and black energy at the chains around its body. But despite its best efforts, the kill food worm could not get free of its binds. Instead, it had ended up injuring itself further. The kill food worm's cry made the old woman want to scream vulgarities. She was already trying to make her presence less noticeable. Yet, this kill food worm was out to incur the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace and Mystic Moon's ire again. The silver-haired old woman felt that the kill food worm she had valued so much was now her bad luck charm. The kill food worm could not be contracted before it evolved to the kill food sky butterfly. Moreover, the kill food sky butterfly was a butterfly species fae that continuously tried to become more beautiful. It would only submit to a butterfly species fae that its genetic model deemed to be beautiful enough. The kill food sky butterfly would then service that beautiful fae for the rest of its life. The silver-haired old woman had put so much effort into nurturing the kill food worm because Cage of Brahma insects had once nurtured a blue flash butterfly that mutated into the purple light goddess butterfly. The blue light goddess butterfly was one of the most beautiful butterfly species faes. Amongst butterfly species faes, the purple ones were considered more elite than the blue ones. The purple light goddess butterfly would even earn the protection and adoration of the blue light goddess butterfly. The old woman felt that this purple light goddess butterfly would be able to gain the acknowledgement of the kill food sky butterfly. However, the mutated purple light goddess butterfly could not compete with the genetically improved blue flash purple butterfly. This was the difference between nature and nurture. It was rumored that the blue flash purple butterfly would evolve into the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, which had the ability to win over the entire butterfly colony. Even the 3 most elite bloodlines of the butterfly species fae would succumb to the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. However, the old woman did not know if this rumor was true. As the kill food worm continued to struggle violently, the silver-haired old woman made a decision. She felt that this was the only way to earn the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace's forgiveness. The old woman had noticed how this young man in the moonbeam coronation costume had the authority to order Mystic Moon around. She shook her hand, and a tree core that emanated strong plant energy appeared in her hand. The silver-haired old woman timidly padded over to Lin Yuan with her head lowered and presented the tree core to him with both hands. "Lord, this is the tree core from the creation breed sky covering weeping willow. If this little tree, Lord Tree uses this tree core, it might be able to transform further after evolving to creation breed." The silver-haired old woman had lived long enough and was also a Thearch class expert. Hence, she knew how to handle most situations. She had not done anything to the tree or spider yet, so there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Giving up the sky-covering weeping willow made the old woman feel like she was being stabbed. But if it would save her from being blamed by the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace for provoking him before she fully understood the situation, sacrificing this sky-covering weeping willow would be worth it. She might even be able to use the opportunity to curry favor with the young lord. The old woman did not put all her eggs into the basket of this sky-covering weeping willow. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes at the old woman. She had kept her head lowered, but Thearch class experts had strong perceptions. As such, she did not miss Lin Yuan's eyes on her, and her chest throbbed. Mystic Moon had been waiting for the trial of world creation's second attack to help Endless Summer over it. However, it was not such a simple matter. Although it was possible to do so, Endless Summer would not be able to use the trial of world creation's attack to temper the spliced Enlightenment Law. Mystic Moon needed to receive the trial of world creation's second attack and split it into hundreds of smaller attacks that could refine the Enlightenment Law one by one. The Trial of World Creation Cloud would be launching the second attack in less than a minute. Bright silver patterns appeared all over Mystic Moon's exposed skin, and a wave of power that seemed powerful enough to attack the Trial of World Creation Cloud radiated from him. An unspeakable might was intermixed with this wave of power. This might was similar to that of Dragon Species phase, but much stronger than the might that Lin Yuan had experienced from main Dragon Species phase. In fact, they were leagues apart. The aura emanating from Mystic Moon made the dominate sky snake dove anxiously transform into its human form, and it landed on the ground in a prone position. Even the thrashing kill food worm dared not move. However, it was not as submissive as the dominate sky snake dove as it stole glances at Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon saw the sky covering Weeping Willow's tree core and said to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, this sky covering Weeping Willow's tree core will be of great help to Endless Summer." Endless Summer was lucky enough to fuse with a life-form sacrificial fire and grow a new tree core. The new tree core formed a special cycle with its previous tree core. Mystic Moon scoffed and said, "With double tree cores, it's no wonder that it overestimated itself as being able to overcome the trial of world creation." Although Mystic Moon spoke to Lin Yuan amicably, he was not warmly looking at Endless Summer. In Mystic Moon's eyes, Endless Summer was a trouble-starting burden that did not know how to stay within its capabilities. Mystic Moon had been feeling sympathy for Lin Yuan the entire time. He was in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. They had left when it was almost time for the prize presentation of the art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage. The prize presentation should have been Lin Yuan's moment of glory. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had no choice but to rush over to help Endless Summer undergo its trial of world creation. It would take some time for Endless Summer to finish using the attack that had been split into hundreds of smaller attacks to temper the Enlightenment Law. By the time Lin Yuan waited for Endless Summer to overcome the trial of world creation and rushed back to the Midnight Palace, the martial arts stage's prize presentation would be over. Although the Moon Empress would be standing in his stead and he would still be able to accept all the prizes, Mystic Moon still felt that Lin Yuan had lost a moment to bask in his well-deserved spotlight. Still, given Mystic Moon's understanding of Lin Yuan, it was not unexpected for Lin Yuan to have made such a decision because he was a warm person that prioritized those he cared about. Mystic Moon went on to say, "The sky-covering Weeping Willow is able to grow branches and foliage large enough to cover the sky because of the vast plant vitality and germination powers in its tree core. Even creation breed plant-type phase can't consume the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. If greed got the better of them and they tried to consume the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core, the plant-type Fae would explode after being exposed to the plant energy in the tree core. Technically, Endless Summer should also be unable to absorb the tree core. But because of the life-form sacrificial fire, it's now possible for Endless Summer to consume the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. With the life-form sacrificial fire and the trial of world creation's cleansing to provide balance, Endless Summer might be able to have 3 tree cores and form a triple core cycle. A phase bloodline transforms drastically when it evolves to Cretan breed. Endless Summer's transformation will be even more radical with 3 tree cores. There's even a possibility of the life-form sacrificial fire and sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodlines combining to form a completely new type of Fae. Mystic Moon's explanation had been clear. Currently, Lin Yuan's true data was still unable to check on the spiritual ingredients inside a creation breed phase body. But from Mystic Moon's explanation, Lin Yuan now knew how important the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core was for Endless Summer, since it even concerned the possible elevation of its bloodline. Since the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core was so beneficial to Endless Summer, Lin Yuan was definitely going to obtain it. The increase in Endless Summer's power would also increase Sky City's fighting power. When Lin Yuan had arrived, he had asked this old woman what kind of villain she wanted to become. If the old woman had said that she was going to attack the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, Lin Yuan would have asked Mystic Moon to take down the old woman. He would not even have given the old woman a chance to plead for mercy. Killing only led to an endless cycle of further killing. This principle had held true since the start of time. Lin Yuan had allowed the old woman to live this long because she had decided against attacking the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer in the end. At that moment, the silver-haired old woman lifted her head. Her sweat-covered face made her look rather pathetic. "Young lord, I went through much trouble to get my hands on the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core, and I've held onto it for decades. It's the most precious treasure in Cage of Brahma insects," said the old woman with utmost respect. Mystic Moon scoffed and said, "Why am I unaware that you're a member of the Radiant Moon Palace? Otherwise, what gives you the right to call him young lord?" Mystic Moon's cold eyes made the old woman's expression shrivel up. Ever since Mystic Moon had released his terrifying aura, the dominate sky snake dove had not dared to move a muscle. It was unknown what level of creation breed Mystic Moon had reached. Maybe he had even reached a higher level. The old woman anxiously stammered, Lord, I didn't attack at all. I only came to retrieve the kill food worm that had escaped. The sky-covering weeping willow's tree core is my way of apologizing for my careless provocation. I'm willing to take full responsibility for the kill food worm causing the trial of world creation cloud to release the second attack prematurely. You can have the kill food worm and deal with it as you see fit. The old woman's voice had been rather hoarse due to her heartache and fear. The kill food worm had been the old woman's most precious treasure. If she could not use it to seek the Moon Empress disciples' forgiveness, Cage of Brahma insects would punish her severely for her mistake. If the Moon Empress caught wind of this incident and became enraged, Cage of Brahma insects would immediately be pushed out of the ranks of the top factions that it had been occupying for the past century. There was even a chance that they would fall so low that they would become stuck between the level of veteran faction and top faction like Condensed Fairy Orchard. Despite being one of Cage of Brahma insects' elders who had seen it being built from the ground up, she would become a sinner in their eyes. All the glory she had worked hard her entire life to achieve would have been flushed down the toilet with her own 2 hands. The anguish would be worse than actually dying. At that moment, the young man stretched out his bony hands to receive the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core from her. He tossed the tree core to the tree that was undergoing the trial of world creation and shouted, "Endless summer, try to use the life-form sacrificial fire to temper the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core and combine it with the tree cores in your body. If it's possible, try to unlock the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline during the trial of world creation and use your own bloodline to absorb the sky-covering weeping willow's bloodline." Endless Summer had been devoting all its energy to gathering the spliced enlightenment law. It could feel all the vitality in its body seeping out, making it weaker with every passing second. It had not been paying attention to the silver-haired old woman and Mystic Moon's words. But when Endless Summer heard Lin Yuan's shout, it managed to force itself to catch what he said, and it saw a tree core with overwhelming plant energy sailing over to it. Endless Summer manipulated its roots to shoot out of the ground and caught the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. Endless Summer's body that had almost been split in half shook as it summoned the life-form sacrificial fire tree core and its original tree core. It pressed the 3 tree cores together and used the life-form sacrificial fire tree core to cover the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core. The moment that the life-form sacrificial fire tree core came into contact with the sky-covering weeping willow's tree core, the pinkish-purple leaves turned to ash and limitless vitality radiated from Endless Summer's withered branches. At that moment, the trial of world creation cloud released its second attack. At the same time, bright silver patterns appeared all over Mystic Moon's forehead, face, and palms. His eyes turned dark silver, and an enormous silver beast soon stretched across the sky. Countless stars should be decorating the cloudless sky in the dead of night. However, the trial of world creation cloud was blocking all the stars, exposing the lonely silver moon that hung in the sky. An enormous silent silver beast stretched across the sky. The silver light glinting off the large silver beast's body that intermixed with the silver moonbeams gave all who saw it a feeling of absolute nobility. The main dragon species' fey aura that radiated from the giant silver beast suddenly swelled. The huge silver beast opened its mouth and spewed out spiritual energy that seemed strong enough to shatter the earth. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath were terrified when they sensed the immensely powerful spiritual energy. However, they were unaffected by it, unlike the silver-haired old woman. A silver pearl materialized within the immense spiritual energy, and the bowed old woman collapsed to the ground. The dominate sky snake dove that was crawling on the ground looked like a dove that was about to be roasted. A putrid stench entered Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath's nostrils, and they could not help but frown. When Lin Yuan looked toward the direction of the stench, he could not help but be rendered speechless. Mystic Moon had pressured the creation breed dominate sky snake dove into immobility. This was too embarrassing. Given the old woman's current state, Lin Yuan knew that the silver pearl that Mystic Moon spat out was a deadly weapon that he had spared Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath from. The old woman mumbled to herself, "I can't believe Lord Mystic Moon has reached the level of being able to produce dragon pearls." It was clear that the old woman was dumbfounded. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had heard of dragon pearls. The most valuable part of main dragon species phase was their essence blood. Lin Yuan had never heard of them being able to produce dragon pearls. In a previous conversation with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan had discovered that Mystic Moon was a fae instead of a human. Could the dragon pearls result from a special change to Mystic Moon's bloodline? Genius was almost done learning all the Class 4 fae observer, spiritual ingredient analyst, and scholar knowledge. According to Genius knowledge, Lin Yuan did not see anything related to dragon pearls. The mother of bloodbath was currently staring at the enormous silver beast gliding in the sky. When it sensed Lin Yuan's look of curiosity, it said, "Legend has it that once a dragon species phase bloodline reaches the level above main dragon, its essence blood can be turned into pearls. I always assumed that it was just another legend, but I can't believe it's true. It looks like Lord Mystic Moon has surpassed the level of creation." While the mother of bloodbath was giving Lin Yuan the explanation, it became acutely aware of how weak it was. The mother of bloodbath had always been extremely proud. But ever since it became Lin Yuan's path protector, it had been humbled time and time again. This person by Lin Yuan's side had already surpassed creation, yet it was not only leagues away from creation breed. It was not even Myth 3 yet. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. He looked up in disbelief at the giant silver beast in the sky and instinctively used true data to check Mystic Moon's true form. What he saw floored him. In previous occasions where he had tried to check on creation breed phase, Lin Yuan could always see how many exclusive skills they had even though he could not see what their abilities and exclusive skills were exactly. The kneeling dominate sky snake dove and the two light green snakes outside the moon stable had 4 exclusive skills. Lin Yuan could tell if a fae was truly creation breed from the number of exclusive skills it had. However, Mystic Moon's true data information turned out completely blank. At that moment, Lin Yuan was sure that Mystic Moon was not just a creation breed fae. However, Lin Yuan had no clue what level Mystic Moon had reached. Mystic Moon's powers had exceeded Lin Yuan's expertise. All he wanted to know now was whether the Moon Empress was stronger. Lin Yuan felt that he had been underestimating the Moon Empress's powers. Suddenly, the huge silver beast with silver dragon pearls flying around it coughed lightly, and the collapsed old woman started vomiting blood. The blood was dark, and it was clear that it was the result of an internal injury. The seriously injured old woman realized that she had made a mistake by daring to check on Mystic Moon's abilities. A faint smile spread across her pale face as she sensed her injuries. She knew that although Lin Yuan had not said anything, his acceptance of the sky-covering weeping willows tree core was his way of saying that he had forgiven her. Although Lin Yuan had forgiven her, it did not mean Mystic Moon had done so as well. From Mystic Moon's attitude toward Lin Yuan, it was clear that Mystic Moon did not just adore Lin Yuan as his young lord but also as his junior. This was because there was a hint of warmth on top of respect in Mystic Moon's voice as he spoke to Lin Yuan. Her instinctive action of checking on Mystic Moon's abilities should not have led to such serious consequences. In other words, Mystic Moon's attack served as a punishment for overstepping her boundaries and offending Lin Yuan. Now that she had been attacked, this matter was put to rest. She would not need to worry about Mystic Moon pursuing this matter in the future. A dragon roar rang out as Mystic Moon launched dragon pearls at the crimson trial of world creation cloud. It shook the heavens and made people feel as though they had been plunged into a desolate area. The trial of world creation's second attack looked like a red millipede next to the silver dragon pearl's silver light. As the silver dragon pearls continued to circle the silver dragon, Mystic Moon turned back into its human form. The captured second attack of the Trial of World Creation appeared in his palm with a wave of his hand. He did not immediately break down the attack for Endless Summer, as he intended on waiting until after Endless Summer finished absorbing the plant energy from the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. At that time, Endless Summer would not need to use all its energy to gather the broken Enlightenment Law, and would be able to use the Trial of World Creation's attacks to temper the Enlightenment Law. The healed Endless Summer would be able to use the Trial of World Creation's energy to temper the Enlightenment Law while gathering the spliced Enlightenment Law. The groundwork was laid for Endless Summer to have a smoother journey. The life-form sacrificial fire tree core lit up with green flames that burned the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. The plant energy in the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core flowed out copiously, and a green spot appeared in Endless Summer's tree branch that had almost been split in two. A sprout grew from the green spot. Endless Summer's withered branches seemed to be nurturing the sprout by continuously squeezing what little nutrients they had out of them into the newly grown sprout. Soon, Endless Summer turned into ashes that scattered all over the ground. The tiny sprout was growing rapidly. 1 meter, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, stopping only when it reached 500 meters. Previously, 30 Lin Yuans would be able to wrap their arms around all of Endless Summer's branches. But now, not even 100 Lin Yuans would be enough. The 500-meter-tall giant tree was full of fresh foliage, and the leaves ranged from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a palm. The tree branches spreading out of the tree were the breath of spring that contrasted against the desolate ground. The leaves were countless, and summer was endless. Spots of purple appeared amongst the lush green freshness. The flower buds dotted the boughs, and hundreds of small flowers bloomed all over the tree in the blink of an eye. All the flowers weighed down heavily on the branches. The fallen flowers rained down on Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath. When Mystic Moon saw Endless Summer's verdant state, the silver dragon pearls in his hand spun and drew out a scarlet lightning bolt that shot toward Endless Summer. Endless Summer hurriedly used its flowers to defend against the scarlet lightning bolt. The flowers detached themselves from the branches and made contact with the scarlet lightning bolt. Now that Endless Summer was flourishing again, it could gather the broken Enlightenment Law and defend itself. When he saw Endless Summer in defensive mode, Mystic Moon hastily said, "Don't defend yourself. The Trial of World Creation that I've separated out won't hurt you. You should use these bolts of energy to temper the Enlightenment Law. It's the only way that you'll be able to repay the young lord for coming all this way." Endless Summer maneuvered out of the defensive stance and allowed the scarlet lightning bolts to strike itself. Although this attack from the Trial of World Creation would not harm Endless Summer, it did cause a wave of flowers to fall and bury Lin Yuan underneath. The Mother of Bloodbath hurriedly plucked Lin Yuan out of the avalanche of flowers. Lin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head as the Mother of Bloodbath carried him out of the flower pile. The silver-haired old woman leaped up into the air and looked at Endless Summer with envy. She did not believe that there was a fae in the world that had an easier time evolving to creation breed than Endless Summer. Mystic Moon was using his overwhelming power to help Endless Summer. Every time the scarlet lightning bolt struck Endless Summer, a rain of flowers fell. With each rain of flowers, more flowers bloomed on the tree. Time flew by as Endless Summer continued to temper the Enlightenment Law. Each time the scarlet lightning bolt struck Endless Summer, it took 3 minutes for it to absorb the energy. However, the Trial of World Creation did not wait for them. By the time Endless Summer tempered the Enlightenment Law for the 10th time, the Trial of World Creation's third attack suddenly struck. Mystic Moon did not even glance at the third attack as he waved the silver dragon pearls in his hand. The third attack was like another scarlet millipede that was pulled toward the dragon pearls. Endless Summer had become accustomed to the crimson lightning bolts. As such, Mystic Moon increased the rate that the crimson lightning bolts were released. 3 minutes became 2.5 minutes, which became 1.5 minutes until it finally shortened to 30 seconds. Now that Endless Summer could hold out against more lightning bolts, it could sense that its spliced Enlightenment Law was linked. The linked Enlightenment Law turned into a world full of the power of enlightenment. Mystic Moon nodded in acknowledgement of Endless Summer's talent. As Endless Summer continued to use the power of the trial of world creation to temper the Enlightenment law, Mystic Moon said, "There should be 300 more lightning bolts of the trial of world creation. It's a waste for you to use this power to temper the Enlightenment world. Why don't you try using this power to temper the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core into your own tree core?" Endless Summer tried to direct the power of the trial of world creation toward the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. Previously, Endless Summer had been using the life-form sacrificial fire to extract the plant energy inside the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core in order to weaken the strength of the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline. This would make it easier for Endless Summer to consume the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline. As a plant-type Fae, Endless Summer could sense that the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline was much stronger than its own. Thus, it would be a struggle for it to consume the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline. The power from the trial of world creation's 300 bolts would be its best chance to do so. Endless Summer was extremely careful. First, it used its own tree core and the life-form sacrificial fire tree core to envelop the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. Next, it used the life-form sacrificial fire tree core to increase the power of its original tree core, so as to counter the power of the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline. The bolts of energy from the trial of world creation slowly broke down the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline. Endless Summer absorbed a small amount of the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline each time. Endless Summer planned on using the 300 bolts to absorb the sky-covering Weeping Willow's entire bloodline. This was a smart decision as the plan was feasible and easy to carry out. Endless Summer's body started to grow again. From 500 meters it became 600 meters, then 800 meters until it finally reached 1,000 meters. At this point, Endless Summer's growth rate slowed, but it still continued to rise. Endless Summer's original branches had been tightly spaced together, and its leaves clustered together. Even though Endless Summer used to be 500 meters tall, its tree crown had not been very large. But after consuming the sky-covering Weeping Willow's bloodline, Endless Summer's branches extended far and wide. The elongated branches made Endless Summer's tree crown look 3 times larger than it was before. Besides the main branch that was thick and sturdy, the other branches were all more slender and pliable. It looked just like a gigantic weeping willow. Endless Summer was now 1,200 meters tall, and each hanging vine was at least 800 meters long. These swaying vines had pinkish-purple flowers blooming up and down their entire lengths. Previously, Endless Summer seemed to be able to sustain an eternal summer. But now it could sustain an endless thriving summer. The swaying vines and delicate flowers that gently drifted down created a romantic scene. Lin Yuan knew that as long as Endless Summer circulated its spiritual power, every soft pinkish-purple flower would turn into a deadly weapon. The sacred sword-wielding queen sensed the overwhelming world power radiating from Endless Summer. Lin Yuan was thrilled by this because Sky City had finally gained a Thearch-class expert. Previously, Sky City was just a lamb that happened to be sitting on a pile of resources. But now, Sky City was a lion that could properly protect its resources. The appearance of the Enlightenment world indicated that Endless Summer had evolved to creation breed, and Lin Yuan would no longer be able to check on it with true data. After absorbing the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core, Endless Summer was much more powerful than before. Lin Yuan turned to look at the silver-haired old woman, who dared not heal herself despite being seriously injured. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a green pillar of light landed on the old woman to heal her injuries. The silver-haired old woman suddenly found her wounded organs being healed by the green pillar of light to the point that she no longer felt any pain. She gazed at Lin Yuan with gratitude as she thought, "He truly is the Moon Empress disciple. What magnanimity! Given his status, he could have let me off without healing me." Talent and luck were things that one was born with, although it could also be said that power was the product of hard work. However, this world was extremely pragmatic. The disciples of rising factions were always more powerful than the disciples of regular families, while the disciples of veteran factions were always more powerful than the disciples of rising factions. One skilled disciple from a top faction should have no problems taking on 4 or 5 skilled disciples from veteran factions. Power was what defined strength, but it was not representative of how worthy the person was of being respected. Magnanimity and class were completely separate from power. This young man seemed to be overflowing with magnanimity and benevolence. At the very least, he was a bright, kind, and calm person. Nonetheless, he could also be someone who frequently did good deeds and would never stroke his ego. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not think much of his decision to heal the old woman. She never had any intention to attack Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath. Moreover, as much as the kill food worm that had escaped had caused trouble for Endless Summer's evolution to creation breed, the sky-covering weeping willow she had provided in compensation had also been of great help to Endless Summer. It was extremely rare to find such a beneficial item at Endless Summer's level. The old woman was also willing to hand the kill food worm over to Lin Yuan as a show of sincerity. Lin Yuan was not an ungrateful person. But once he finished healing the old woman, he went back to watching Endless Summer. Endless Summer had finished going through the trial of world creation. The sky-covering weeping willows tree core, the life-form sacrificial fire tree core, and Endless Summer's original tree core surrounded Endless Summer's branches. It was clear that the sky-covering weeping willows tree core had also become a part of Endless Summer's triple core cycle. Lin Yuan held his breath as he waited for the creation world ley line to arrive. He had heard from the Moon Empress that Phase would not be able to finish absorbing the world cleansing and world cleansing's ley lines. A bit would be left that would fall to the ground and nourish the life forms that were present. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not fight over Endless Summer's creation world ley line. However, he intended on using the Pure Land of Bliss to collect the leftover creation world ley line. If he had not arrived, Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath would be dead, and the other life forms in the area would have also been turned into ash. Now that he had arrived, every one of Endless Summer's flowers contained concentrated vitality and plant energy. The fallen flowers nourished the ground and benefited all the life forms present. Thus, Lin Yuan did not feel guilty at all about collecting the last vestiges of the world creation ley line. He had already injected the source sand deep into the ground and instructed it to dig a deep trench around Endless Summer for the Pure Land of Bliss to appear underground later. Endless Summer, the Mother of Bloodbath, Mystic Moon, and the old woman had all seen what Lin Yuan had done. The Mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Mystic Moon knew that he was black. It would be too ostentatious for the Pure Land of Bliss to appear above ground, but it would be unnoticeable if it appeared under the source sand. Both the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had seen the Pure Land of Bliss, and it was fine if Mystic Moon also found out. However, Lin Yuan did not want the silver-haired old woman to see because she was an outsider. Lin Yuan did not know if the old woman would connect the source sand to black, but he was not worried because even if she made the connection, she would never dare to spill his secret. It was also likely that the old woman would take the initiative to shush other people who were suspicious of Lin Yuan's identity for fear that she would be blamed for the leak. It had taken a long time for Endless Summer to finish using the trial of world creation to temper the Enlightenment law. When Lin Yuan had arrived, the moon was still hanging high up in the sky, but now the sun was rising in the east. The golden rays lit up the horizon as the sun slowly rose toward the middle of the sky and consumed the last residual darkness. At that moment, the trial of world creation cloud dispersed to reveal a golden light brighter than the sun. Lin Yuan felt that this golden light resembled a gold spine that seemed to be able to evolve the ley line of a mountain. Lin Yuan knew that this was the creation world ley line. If the creation world ley line was buried in a law world, the law world's evolution would be improved. Just as the golden ley line was about to descend on Endless Summer's tree crown, Lin Yuan activated the Pure Land of Bliss. When Lin Yuan activated the Pure Land of Bliss, white sand granules appeared all around Endless Summer's roots. The previously unwounded Endless Summer felt as though it was being soaked in a comfortable hot spring. Lin Yuan focused all his energy into injecting spiritual power into the Pure Land of Bliss to enable it to expand as much as possible and absorb all the creation world ley line residue that Endless Summer had not absorbed. When the creation world ley line landed on Endless Summer's tree crown, a golden glow lit up around Endless Summer. Endless Summer's aura suddenly intensified, and it seemed to transform again. But this time, the transformation involved its grade instead of quality. Previously, Endless Summer was like an unhatched egg. Now it had broken out of its shell. Endless Summer started to grow even taller until it reached 1,800 meters tall. At this point, Endless Summer was the tallest entity in the remote area, and it looked even more imposing than the looming mountains in the distance. During a question-and-answer session, the Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan about how Fays could evolve from suzerain to sovereign. Unlike Fays that evolved from Diamond X/Fantasy V to suzerain before undergoing the world cleansing to evolve to Myth Breed, only Creation Breed Fays could break through suzerain to evolve to sovereign. The aura radiated by a sovereign Fae could strike fear into the hearts of 100 suzerain Fays. Sovereign was not just a name. It also represented the Fae's level and status. However, Lin Yuan also remembered the Moon Empress mentioning that suzerain X-Fays that evolved to Creation Breed needed some time before they could break through to sovereign. Endless Summer's direct evolution to sovereign had to be connected to its bloodline's evolution and Mystic Moon's separation of the Trial of World Creation's attacks into smaller bolts that Endless Summer had used to temper the Enlightenment rune. Hence, Endless Summer had not wasted a shred of the second and third attacks' energy. Mystic Moon nodded approvingly when he saw that Endless Summer had evolved to sovereign. With 3 tree cores, the triple core cycle, and the remote bloodline that was unlocked, Endless Mystical Dream Summer sure is interesting. This is the only way you'll be worthy of standing by the young lord's side. Mystic Moon opened his mouth and swallowed the silver dragon pearls. Despite having taken on the Trial of World Creation's attacks, Mystic Moon did not look winded at all. It was as though everything he had just done had only been effortless assistance. Endless Summer swung its branches wildly and changed into its human form. It hurriedly used its hands to catch the golden creation world ley line. Endless Summer did not expect that it would break through from Suzerain X where it had been stuck for some time to Sovereign the moment it evolved to Creation Breed. Endless Summer would be elated to have evolved if this was any other time. However, the time it had taken to break through had wasted a few minutes that it could have spent absorbing the creation world ley line. These few minutes caused some of the creation world ley line's energy to be lost, and Endless Summer's heart ached over this waste. Luckily, the lost energy could be replaced with the world power's nourishment. When the creation world ley line landed in Endless Summer's hands, the power of enlightenment exploded around Endless Summer, and a pinkish-purple enlightenment world expanded out around it. After the enlightenment world opened, Endless Summer hurriedly buried the creation world ley line in the ground of the enlightenment world. An endless number of golden threads burst forth from the ground where the creation world ley line had been buried. The golden threads sailed around the enlightenment world in every different direction. The golden threads nourished and stabilized the enlightenment world, and the world power of the enlightenment law slowly grew stronger. Slowly the golden threads faded and returned to the ground where the creation world ley line had been buried. A short while later, the golden threads burst from the ground again and spread out to temper the enlightenment world. Now, Endless Summer had finally become a sovereign I/creation/Fae. Endless Summer still wore the same pinkish-purple palace robe as before. However, its aura was completely different from before. Its aura was even more extraordinary than before, and its every movement had a mystical note to it. The mystical note fused with the enlightenment world's roots, and Endless Summer became the willpower of the enlightenment world. The pure land of bliss was absorbing the golden light from the creation world ley line, and Lin Yuan could feel a pressure weighing on him that had not been there before. This pressure made Lin Yuan sigh to himself. It looks like Morbius grade is too low. Morbius was only Bronze X/Legend, so it was unfeasible to expect it to be able to absorb the energy from the creation world ley line. It was only after the blue flash purple butterfly evolved to Fantasy Breed that Morbius would be able to evolve again. At that time, Lin Yuan would probably be able to see more when he checked on Creation Breed phase. However, Lin Yuan was unwilling to let the energy from the creation world ley line get away from him. Lin Yuan fought against the pressure and injected spirit chi into the pure land of bliss to support it as it absorbed the energy in the creation world ley line. Luckily, there was only a small amount of creation world ley line energy. Lin Yuan's support would have been useless if there was any more. However, this form of assertive support was not without its costs. While Lin Yuan was suppressing the pressure and circulating his spiritual power, the spiritual power in his body went out of control and seriously injured him. Lin Yuan felt something rise up in his throat, and fresh blood leaked out of his mouth and nose with a dull moan of pain. The sudden appearance of blood terrified the mother of Bloodbath that was currently carrying Lin Yuan and the old woman that was standing nearby. The silver-haired old woman's chest tightened, and she instinctively put a large distance between her and Lin Yuan. The old lady thought, "I didn't do anything. I hope Mystic Moon doesn't blame Lin Yuan's injuries on me. If he does, I'll become the person that made the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord bleed. Not even sacrificing the entire cage of Brahma insects will be able to make up for such a sin." The mother of Bloodbath was also astonished by the blood flowing out of Lin Yuan's mouth and nose. Ever since the mother of Bloodbath had become Lin Yuan's path protector, he had remained in the pink of health. Moreover, Lin Yuan's body had been cleansed by the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, and his genetic model had also been optimized. Why was the healthy Lin Yuan suddenly bleeding? The mother of Bloodbath had not sensed anyone making a move on Lin Yuan. Although the silver-haired old woman was a Thear-class expert and it was possible for the mother of Bloodbath to have missed an attack on Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath had noticed the old woman's alarmed gaze at the sight of Lin Yuan bleeding. The mother of Bloodbath hurriedly circulated its blood law to stem the flow of Lin Yuan's blood and allowed the spirit qi inside Lin Yuan's body to return to regular flow. Lin Yuan's blood that had flowed out also did not go to waste as the mother of Bloodbath used the blood law to return the blood into Lin Yuan's body. Mystic Moon rushed to Lin Yuan's side to check on him when he noticed Lin Yuan bleeding. After he confirmed that nothing serious had happened to Lin Yuan, Mystic Moon did not ask any more questions. Instead, he stood beside Lin Yuan protectively. Mystic Moon sensed that Lin Yuan was circulating his spiritual power toward the source sand underground, and realized that this was the reason Lin Yuan had been injured. Since Lin Yuan was Mystic Moon's young lord, Mystic Moon would continue to protect Lin Yuan throughout any decision that Lin Yuan made. Nonetheless, Mystic Moon had always been curious about Lin Yuan. Mystic Moon's sacred source life form was one of the 3 sacred source life forms that had built Star Web. Hence, Mystic Moon could find out anything about Lin Yuan from Star Web if he wanted to. However, Mystic Moon had never done so. Instead, he had used his sacred source life form to lock all the information about Lin Yuan on Star Web, so that not even the other members of royalty would be able to obtain information about Lin Yuan without Mystic Moon's permission. Although Mystic Moon had locked Lin Yuan's information and had not looked at the information himself, he had been paying attention to all of Lin Yuan's news on Star Web and was cheering him on just like everyone else. Once he had ascertained that Lin Yuan was fine, Mystic Moon looked at the kill food worm. It was no secret that Black had the blue flash purple butterfly. If Lin Yuan summoned the blue flash purple butterfly, he would be able to turn the kill food worm into his loyal servant immediately. The kill food worm would want to serve the blue flash purple butterfly and swear its loyalty of its own accord. This was why Mystic Moon had not injured the old woman more seriously after deciding to give the kill food worm to Lin Yuan. Endless Summer was done absorbing the creation world ley line, and it walked through the air toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan congratulated Endless Summer with a solemn expression. Instead of a sea of spirit qi crystals being produced in the spirit lock spatial zone like what he had anticipated, a golden pearl had appeared. The aura of the creation world ley line seeped out of the golden pearl. Lin Yuan took a closer look and realized that there was a small golden spine in the golden pearl. He sighed and thought, "It looks like I expected too much." After a myth-breed Fae finished experiencing the world cleansing, a large amount of pure spirit qi would descend along with the world grace. It was expected that the pure spirit qi would turn into spirit qi crystals after being absorbed by the pure land of bliss. However, the creation world ley line was different from the world grace as it contained energy that could evolve worlds instead of pure spirit qi. This energy teemed with a life of its own and would not decrease after it was used up. Instead, it would evolve after being nourished by world power. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that there had not been any creation world ley line when the Dark Death Law on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt evolved to the Dark Death Law. There also had not been any world cleansing when the Vicious Poison Law evolved from Myth 2 to Myth 3. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt could evolve the completed laws in law crystals into law worlds, it would not receive the rewards that came with the world cleansing and trial of world creation. Lin Yuan wondered what changes would happen to the dark death world if his golden pearl was buried within it. He decided to summon the sacred sword-wielding queen from the depths of his soul later on and let it take a look at the golden pearl to see if it had anything to say about it. Endless Summer bowed deeply to Lin Yuan and stayed in that position for some time before turning its head to thank Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon waved his hand dismissively and said, "There's no need to thank me. I wouldn't be here if not for the young lord, much less help you." Endless Summer still thanked Mystic Moon. However, it did not thank Lin Yuan because those words were insufficient to cover the debt of gratitude that it owed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled brightly and said to Endless Summer, "You've finally evolved to creation breed." Endless Summer looked ashamed as it felt that it had used too many of Lin Yuan's law crystals. The breakthrough it had been able to experience was a result of every law crystal that Lin Yuan had given it. Lin Yuan gave Endless Summer a rainbow ball of light. Endless Summer immediately realized what this rainbow ball of light was. Before Endless Summer could react, Lin Yuan said, "Since you've evolved to creation breed, you should be able to contract sacred source lifeforms now." A look of disbelief came over Endless Summer. Nonetheless, it was unsurprising that Lin Yuan was now giving it a sacred source lifeform after he had given it so many law crystals. Endless Summer knew that this was a product of Lin Yuan's affection. Endless Summer, who had already decided to dedicate its life to protecting Lin Yuan, did not try to reject Lin Yuan and immediately received the sacred source lifeform. "Young master, I'll form a marrow contract with this sacred source lifeform after I return home. I'll immediately inform you of its abilities afterward." Lin Yuan nodded. After witnessing Wen Yu's astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan had realized how important a sacred source lifeform's abilities were for a faction's expansion. It would be good if Endless Summer's sacred source lifeform was a power offense type like Zhongzai's sacred source lifeform because it would increase Endless Summer's strength and battle prowess. It would also be fine if Endless Summer's sacred source lifeform was the same type as Wen Yu's sacred source lifeform. Such sacred source lifeforms would greatly benefit a faction's expansion, and they would enable the faction to chart out businesses in different directions. Mystic Moon did not find it surprising that Lin Yuan had given Endless Summer a sacred source lifeform. After all, Lin Yuan was the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace, and all the resources in the world should be available to him. Given that Lin Yuan had rushed out in the middle of the Guard banquet just to save Endless Summer, it showed how important Endless Summer was to him. However, the silver-haired old woman had a different point of view. She looked green with envy as she gazed at the sacred source lifeform in Endless Summer's hands. Even though she was one of the elders of the Cage of Brahma insects, she still did not have a sacred source lifeform of her own. However, the Moon Empress disciple had so casually given a sacred source lifeform to a fae that had just evolved to creation breed. This sacred source lifeform came from a class 5-dimensional rift. Every class 5-dimensional rift only had one sacred source lifeform. As jealous as the old woman felt, she did not let it get the better of her. She greatly desired Lin Yuan's resources and was determined to form a good relationship with Lin Yuan. She was not intending to form a good relationship with Lin Yuan to gain access to the Moon Empress but purely because of Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan was dressed in the Moonbeam coronation costume, he had clearly just rushed over from the Guard banquet. The silver-haired old woman decided to ask the Cage of Brahma insects leader about Lin Yuan's news from the Guard banquet. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Lin Yuan saw that the call was coming from Gu Lang. He picked up the call and heard Gu Lang's austere voice, as though there was something weighing on his heart. "Lin Yuan, the Guard banquet is over. I'll have to take a rain check on the meal at Kitchen Fragrance Palace that we were going to have together. I'm sorry. I'll find a chance to make it up to you in the future." Gu Lang hung up the call. Lin Yuan frowned. From their short interaction, Lin Yuan had learned that Gu Lang was a very mild-mannered person. There was no way that Gu Lang would cancel their meal without a good reason. Could something have happened during the Guard banquet? Lin Yuan remembered Wang Fuxiang, who was the doom-bringer of men, standing behind the bamboo monarch. At that time, Lin Yuan did not know why Wang Fuxiang and the bamboo monarch had been sitting together or why they were dressed like a couple. Moreover, Lin Yuan had noticed the bamboo monarch's countenance turning more sickly after the Gargi banquet began. Although the bamboo monarch had been maintaining a jovial expression, his face slowly drained of color. That was when Lin Yuan had realized that the bamboo monarch had to have been stained with bad luck after starting a relationship with Wang Fuxiang. Lin Yuan did not know what kind of bad luck Zhongzhe had been afflicted with or what effect it had on Zhongzhe. However, Wang Fuxiang's bad luck could take a man's life. While Lin Yuan was thinking, his phone rang again. Lin Yuan had just been thinking of Zhongzhe when the latter called. He picked up the call and heard Zhongzhe cough and say, "Lin Yuan, something happened to Lord Bamboo Monarch at the Gargi banquet." Gu Lang went back with Lord Bamboo Monarch to the Purple Bamboo Forest. "Master and I are going to the Purple Bamboo Forest tomorrow to visit Lord Bamboo Monarch. Our meal will have to be postponed." Zhongzhe apologized softly before going on to ramble. "If you find my cooking nice after having a taste, I can make meals and deliver them to you whenever you want." Zhongzhe had said the last line so incoherently that Lin Yuan had not heard him clearly. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Zhongzhe to repeat what he said, Zhongzhe let out a howl of pain as though someone had just hit him. "Senior brother, can you not hit my head whenever you please? I'm not a child anymore." A familiar voice took over the call and said, "Hee. So what if I hit your head once in a while? I even changed your diapers when you were a baby, since you're already on the phone with little Yuan. It saves me the trouble of calling him myself." Lin Yuan immediately recognized Uncle Li's voice. Apparently, Uncle Li was Chef Supreme's first disciple. When he recalled the rumors about Chef Supreme's first disciple, Lin Yuan felt that it greatly differed from his personal experience of Uncle Li as an honest and wife-fearing man. "Little Yuan, the fight between you and Zhongzhe was amazing. When I get back from the Purple Bamboo Forest, I'll cook red braised meat for you. It'll be a good chance for Auntie Zhang and me to see where you're living and whether Chu Xi is as stick-thin as before." A current of warmth flooded Lin Yuan's heart as he replied, "No problem. You and Auntie Zhang are welcome at my place anytime." Uncle Li grinned and said, "It's settled. Auntie Zhang and I will visit you and Chu Xi when we have more time. I even wanted the old man." Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed the call was cut off. It seemed that Uncle Li had ended the call. Lin Yuan could not help but be curious, as he did not understand why Uncle Li had ended the call in such a rush. Meanwhile, Li Chonglin felt someone kick his backside forcefully and snatched the phone out of his hands. He looked back and saw that his assailant was Chef Supreme. Chef Supreme snapped angrily at Li Chonglin. "At your age, shouldn't you already be aware of what to say and what not to say?" If Li Chonglin had finished what he wanted to say, the person on the other end of the phone would have assumed that Chef Supreme wanted to steal the Moon Empress disciple. From the way that the Moon Empress adored her disciple, she would definitely cause trouble for Chef Supreme in future imperial court meetings if she found out. The more he thought about it, the angrier Chef Supreme became, to the point that he wanted to kick Li Chonglin to vent his anger. When he lifted his leg, his daughter pressed his leg back down. When he saw his daughter's angry gaze, Chef Supreme chuckled and thought, "Daughters really sever themselves from their maiden family the moment they get married." Chef Supreme sighed. It seemed like the Bamboo Monarch and Wang Fuxiang's short-lived tragic fate was about to come to an end. Regardless, Bamboo Monarch was a Class 5 creation master and should not die at the hands of a woman. The silver-haired old woman had been listening while Lin Yuan was talking on the phone. When she heard him mention Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang, the gears in her brain started to turn. A couple with the surname Li and Zhang could only be that pair from Kitchen Fragrance Palace. At that moment, the way the old woman looked at Lin Yuan changed. She did not expect the Moon Empress disciple to be so well connected. Lin Yuan still had not interacted with the old woman any further. Instead, he turned to Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath and said, "The both of you should return to the mansion." Next, Lin Yuan said to Mystic Moon, "Uncle Mystic, let's return to the Radiant Moon Palace. The Gargi banquet is already over, and Master must be anxious over my prolonged absence." From the call, It seemed that Chef Supreme was going to take his disciples to the purple bamboo forest to visit the bamboo monarch. Lin Yuan did not know whether the Moon Empress was going to take him to the purple bamboo forest as well, but he felt that the possessed star-intelligent dark clouds pollen that he had accidentally produced would finally come into use. When Lin Yuan had accidentally nurtured the possessed star-intelligent dark clouds, he had not seen much use for it. After all, bad luck was intangible and gossamer. But after some time, he had discovered that Wang Fuxiang was not the only person stained by bad luck. For example, he had found out that Zhong Zhe was also afflicted by bad luck at the Guard Yi banquet. At first, Lin Yuan had been doubtful of whether Zhong Zhe was truly Chef Supreme's disciple. As a Class 5 creation master, shouldn't Chef Supreme be able to do something about Zhong Zhe's bad luck? But after talking more with Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang, Lin Yuan learned that they had been friends since they were young. They had been with Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch for almost their entire lives. Thus, it was impossible that Chef Supreme was unaware of Zhong Zhe's bad luck. But since Zhong Zhe's bad luck had not been removed, Lin Yuan could not help but feel that the situation was dubious. Can it be that Class 5 creation masters aren't capable of removing bad luck? If so, the possessed star intelligence dark clouds pollen is unbelievably valuable. After witnessing the relationship between Wang Fuxiang and the Bamboo Monarch at the Guard Yi banquet, Lin Yuan was even more certain of his conclusion. If Class 5 creation masters could remove bad luck, the Bamboo Monarch would not have been affected by Wang Fuxiang. Although the possessed star-intelligent dark clouds would come into use now, Lin Yuan had to carefully consider how he should proceed. Young master, I'll head back to the mansion now to form a marrow contract with the sacred source life form and wait for you to return, said Endless Summer. The mother of Bloodbath was about to speak but stopped itself. As Lin Yuan's path protector, the mother of Bloodbath wanted to turn into a small spider and hide in his hair like it used to. But Mystic Moon was with Lin Yuan now, and Lin Yuan's destination was the Radiant Moon Palace. Hence, it was unlikely that he would be in any danger. It would not be of any help to Lin Yuan if it tagged along. The mother of Bloodbath sighed lightly and said, "Fine. I'll wait for you back at the mansion too." The mother of Bloodbath decided to work hard on increasing its power once it returned to the mansion. It was currently still stuck at Myth 2 and had not even gained body weaponization. Although its powers were considered at the top of the pyramid in the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, and the Moon Empress power was at the absolute peak of the pyramid. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath felt that it was still too weak to be Lin Yuan's path protector. Nonetheless, the mother of Bloodbath had not lost confidence in itself. Ever since it had gained the external Bloodbone, the mother of Bloodbath knew that it could stand toe-to-toe with Fays of the same grade without any fear. The mother of Bloodbath had always been confident in its talent and bloodline. When it evolved to Creation Breed, it would definitely be much stronger than other Creation Breed Fays. Although the external Bloodbone would be the key to increasing its power, it was also the source of its problems because the red water blood snakes caused the mother of Bloodbath to require much more resources in order to evolve. The mother of Bloodbath was not a creation master, and it could not obtain any resources by staying at the mansion. Lin Yuan had always been the one who provided the mother of Bloodbath with resources. Although Lin Yuan had an endless supply of resources, the mother of Bloodbath was afraid that Lin Yuan would run out of resources while trying to help it evolve to Creation Breed. The mother of Bloodbath thought, "Maybe I should find the chance to return to the Endless Forest to collect blood-type spiritual ingredients and go on an extended training retreat." Lin Yuan noticed the mother of Bloodbath's expression. He knew that in spite of the mother of Bloodbath's cold demeanor, it was actually a sensitive creature. He had just helped Endless Summer evolve to Creation Breed, and it was now time to focus his efforts on helping the mother of Bloodbath evolve as well. He had given the sacred source life form that he had prepared for the mother of Bloodbath to Endless Summer. But now, he had gained another sacred source life form as his prize for winning the martial arts stage. Lin Yuan would wait till he returned to the mansion to give the new sacred source life form to the mother of Bloodbath. After the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer left, Mystic Moon glanced at the kill food worm before asking, "Young lord, what do you think should be done about this kill food worm?" Lin Yuan had already used Morbius True Data to check on the Myth 3 kill food worm. Basically, the kill food worm was the kill food sky butterfly's young stage. Besides being able to comprehend laws, the kill food worm's abilities and exclusive skills would change drastically when it transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. Thus, it did not do Lin Yuan much good to learn about the kill food worm's current abilities. However, the law that the kill food worm comprehended was special. Most Fays comprehended laws and willpowers that were related to their types. As such, when the willpowers transformed into laws, the laws would also be of the same type as the Fae and have the respective attributes. However, the kill food worm had not comprehended a law that was related to its type. Rather, it had comprehended a pure strength law. The strength law not only allowed the kill food worm to be stronger than other Fays, but it also improved the kill food worm's physique. Lin Yuan thought, if I kill the Myth 3 kill food worm, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt would have the Myth 3 strength law embedded in it. With the strength law, my own strength will definitely rise significantly. But the moment the thought entered Lin Yuan's mind, he dismissed it. If law crystals were used, the kill food worm would soon evolve to creation breed, and it would not need external help during its evolution like Endless Summer did. Once the kill food worm transformed into its larva stage, it would be able to defend against the Trial of World Creation's attack without any issues. A living creation breed kill food sky butterfly would be much more useful than a law on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. When Lin Yuan used Blackie's spirit essence explosion, he gathered spirit chi to release explosive damage. Moreover, the mother of Bloodbath was about to evolve to creation breed. With the kill food sky butterfly, Lin Yuan would be able to better protect the mother of Bloodbath so that it could safely overcome the trial of world creation. Uncle Mystic, why don't you take care of the kill food worm for me first and return it to me after returning from the Radiant Moon Palace? Mystic Moon nodded and said, Young Lord, I shall hold on to the kill food worm for now then. Mystic Moon walked up to the kill food worm and scoffed. I know you understand what I'm saying. If you know what's good for you, you're going to shrink now. The kill food worm had seen Mystic Moon's true form and sensed Mystic Moon's aura. Although it was not as terrified as it had been when it was faced with the dominate sky snake dove, it was still very afraid of Mystic Moon. The kill food worm hastily shrunk itself until it was only 5 centimeters long, and it looked like any other caterpillar. Mystic Moon picked up the kill food worm and placed it inside a jade box. The jade box was just a normal box carved out of jade and did not have any defensive abilities. The kill food worm could break out any time it wanted. However, the kill food worm did not move a muscle as it did not dare to retaliate. In spite of its panicked state, it knew what its life's purpose was. The purpose of its life was to transform into the kill food sky butterfly. Thus, it would not do anything that would jeopardize its life while in the presence of a creature as strong as Mystic Moon. In fact, it knew better than other Fays how to act in order to guarantee its survival. Lin Yuan knew that he would be able to tame the kill food worm if he summoned the blue flash purple butterfly. However, he had not formed a contract with the kill food worm and could not store it in his spiritual spatial zone. The most he would be able to do was keep the kill food worm in the spirit lock spatial zone and instruct the blue flash purple butterfly to tame the kill food worm there. Although the kill food worm would definitely start obeying the blue flash purple butterfly, it had not evolved to creation breed or transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. Hence, it would be able to use world power to be contracted to the blue flash purple butterfly and become the blue flash purple butterfly's servant. Lin Yuan was afraid that the kill food worm would go on a rampage in the spirit lock spatial zone without the contract. Everything precious to Lin Yuan was in the spirit lock spatial zone. The Myth 3 kill food worm was fully capable of killing all the Fays and destroying all the spiritual ingredients in the spirit lock spatial zone. If the kill food worm killed the twin red pagoda, phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, and cinnabar osmanthus haworthia, Lin Yuan would not know how to handle it, much less Lin Yuan's actual Fays like the floating island whale, gray, genius, chimey, windspeed rapid antelope, silver corona, and brocade zither. Moreover, Lin Yuan needed the elemental shellfish to produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in order to collect more resources. As such, Lin Yuan decided to wait till after he left the Radiant Moon Palace to evolve the kill food worm as soon as possible. Lin Yuan was continuously feeding the sacred sword-wielding queen with law source crystals, and it was continuously producing law crystals. The kill food worm was not like Endless Summer, which had only recently evolved to Myth 3. It had used its own abilities to evolve to Pinnacle Suzerain/Myth 3, and would only need a few law crystals before it evolved to Creation Breed. After Mystic Moon stored the kill food worm away for Lin Yuan, he prepared himself to leave with Lin Yuan to the Radiant Moon Palace. The most convenient way to travel to the Radiant Moon Palace was for Mystic Moon to return to the precious item made of the jeweled cave Golden Toad, and Lin Yuan to use the ethereal jellyfish's ability to transport them to the Radiant Moon Palace. Although they would need to make several stops in between, it should only take a moment. The silver-haired woman hesitated when she saw Mystic Moon and Lin Yuan about to leave. She did not know whether to take the initiative to say something to Lin Yuan. If she let them leave without striking up a conversation with them, the sky-covering weeping willows tree core and kill food worm she had given up would just be compensation for her mistake. However, if she spoke a bit more to them or even managed to get Lin Yuan's contact details, she would have the chance to interact more with Lin Yuan in the future. When she saw Mystic Moon enter the toad-shaped precious weapon, the old woman mustered up her courage and said to Lin Yuan, "Lord, I was too reckless and brought you trouble. I would like a chance to go and see you to apologize properly." Lin Yuan immediately knew what the silver-haired old woman meant. "You don't need to come to see me to apologize. The kill food worm and sky-covering weeping willows tree core are enough." The old woman's face fell. Going to see Lin Yuan to apologize was just a euphemism, but she did not expect Lin Yuan to reject her immediately. However, Lin Yuan's next words made the old woman's face light up. "If you're going to come to visit, you'll be a guest." The old woman quickly took out the phone that she had not used in a long time to record Lin Yuan's contact details. 70% of the creatures in the world were insects. Cage of Brahma Insects was able to remain as one of the top 3 factions for the past century because insects were the most abundant lifeform on Earth. As Lin Yuan continued to expand Sky City, he would need to often interact and collaborate with Cage of Brahma Insects. By forming a good relationship with Cage of Brahma Insects, all of Lin Yuan's future insect species Fey needs would be taken care of with one phone call. Moreover, Lin Yuan needed sufficient influence in order to have a shot at becoming a Radiance envoy. Forming a good relationship with as many factions as possible would only be beneficial to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan wanted to use his own effort to make the Moon Empress proud of him. He did not want people's first thought when they saw him was that he was the Moon Empress disciple. Lin Yuan saved the silver-haired old woman's number and sent a message to Lu Jie telling him not to worry, and that Endless Summer had smoothly evolved to Creation Breed. Lin Yuan soon arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace using the ethereal jellyfish's ability. Mystic Moon exited the jeweled cave Golden Toad. As Lin Yuan and Moon Empress walked through a long corridor, they were greeted by Cold Moon standing at the door to the inner palace. Cold Moon rushed up to them and said, "The Moon Empress is concocting spirit fluids." Mystic Moon hastily halted, and Cold Moon said to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, you can enter the inner palace anytime. The Moon Empress has been asking after you ever since she returned." Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the inner palace. Not even Mystic Moon and Cold Moon were allowed to disturb the Moon Empress when she was concocting spirit fluids. Yet, she had given Lin Yuan the authority to do so. Once Lin Yuan entered the inner palace, he saw the Moon Empress standing behind a work table with 100 spiritual ingredients from Lucky Fays. When he saw the spiritual ingredients, Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress was trying to come up with a solution to the Bamboo Monarch's issue. Lin Yuan did not disturb her. Instead, he quietly stood off to the side to wait for her to finish concocting the spirit fluid she was working on. He saw 7 green birds with vine-like feathers picking up and pecking the spiritual ingredients before placing them in a crystal dish in front of the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress used her soul to mix and combine the spiritual ingredients in the crystal dish, and they quickly turned into a sticky substance. The Moon Empress stored the amber substance in the suet chalcedony bottle with a shake of her hand and sealed the opening. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan had seen the Moon Empress concocting spirit fluids. But every time he did, he felt a strange astonishment. Her manipulation of the spiritual ingredients was exceptionally efficient, and she could perfectly combine tens of spiritual ingredients in less than a minute. Lin Yuan had also seen Master Hongxin concoct spirit fluids. It would take Master Hongxin close to 2 hours to use his soul to combine tens of spiritual ingredients, and even then 100% homogenization was not guaranteed. He felt that the difference between a Class 4 Creation Master and a Class 5 Creation Master was too vast. The canyon that separated Class 4 Creation Masters and Class 5 Creation Masters was even wider than the one that separated Class 4 Creation Masters and Class 1 Creation Masters. The Moon Empress smiled when she saw Lin Yuan. However, she sighed when she looked back down at the amber substance in the suet chalcedony bottle. Lin Yuan noticed this and asked softly, "Master, is this the potion that will remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck?" The Moon Empress realized that Lin Yuan had learned about what had happened at the Guard Yi banquet. This spirit fluid can dispel the bad luck that's festering in the bamboo monarch's soul. However, the root of the bad luck must be removed first. The Moon Empress stored away the suet chalcedony bottle. Previously, the Moon Empress might have approved of Chef Supreme's method. But ever since accepting Lin Yuan as her disciple, the Moon Empress understood that Chef Supreme's method would lead to a feud with the Bamboo Monarch, even though it would also solve the issue. The Bamboo Monarch was a rational person. Even though he knew that he would be afflicted by bad luck, he still chose to be with Wang Fuxiang. This meant that the Bamboo Monarch had already prepared himself for the worst. Hence, the Bamboo Monarch would never allow Chef Supreme to harm Wang Fuxiang. The Moon Empress understood how the Bamboo Monarch felt. If Lin Yuan were in Wang Fuxiang's place, she would also never allow anyone to hurt him. If she was really left with no other choice, the Moon Empress was even willing to sacrifice herself in order to preserve Lin Yuan. Thus, the Moon Empress was not going to participate in this matter. She was not going to stop Chef Supreme from going to the Purple Bamboo Forest, but she was not going to take Lin Yuan there either. When Lin Yuan noticed the worried look on the Moon Empress' face, he immediately felt uncomfortable. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen such a look of helpless nervousness on the Moon Empress's face. "Master, I heard from Zhongzhe that the Bamboo Monarch fell ill at the Guard Yi banquet. Is it because of Wang Fuxiang's bad luck?" asked Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress nodded and replied, "Wang Fuxiang's bad luck is something that she was born with. It must have something to do with her ancestry. This kind of bad luck has a major effect on the soul of others. The stronger the love, the more damage will be done to the soul. Not even grade 5 spirit fluids can achieve the level of decay that the bad luck has caused to the Bamboo Monarch's soul." The situation was exactly as Lin Yuan had thought. At first, Lin Yuan was thinking about how to use the possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen. But now, he only saw one way to use it, which was to give it to the Moon Empress. The possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen could remove bad luck. It would be able to remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck in a large enough amount. When Wang Fuxiang's bad luck disappeared, the Bamboo Monarch soul would no longer be affected by the bad luck. The Bamboo Monarch should be able to return to the pink of health with the spirit fluid that the Moon Empress concocted. At this point, it was a matter of life or death for the Bamboo Monarch. It was a choice between love and his own life and duty. The Bamboo Monarch was stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, even if he continued to be unable to make a decision, someone would eventually make the decision for him. If the Moon Empress used the possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen now to save the Bamboo Monarch, he would owe her a debt that he would never be able to return. This would be extremely beneficial to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress had always been looking after Lin Yuan, and he felt that it was high time that he did something to help her. "Master, will you be happy if you can remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck?" asked Lin Yuan with a smile. He took out the brocade box with the possessed star intelligent dark cloud's pollen and said, "Master, look, this is something I obtained by accident while nurturing a fae. The thing inside should be able to help with Wang Fuxiang's bad luck." Lin Yuan gave the brocade box to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress was engulfed in her thoughts about the Bamboo Monarch's issue and was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. However, she took what Lin Yuan said seriously because she trusted and respected her disciple, and because she knew that he could nurture the golden lotus brocade pearls that proved his unique abilities as a creation master. The Moon Empress opened the brocade box and studied the light golden pollen inside. Shortly after, her eyes lit up, The pollen in the box could remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck. However, Wang Fuxiang's bad luck was so aggressive that one box of possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen was not enough. The Moon Empress asked Lin Yuan, "Disciple, do you have more of this pollen?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Master, I'm able to produce one box every week." The Moon Empress patted Lin Yuan's stray strands of hair and said, "Disciple, you've done a great service for the bamboo monarch. Let's go. I'll take you to Purple Bamboo Forest, and you can give the pollen to him yourself." She remembered Chef Supreme, who was rushing to the Purple Bamboo Forest, and felt that she should give him a call to stop him. If Chef Supreme attacked, the Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme would not stop fighting until one of them was dead. They would never be on good terms again for the rest of their lives. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Master, I think it's best if you give the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the Bamboo Monarch." The Moon Empress was surprised by this, but she understood why Lin Yuan had said so. Warmth flooded her heart, and she touched the radiant pearls on Lin Yuan's collar. "If you give the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the Bamboo Monarch, you'll have done him a huge favor. You'll also become Wang Fuxiang's savior. From then on, you can even ask for the Purple Bamboo Forest, and the Bamboo Monarch will give it to you," said the Moon Empress gently. Lin Yuan shook his head. He knew what the Moon Empress' intentions were, but his status was still too low to meet with the Bamboo Monarch. Although this favor would make Lin Yuan's future smoother, he had always depended on himself and did not even like to bother the Moon Empress. As such, he did not care about the favor that the Bamboo Monarch would owe him. Moreover, this favor would be much more useful to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan smiled brightly at the Moon Empress, revealing a row of pearly teeth, and said, "All I need is master." The Moon Empress called Chef Supreme and said, "Don't do it. I have a plan." She hung up the call and turned to say to Lin Yuan, "Disciple, I'll need to be at the Purple Bamboo Forest for a few days, and I'll take Cold Moon with me. If you need me, you can call either one of us." The Moon Empress gave Lin Yuan his prizes for the martial arts stage. Sacred source lifeforms that had not been contracted all looked like rainbow balls of light, and it was impossible to tell what was inside. Lin Yuan had also never tried to check. There was also a square crest engraved with 10 modeled beams of light. Some of the beams of light were bright while others were dark, but they all gave the feeling of having been through a roller coaster of a life. The order of radiant light had the feeling of vastness, and an unknown seed was embedded in the center. The vastness enveloped the seed, and light gave the seed burning hope of life. When the seed grew into a large tree, it would shade all the living creatures in its vastness. The order of radiant light had a simple design and was very light. However, it somehow felt heavy in Lin Yuan's hand. The weight did not come from the order of radiant light itself, but from the pressure that weighed down on Lin Yuan. The order of radiant light marked the beginning of Lin Yuan's road to becoming a radiance envoy and was his advantage over others. The Moon Empress left immediately for the Purple Bamboo Forest after giving Lin Yuan his prizes. She could stop Chef Supreme with one call because she knew what Chef Supreme was thinking. However, she did not know how the other members of royalty ticked. If something happened during this time, it would be bad for the entire Radiance Federation. In spite of the serious situation, the Moon Empress left with a warm smile on her face, as though she had just heard good news. After the Moon Empress left, Lin Yuan wanted to take off the Moonbeam coronation costume, but after struggling for some time, he gave up. The Moonbeam coronation costume was just as hard to take off as it was to put on. It had 300 accessories that were all made from spiritual ingredients that came from creation breed phase. Although these accessories looked sturdy and even pulling on them with excessive force would not be able to change their shapes, the accessories were all intricately made. Only strictly following the proper steps would allow one to fully remove the Moonbeam coronation costume. Lin Yuan walked out of the inner palace to find Mystic Moon and said, "Uncle Mystic, I can't take off the Moonbeam coronation costume. Can you help me take it off?" Lin Yuan tried taking off the radiant pearl sash, and he wondered how Mystic Moon had put it for him so easily. Mystic Moon smiled and replied, "Young lord, let's go to the Moonbeam coronation pavilion. The Moon Empress Moonbeam coronation costume is usually stored there. When she was making this moonbeam coronation costume, she left a space for you to hang it in the moonbeam coronation pavilion. Lin Yuan followed Mystic Moon to the moonbeam coronation pavilion. Once they were inside the moonbeam coronation pavilion, Mystic Moon took off the moonbeam coronation costume for Lin Yuan in fluid motions and hung it next to the Moon Empress moonbeam coronation costume. Next, he placed the 300 accessories on a moon-colored long jade table. Previously, the Moon Empress moonbeam coronation costume was hung in the center of the moonbeam coronation pavilion. But now, it's moved to the right to make space for yours on the left, said Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon could not help but think of the changes that had taken place in the Radiant Moon Palace over the last 6 months. Ever since Lin Yuan became the young lord of Radiant Moon Palace, he slowly started to leave traces of himself all over the Radiant Moon Palace. Basically, no matter what the Moon Empress had, Lin Yuan had one too. Mystic Moon was also delighted to have Lin Yuan as his young lord. Once they left the Moonbeam Coronation Pavilion, Mystic Moon said, "Young lord, why don't I release the Kill Food Worm while you summon the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly?" Given the Kill Food Worm's personality, even if the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly can't fully control the Kill Food Worm, it should be able to stop the Kill Food Worm from going on a rampage. If you want to fully control the Kill Food Worm, you'll have to wait until it evolves to Creation Breed and transforms into the Kill Food Sky Butterfly first. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Uncle Mystic, release the Kill Food Worm." He waved his hand and summoned the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Blue Flash Purple Butterfly fluttered around and flashed with purple light. Even Mystic Moon could not help but raise an eyebrow at the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's beauty. It was no wonder that the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly was one of the most beautiful butterfly species phase. When the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly evolved to the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, it would truly be the most beautiful. Mystic Moon opened the jade box, and the Kill Food Worm inside was immediately frozen with attraction by the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Shortly after, the vicious insect turned into an obedient puppy. It twisted its body and bounced about happily, as though it was in the presence of its goddess. The Blue Flash Purple Butterfly did not even spare a glance at the Kill Food Worm as it continued to fly around Lin Yuan. It was clearly trying to demonstrate its affection for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could sense the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's disdain for the Kill Food Worm through their spiritual energy link. This disdain was akin to genius resentment for water world dimensional lifeforms. Although the Kill Food Worm was far from attractive, it had one of the 3 most elite bloodlines amongst butterfly species phase. Technically, from a bloodline standpoint, the Kill Food Worm was of a higher level than the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Moreover, the Kill Food Worm was so powerful that Lin Yuan did not know why the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly had to despise it. Lin Yuan instructed the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly to order the Kill Food Worm to stand at attention before extending its body to 1 meter. The Blue Flash Purple Butterfly reluctantly engaged the Kill Food Worm. After receiving the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's order, the Kill Food Worm obediently stood still and grew itself until it was 1 meter long. After being ordered by the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, the Kill Food Worm looked hypnotized. It looked hypnotized enough to overcome its genetic inclinations. The Kill Food Worm even forgot its life's goal of transforming into the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. All it wanted to do now was curry favor with the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Lin Yuan was amazed by how much influence the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's appearance had. He could not help but think of the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies that the Moon Empress had given him. The Blue Flash Purple Butterfly did not just attract butterfly species phase. However, different butterfly species phase were attracted to the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly to different extents. The Moon Empress was the one who had nurtured the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies, and Lin Yuan had not contracted them. Hence, it was not easy for him to control them. The most he could do was instruct them to order the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to pull a fey carriage. But after the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly evolved to the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, Lin Yuan would be able to use them to perfectly control the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. It would be as though the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies were truly Lin Yuan's phase, and they would be able to control the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to do more than just pull a fey carriage. With the purple afterglow beauty goddess orders, the emperor armored martial god insects would become Lin Yuan's personal guards. This would be extremely helpful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could finally focus on nurturing the 12 Diamond X/Fantasy V Sky Fragrance beauty butterflies until they were ready to undergo the world cleansing to evolve into myth breed phase. With the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, even the weakest Sky Fragrance beauty butterfly would be able to safely overcome the world cleansing. Lin Yuan said to the sacred sword-wielding queen in the depths of his soul. "How many law crystals have you accumulated?" The sacred sword-wielding queen said with satisfaction. "I have about 600 law crystals. Master, I've been producing law crystals ever since you took the last batch from me." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. To the sacred sword-wielding queen, absorbing law source crystals was a form of luxurious enjoyment. If Lin Yuan did not allow the sacred sword-wielding to absorb the law source crystals, it would probably start crying profusely. But now it was like the sacred sword-wielding queen's job to absorb the law source crystals. After Endless Summer overcame the trial of world creation, it returned the brocade pouch with the law source crystals to Lin Yuan. There were still about 1,400 law crystals left after Endless Summer evolved to creation breed. Including the 600 law crystals that the sacred sword-wielding queen had produced, Lin Yuan now had a total of 2,000 law crystals. The Kill Food Worm had the power of a Myth 3 Fae, and it only needed a few more law crystals with pure law power to become Pinnacle Myth 3. At that time, the Kill Food Worm would transform to its larva stage and be ready to undergo the trial of world creation. Lin Yuan felt that the 2,000 law crystals should be enough to enable the Kill Food Worm to evolve to creation breed. He was a person who immediately put his ideas into action. After bidding goodbye to Mystic Moon and placing the blue flash purple butterfly and Kill Food Worm in the jeweled cave Golden Toad, he continued to instruct the blue flash purple butterfly to control the Kill Food Worm. Next, he used the tentacle node to return to the place where Endless Summer had experienced the trial of world creation and released the blue flash purple butterfly and Kill Food Worm. The Kill Food Worm was extremely obedient and looked completely different from the vicious beast it used to be. Although the Kill Food Worm was not thinking straight, it could sense the closeness between the blue flash purple butterfly and Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan and the blue flash purple butterfly were spiritually connected, and the blue flash purple butterfly's spiritual ripples were interlaced with the flavor of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. Hence, the Kill Food Worm became even more intimate with Lin Yuan. Although it could not be as close to Lin Yuan as the blue flash purple butterfly was, it would no longer attack Lin Yuan even without the blue flash purple butterfly's control. Lin Yuan was not against the Kill Food Worm's new attitude, and the Kill Food Worm even wanted to nudge Lin Yuan's leg as a show of affection. This scared Lin Yuan, who jumped back in fright. Although the Kill Food Worm had been subdued, the black spikes that covered its body could even pierce the mother of Bloodbath's armor. If the Kill Food Worm nudged Lin Yuan, he was afraid that he would become a bloody mangled piece of punctured flesh in no time. He took a deep breath and instructed the blue flash purple butterfly to keep the Kill Food Worm as calm as possible. Lin Yuan took out the amber button-shaped Fey storage box and the brocade pouch with law crystals. When Lin Yuan took out 2 law crystals, the pure law power inside triggered the Kill Food Worm's abilities and caused it to cry out. The Kill Food Worm's craving for the law crystals and its attraction to the blue flash purple butterfly clashed fiercely. This was why Lin Yuan did not previously put the Kill Food Worm inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Eventually, the Kill Food Worm's attraction to the blue flash purple butterfly won out, and the Kill Food Worm remained under control. Lin Yuan tossed the 2 law crystals to the Kill Food Worm. The law crystals landed on a grass patch next to the Kill Food Worm, but it did not go over to consume them as it was suppressing its yearning to wait for the blue flash purple butterfly's permission. Lin Yuan nodded at the blue flash purple butterfly, which then gave the Kill Food Worm permission to consume the 2 law crystals. The Kill Food Worm released a large amount of energy and shot toward the law crystals like an arrow. It opened its mouth and swallowed the law crystals with one gulp. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed by the blue flash purple butterfly's ability to control the Kill Food Worm. The blue flash purple butterfly could even win out over the Kill Food Worm's genetics to control it perfectly. Lin Yuan continued to feed the Kill Food Worms 10 law crystals at a time. He noticed that it became more affectionate as he continued to feed the kill food worm. It lay by Lin Yuan's feet and looked up at him with a loving gaze as it waited for him to feed it more law crystals. Soon, the law aura around the kill food worm became stronger and reached pinnacle suzerain/myth 3 level. At this point, Lin Yuan had already used about 500 law crystals. But he did not stop. Instead, he fed it at an even faster rate. From his experience with Endless Summer, Lin Yuan knew that many law crystals were needed for a Fae to evolve from Pinnacle Myth 3 to Creation Breed. As he continued to feed the kill food worm, the number of law crystals in the brocade pouch decreased until finally, less than 200 law crystals were left. Lin Yuan sighed and decided that if the remaining law crystals were insufficient for the kill food worm to evolve to Creation Breed, they would have to stop where they were. The sacred sword-wielding queen could produce 1,000 law crystals every day. He just needed to wait for 2 days before enough law crystals were produced for the kill food worm to evolve to Creation Breed. When Lin Yuan placed his last 50 law crystals on the ground, the kill food worm only absorbed some of them. At that moment, the kill food worm's power allowed it to break free from the blue flash purple butterfly's control, and it started to thrash about wildly on the ground. Lin Yuan shook his sleeve, and the amber button-shaped source sand changed into a granule of sand and tunneled underground. The ground in a 10-meter radius around Lin Yuan turned into quicksand. A feather formed from the day and night spirit silver shot out of the quicksand and turned into black wings that attached themselves to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan flapped the wings and flew up into the air. The blue flash purple butterfly landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. It was clear that the kill food worm's aura had scared it after it had absorbed the law crystals. From the blue flash purple butterfly's reaction, Lin Yuan could tell how much more it hated the kill food worm now. He felt that the obedient kill food worm's future would not be smooth sailing from now on. From the kill food worm's aura, Lin Yuan could tell that it was about to evolve to Creation Breed because its aura had already caused a thick trial of world creation cloud to form. The trial of world creation cloud was already flashing with crimson lightning. The kill food worm was rapidly spitting out sky blue silk threads, and it looked as though a swatch of sky was wrapping around the kill food worm. The light blue threads contrasted with the kill food worm's brown body, but soon, the light blue threads melded with the black spikes to fully envelop the kill food worm. A 600-meter-long light blue larva loomed before Lin Yuan. He hastily moved backward. The kill food worm could easily handle all of the trial of world creation's attacks in its larva stage. Lin Yuan only needed to stand by the side and watch quietly until the kill food worm overcame the trial of world creation and broke out of its larva. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and flew to a safe area. He instructed the source sand to dig a trench around the larva in preparation to catch the residual energy of the trial of world creation. He still did not know what he could do with the small golden pearl that had formed on the pure land of bliss after absorbing the creation world ley line. At that moment, a crimson lightning bolt descended from the trial of world creation cloud and struck the larva like a red cleaver. Red lightning-shaped patterns appeared all over the light blue larva. Despite being struck by lightning, the larva remained silent. Lin Yuan sensed that the law power had shattered, and an aura of destruction was hanging around the larva. However, Lin Yuan also sensed a burgeoning vitality within the aura of destruction that differed from the kill food worm's own vitality. The energy from the new vitality made Lin Yuan's hair stand on end. He knew that this was the aura of the kill food sky butterfly's bloodline. The blue flash purple butterfly did not seem affected by the kill food sky butterfly's bloodline. As a butterfly species Fae, the blue flash purple butterfly only knew how to admire itself and was unbothered by bloodlines that were more elite than its own. The trial of world creation's attacks continued to descend, and each strike embedded the lightning bolt patterns on the larva even deeper. When the third strike landed on the larva, a fist-sized hole opened on its top. A skinny blue butterfly flew out of the hole. There were light purple spots on the butterfly that reflected the sunlight like gems. Lin Yuan had imagined what the kill food sky butterfly would look like. As one of the butterfly species Faes with the 3 most elite bloodlines, Class 4 Fae observers had written an introduction about the kill food sky butterfly. However, the Class 4 Fae observers had only written a few lines and had not included any pictures. Lin Yuan did not expect the ugly kill food worm to become so beautiful when it transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. Despite having the power of worlds, the kill food sky butterfly looked weak and fragile. Lin Yuan could not help but be disappointed. He thought that the kill food worm would be able to comprehend a willpower rune when it transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. He did not expect that it would not comprehend anything at all. But after the kill food sky butterfly flew out of the larva, Lin Yuan sensed the change in attitude that the blue flash purple butterfly had toward the kill food sky butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly was no longer hateful. Instead, it looked like it had fallen in love at first sight. Lin Yuan looked at the blue flash purple butterfly in shock. Apparently, the blue flash purple butterfly still only cared about looks. At that moment, the blue flash purple butterfly flew toward the kill food sky butterfly. Now, only the creation world ley line was left to descend, and there was no danger for the blue flash purple butterfly. Hence, Lin Yuan did not stop the blue flash purple butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly and the kill food sky butterfly flew around each other as the afternoon sunbeams cascaded down around them. As Lin Yuan sensed the blue flash purple butterfly's mood, he suddenly entered a state of comprehension. The weak blue butterfly with purple spots and the shimmering purple butterfly fluttered around each other as though they were in love. The picture of the two dancing butterflies was exceptionally beautiful. The light reflecting off the butterflies were like ripples of water that intermingled with the sunbeams, forming fractals of tea-colored light that made the sunlight appear even more charming. Lin Yuan had not known what kind of willpower rune would be suitable for the blue flash purple butterfly. He had chosen to contract the blue flash purple butterfly because Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone could only be used by Fays with normal abilities, and the blue flash purple butterfly silence scale powder had been just the control ability that Lin Yuan needed. However, the butterfly that had hatched from the blue flash butterfly's cocoon Lin Yuan had bought from Lu Jie unexpectedly underwent a legendary transformation. This had given Lin Yuan an opportunity that he had yet to use. Now, Lin Yuan was no longer clueless about this as a purple butterfly-shaped rune appeared in his spiritual spatial zone. The willpower rune that Lin Yuan comprehended was the blue flash purple butterfly's original form and the word beautiful projected from the willpower rune. This willpower rune was a beauty-related one that Lin Yuan had comprehended from the blue flash butterfly. This was the most special willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended, but it was not as special as the kill food sky butterfly's comprehension power. The willpower rune that Lin Yuan had just comprehended was aimed at the spirit and soul and was considered an attribute willpower. Lin Yuan smiled brightly as he looked at the spinning butterfly-shaped willpower rune. The problem that had been poking the back of his mind was finally gone. Since the blue flash purple butterfly had comprehended the butterfly-shaped willpower rune, it was definitely suitable for it. The blue flash purple butterfly was finally going to evolve to fantasy breed. After the blue flash purple butterfly evolved to fantasy breed, Morbius would also be able to evolve to fantasy breed. Morbius' evolution to fantasy breed would be extremely beneficial to Lin Yuan because not only would it gain new exclusive abilities, but the spirit lock spatial zone would also expand. It was even possible that new abilities would appear. When Morbius was normal quality, there had only been one spirit pool inside the spirit lock spatial zone. But after Morbius had evolved to bronze grade and gained the pure land of bliss, a patch of white sand that could heal a phase roots also appeared. Both the improvement in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's facilities and its expansion would improve Lin Yuan's arsenal of abilities. It would allow Lin Yuan to produce more precious resources that would help him gain partnerships with more factions and expand his personal and business network. This would greatly be in Lin Yuan's interests. When Morbius evolved to Fantasy Breed, the concentration of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would increase, and the jade-textured wood and spotted corals would also be produced at a quicker rate. The elemental shellfish would also produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls faster. Ever since the incident of the evolving water world dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had not been able to communicate with Morbius as it had fallen asleep and had yet to awaken. It was likely that Morbius would wake up from its slumber during its evolution to Fantasy Breed. At that moment, the Kill Food Sky butterfly suddenly activated its world power that solidified around its body. The kill food sky butterfly did not absorb the creation world ley line that had descended from the trial of world creation cloud, as it was too preoccupied with swearing its loyalty to the blue flash purple butterfly. After the kill food sky butterfly swore to become the blue flash purple butterfly's servant, Lin Yuan sensed the imprint of a law world from his spiritual energy link with the blue flash purple butterfly. The imprint was like a switch through which the blue flash purple butterfly could order around the kill food sky butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly could even take the kill food sky butterfly's life if it wanted to. Lin Yuan felt that the kill food sky butterfly was doing a good job of being an obedient puppy. It immediately became obedient before even ascertaining if the master it decided to serve was worth serving. Lin Yuan sensed the blue flash purple butterfly's affection for the kill food sky butterfly deepening and thought, "It looks like the blue flash purple butterfly will be treating the kill food sky butterfly well." This was the first time that Lin Yuan had sensed such strong emotions from the blue flash purple butterfly ever since contracting it. He had always thought of the blue flash purple butterfly as a haughty and vain male butterfly. He did not expect it to turn into a lovesick teenager the moment it met the kill food sky butterfly. This made Lin Yuan think of the jasmine lily. The blue flash purple butterfly used to stick with the jasmine lily, and Lin Yuan felt that their relationship transcended that which could exist between phase. But now he felt that he had been thinking too much. The blue flash purple butterfly was just a jerk that had been using the jasmine lily as a soft bed. Now that the blue flash purple butterfly had fallen in love at first sight with the kill food sky butterfly, and the jasmine lily had become even more luscious, it was likely that the jasmine lily would become both the blue flash purple butterfly and kill food sky butterfly's bed in the future. Lin Yuan understood why the kill food sky butterfly did not change into human form. According to the Class 4 Fey observer's description of the kill food sky butterfly, its bloodline was so elite that it did not like to change into human form. It would only change into human form when faced with an enemy so it could use body weaponization to attack. The trial of world creation cloud was still creating the creation world ley line, so Lin Yuan called over the kill food sky butterfly and blue flash purple butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly landed on Lin Yuan's nose, and the kill food sky butterfly followed suit. A clear and calm female's voice coyly greeted Lin Yuan like how a wife would talk to her father-in-law. This made Lin Yuan want to praise the blue flash purple butterfly. "Son, you're amazing." While Lin Yuan internally praised the blue flash purple butterfly, his eyebrow twitched, and he responded to the kill food sky butterfly's greeting. The kill food sky butterfly was a creation breed Fey, and its world power was centered around combat. The kill food sky butterfly would be much stronger than Endless Summer if they really started fighting. Lin Yuan felt that Endless Summer was Sky City's #1 fighting power. But now that he had the kill food sky butterfly, Endless Summer was demoted to #2. Lin Yuan could control the kill food sky butterfly through the blue flash purple butterfly. As such, the kill food sky butterfly had become another source of power for Lin Yuan. This source of power was different from the mother of Bloodbath's power as a path protector. As Lin Yuan's path protector, the mother of Bloodbath was considered external strength. But since the kill food sky butterfly had sworn its servitude to the blue flash purple butterfly, it had become Lin Yuan's own strength. Lin Yuan said to the blue flash purple butterfly, "Little fellow, it's your turn to evolve to fantasy breed now." The blue flash purple butterfly flew toward the butterfly-shaped willpower rune in Lin Yuan's hand. At that moment, a surging grandiose purple willpower flowed out of the blue flash purple butterfly. The purple willpower slowly turned into shining butterflies, and it was as though 1,000 purple butterflies were flying off towards the horizon. The purple glow turned into purple afterglow light that cascaded all over the blue flash purple butterfly. The purple willpower in the blue flash purple butterfly grew stronger, and its wings became even more slender. A long tail grew out of the bottom of the blue flash purple butterfly, and it consumed and spat out the purple afterglow light continuously. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly. It seemed like the blue flash purple butterfly's evolution to fantasy breed would not be as painful as Genius and Chimes had been. Judging from this situation, the blue flash purple butterfly should soon evolve into the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. The beauty of the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly was legendary. Just as Lin Yuan was about to declare a state of calm, something out of the ordinary occurred. The light blue kill food sky butterfly flew up from Lin Yuan's finger and carefully flew around the evolving blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan could sense the kill food sky butterfly's admiration, hesitation, affection, hurt, and determination. The moment that the kill food sky butterfly felt determined, it turned midair and changed into a gentle woman with blue hair and purple eyes. Lin Yuan did not know what the kill food sky butterfly was trying to do. At that moment, the woman that the kill food sky butterfly had changed into placed its hands together as though it was about to bid goodbye. Shortly after, an aura of resolution spewed forth from the gentle woman, and white flames burst to life around her. Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim in shock when he saw the white flames. Bloodline sacrifice. Kill food sky butterfly, you've only just evolved to creation breed. Why are you sacrificing your bloodline? Are you trying to kill yourself? But from the kill food sky butterfly's posture, Lin Yuan had a general idea of why it wanted to sacrifice its bloodline. Fays with elite bloodlines could all sacrifice their bloodlines. Some main dragon species Fays would sacrifice their bloodlines right before their death to give their favorite offspring strength. As such, their offspring would be able to gain the main dragon species bloodline easily from a young age. However, the bloodline sacrifice was extremely dangerous. The bloodline was a basic part of a Fae. Any impact to a Fae's bloodline would result in serious injuries, much less sacrificing the bloodline itself. Normally, dragon species Faes that sacrificed their bloodlines would lose their lives afterward. Only a few Faes had accumulated a large amount of pure spiritual ingredients that could use the pure elemental energy inside the spiritual ingredients to prolong their life after sacrificing their bloodline. The main dragon species Faes always sacrificed their bloodlines on their deathbed. The kill food sky butterfly had only just transformed out of its kill food worm stage, and it could be said that it had just grown up. The grown-up kill food sky butterfly was doing the same thing as those old dragon species Faes that were about to die. It wanted to sacrifice its elite bloodline to help the blue flash purple butterfly's bloodline improve further. As the most beautiful butterfly species Fae, the blue flash purple butterfly was only lacking in its bloodline. The kill food sky butterfly's sacrifice of its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly would greatly change the blue flash purple butterfly. It was even possible that the blue flash purple butterfly would be able to break through the current understanding of it that people had and evolve into a Fae that was even more beautiful than the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. Lin Yuan was stunned by the kill food sky butterfly's ultimate sacrifice. He could feel the deep love that the kill food sky butterfly had for the blue flash purple butterfly. The love was so strong that the kill food sky butterfly was even willing to give up its life. Moths always flew toward flames, and this was exactly what the kill food sky butterfly was doing now. Did a love that made one willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their loved one truly exist? Naturally, someone like Lin Yuan, who had only ever been single, could not provide an answer to this. Still, this scene before him made him aware that there were some creatures that were even willing to put their life on the line in the name of love. Although the kill food sky butterfly had decided to sacrifice itself, Lin Yuan could not watch it die. The evolving kill food sky butterfly was still conscious, and it knew that the kill food sky butterfly was going to sacrifice itself. Lin Yuan could sense the blue flash purple butterfly's heartache and anxiousness. The blue flash purple butterfly even considered stopping its evolution to prevent the kill food sky butterfly from sacrificing itself. However, the process of evolving to fantasy breed could not be halted once it started. Once a Fae started fusing with a willpower rune, it could only wait for the evolution to be over. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and used spiritual energy to say to the blue flash purple butterfly, "Leave it to me. I'll save the kill food sky butterfly. Don't waste the opportunity that the kill food sky butterfly is willing to use its life to give you." Lin Yuan activated the pure land of bliss, and it appeared by his feet. The glowing white sand covered the kill food sky butterfly with white flames around it. The pure land of bliss was unable to heal the damage caused by bloodline sacrifice. However, the pure land of bliss could protect the kill food sky butterfly and ensure that it kept its life even after sacrificing its bloodline. Although the strength law that the kill food worm had comprehended was not an attribute law, the kill food worm was still an Earth-type Fae. It remained an Earth-type Fae even after evolving to creation breed. Thus, pure Earth-type spiritual ingredients were required to help the kill food sky butterfly regain its sacrificed bloodline. Lin Yuan took Earth-type elemental pearl, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls out of the spirit lock spatial zone and tossed them toward the kill food sky butterfly. He did not care if they had an outer layer or what kind of outer layer they had because the priority was to save the kill food sky butterfly's life. Lin Yuan had made a promise to the blue flash purple butterfly, one of his partners. If the kill food sky butterfly died after sacrificing its bloodline, the blue flash purple butterfly would be seriously affected. It was even possible that the blue flash purple butterfly would never get over its grief. He did not want his partner to be in pain for the rest of its life. The Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls landed on the white flames surrounding the kill food sky butterfly and immediately became a flood of Earth-type elemental energy. The pure Earth-type energy was enough for the kill food sky butterfly to regain its senses. Lin Yuan yelled to the kill food sky butterfly, "I can continuously provide you with pure Earth-type elemental energy. Fays depend on pure elemental energy to sustain their bloodlines. You can use the pure Earth-type elemental energy to produce a new bloodline while sacrificing your current one simultaneously. Sometimes, sacrificing yourself is not just about you. The blue flash purple butterfly is hurting because of your sacrifice." The kill food sky butterfly was shocked by what Lin Yuan said. When the kill food sky butterfly saw the blue flash purple butterfly evolve to fantasy breed, it knew that this was an extremely important transformation. The only thing that the kill food sky butterfly could give the blue flash purple butterfly was its elite butterfly species bloodline. The kill food sky butterfly looked at the blue flash purple butterfly, and it instantly sensed the latter's intense pain. The gentle woman that the kill food worm had changed into looked guilty and hurriedly absorbed the thick Earth-type elemental energy. It started to produce a new bloodline at the same time that sacrificed its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and all the Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls he had accumulated poured out onto the pure land of bliss. "Just take as much as you need. But these are all the Earth-type elemental pearls I have," said Lin Yuan. Naturally, the kill food sky butterfly would prefer not to die. It looked surprised at the pile of Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that rose to Lin Yuan's knee. Although the kill food sky butterfly had evolved to creation breed and transformed its appearance, it had retained all its memories. Hence, the kill food sky butterfly was well aware of the value of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The kill food sky butterfly would eat a few elemental pearls per week when it was in the cage of Brahma insects. However, those elemental pearls only had a purity of around 70%, whereas these ones all had a purity of at least 95%. The kill food sky butterfly was suspicious. Aren't Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls valuable? Even Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters had trouble nurturing one. Thus, how did Lin Yuan get so many? Moreover, almost all of them had an outer layer. During their previous confrontation, the kill food sky butterfly had discovered who Lin Yuan was. Despite being the disciple of a Class 5 creation master, it could not be easy for Lin Yuan to produce so many Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The kill food sky butterfly knew that Lin Yuan was giving up a lot to save its life. It quickly thanked Lin Yuan before it moved to stand in the pile of the Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and started to temper them to replenish its depleting bloodline. The kill food sky butterfly said to Lin Yuan, "I won't be seriously injured after I sacrifice my bloodline thanks to these Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "I'll continue supplying you with these Earth-type elemental pearls until your bloodline has been fully restored. I also want to thank you for giving the blue flash purple butterfly the transformation opportunity of a lifetime." As the kill food sky butterfly sacrificed its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly, the purple willpower around it grew stronger until even the sky above was stained purple. The purple afterglow was like voluminous clouds that covered the sun. The blue flash purple butterfly flew toward the sky and danced around in the purple light. When the purple afterglow descended to the ground, a field of pear blossoms and begonias bloomed. The petals of the flowers dissolved into purple light that shot toward the blue flash purple butterfly in the sky. It looked as though the purple light was the reception that was ready to receive the stunning beauty in the sky. The blue flash purple butterfly glided on the wind and broke free of its bloodline. The purple light from the flowers spread out over the blue flash purple butterfly, and the purple willpower in the sky intensified. At that moment, plumes of thick purple chi burst forth from the blue flash purple butterfly's wings. The purple chi broke through the purple afterglow and took out the entire sky. At that moment, all of the purple light formed from the field of flowers fell with the pressure of beauty. Lin Yuan used true data and discovered that the blue flash purple butterfly had transformed into the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. After the blue flash purple butterfly transformed into the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, the Trial of World Creation Cloud finally released the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's creation world ley line. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly used the Earth-type elemental energy in the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to replenish its bloodline, while combining the energy from the creation world ley line with its own power. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply. Several developments had taken place over the last few minutes. But luckily, both the blue flash purple butterfly and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly were safe, and the blue flash purple butterfly had even transformed drastically. Lin Yuan did not feel any heartache when he saw the diminishing pile of Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, because they would normally not have been able to help the blue flash purple butterfly undergo such a big transformation. But now, these Earth-type elemental pearls not only enabled the blue flash purple butterfly to transform, but they also saved the life of a creation breed fae. To anyone else, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were extremely precious, and it would cost them an arm and a leg to even obtain one. But to Lin Yuan, they were just another common resource that was produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Now that the blue flash purple butterfly had evolved to fantasy breed, Morbius could also evolve to fantasy breed. The bronze/legend elemental shellfish would also be able to produce elemental pearls at a quicker rate. The increased amount of pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would also allow Lin Yuan to cultivate a few more elemental shellfish. Thus, Lin Yuan would never have a shortage of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The pure land of bliss was collecting the residual energy of the creation world ley line, and another golden pearl appeared. It was smaller than the one that had appeared after the pure land of bliss had absorbed the residual energy of Endless Summer's creation world ley line. The size difference should have something to do with Endless Summer's evolution to Sovereign. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was only Suzerain X and was still a distance away from Sovereign. When the Kill Food Sky Butterfly replenished its bloodline, it would be able to break through to Sovereign. Lin Yuan was about to check on the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's abilities when he felt the Morbius bracelet around his wrist grow hot. When he looked down at the Morbius bracelet, he heard Morbius' voice say, "Yuan, long time no see." Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion when he heard Morbius' voice, and he said softly, "Morbius, long time no see. You're finally awake." Although it had only been 2 months since they last spoke, it had felt like years to Lin Yuan. Morbius happily replied, "Yuan, I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend 2 willpower runes so soon. You even helped the blue flash purple butterfly and the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur evolve to fantasy breed." Morbius chuckled, unable to express its excitement over talking to its friend after such a long slumber. While Lin Yuan spoke to Morbius, he felt the Morbius bracelet grow hotter until it eventually hurt. However, Lin Yuan did not mind this. He excitedly asked Morbius, "Morbius, are you about to evolve to fantasy breed?" Morbius hesitated before saying, "You're right, but I'll need to use more of your spiritual energy to evolve to fantasy breed. I'll have to use the spiritual energy that I return to you, as well as even more spiritual energy on top of that. Why don't I hold off on evolving to fantasy breed for some time? But no matter how much I try, I won't be able to hold myself off for long." Lin Yuan could hear a note of shame in Morbius' voice. Morbius was extremely guilty that it would need to use more of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy to evolve to fantasy breed. When Lin Yuan was between 8 to 17 years old, his spiritual energy had been wispy at best because of Morbius. Lin Yuan would become dizzy after concentrating his spiritual energy for a short while. If Morbius evolved to fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would return to that state. Moreover, Morbius needed even more spiritual energy now, so Lin Yuan might end up in a worse state than before. Morbius did not want this to happen. Although it would take a huge toll on Morbius to suppress itself to not evolve to fantasy breed, and it would end up falling unconscious and injuring its roots after a prolonged time, Morbius was still insistent on waiting until Lin Yuan had enough spiritual power before it evolved to fantasy breed. A spirit chi professional spiritual energy was continuously growing. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had increased significantly in the last 8 months. Morbius estimated that Lin Yuan's spiritual energy would become sufficient to help it evolve to fantasy breed in 2 years. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his hands in exasperation and asked, "Morbius, how much spiritual energy do I need in order for you to evolve to fantasy breed?" Morbius answered truthfully, "Yuan, I need 3 times the amount of spiritual power that you've gained over the last 8 months in order to evolve to fantasy breed. However, don't forget that you'll need spiritual energy for your everyday use as well. Why don't I sleep for some time? I'll be able to hold off on evolving to fantasy breed the longest while I'm unconscious." Lin Yuan smiled toothily and said, "Morbius, you forget that I have the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia. It has already produced fruits. Although the fruits still need some time to ripen, I can use spirit chi crystals to accelerate their ripening." He went into the spirit lock spatial zone. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly knew where Lin Yuan was going, so it was not nervous. Calmly waited for Lin Yuan to return. However, Lin Yuan's disappearance frightened the kill food sky butterfly. If Lin Yuan used spatial teleportation, it would result in a shift in the spatial energy. The kill food sky butterfly was a creation breed fae and could shatter the spatial energy to stop spatial teleportation. But Lin Yuan had not caused any shifts in spatial energy. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. This strange occurrence was a head-scratcher for the kill food sky butterfly. However, the kill food sky butterfly could not be bothered with this for long, as its main focus was the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. The 2 butterflies dancing around each other had no qualms about showing off their affection to every creature in the area. Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone and went to the pure land of bliss. He collected the 2 golden pearls and squatted down to check on the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia. He thought, "It looks like the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruits still have a long time to go before they ripen." Morbius felt at ease when it saw the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruits and said to Lin Yuan, "The cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia has produced 3 fruits. You should have enough spiritual power after eating one of them. Although the first fruit's effects will be the most obvious, eating more will also have an effect until the 3rd one is eaten. After I evolve to fantasy breed, true data, calm mind, and spirit chi condensation will be boosted. You'll be able to use true data to check on creation breed phase, and calm mind will be able to perfectly defend against all phase myth breed and below, while still having a strong defense against phase above myth breed. 1 spirit chi crystal will still be produced every week, but each spirit chi crystal will be much more effective than before. After the blue flash purple butterfly's grade becomes silver, I'll also evolve to silver grade. The spirit chi crystals produced will be 10 times more effective than before." Now that Morbius knew that Lin Yuan had a way to increase his spiritual energy, it was ready to speak freely about evolving to fantasy breed. When Morbius had been asleep, Lin Yuan could only get a vague idea of its abilities. But now that Morbius was awake, Lin Yuan could ask Morbius any questions he had instead of slowly experimenting and doing research on his own. He was most excited about the increase in the effectiveness of the spirit chi crystals. Previously, Lin Yuan needed 10 spirit chi crystals to evolve a silver X/fantasy fae to gold eye. Once Morbius evolved to fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would only need 1 spirit chi crystal to perform the same task. This effectively increased Lin Yuan's own power 10 times. He used to be able to use 1 spirit chi crystal to evolve 5 bronze/epic phase to bronze/legend. Now, 1 spirit chi crystal could evolve 50 bronze/epic phase to bronze/legend. It was almost unbelievable that Lin Yuan could increase the quality and quantity of spirit chi crystals without lifting a finger. It had not been easy for Lin Yuan to obtain a bronze/legend fae. But now, a bronze/legend Fey was completely worthless to him. Lin Yuan had been using spirit chi crystals to evolve Fey grades. But once they reached Gold Eye, he would run out of spirit chi crystals to evolve them any further. Now, Lin Yuan could increase the limit to Platinum Eye. If Lin Yuan was also able to collect some Myth Breed Phase World Grace, he felt that he would be able to evolve all his Phase to Diamond grade. Since Morbius was about to evolve to Fantasy Breed and could produce stronger Spirit Chi crystals, Lin Yuan did not plan on keeping the weaker Spirit Chi crystals. He took out all the Spirit Chi crystals he had and crushed one of them to direct the spiritual power to the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia. Morbius also helped Lin Yuan to direct the Spirit Chi. Unexpectedly, the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia was a huge consumer of Spirit Chi. It took 9 Spirit Chi crystals for the fruits to ripen fully. Once the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia ripened, they released a fragrance that penetrated to the heart. Lin Yuan took a whiff of the fragrance and felt his spirit pulse and his mind clear. After the fruits ripened, the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia wanted to absorb the energy in the fruits. But before the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia could make its move, Lin Yuan plucked the 3 ripe fruits. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia started to sway and whip its leaves around in protest. Lin Yuan stroked the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia's leaves soothingly. He ignored the fact that the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia was a plant-type Fey that could not understand human language and said, "I need your fruits for something important now. In the future, I'll only pluck 2 of your fruits and leave you 1 to eat." Lin Yuan remembered how fast the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia had scurried away from the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus when it first produced fruits. Luckily, he had ripened the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia's fruits himself. If he let the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia's fruits ripen in their own time and let the wind-speed rapid antelope look after them, any slip-up by the wind-speed rapid antelope and the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia would swiftly gobble up the fruits. Lin Yuan popped the 3 Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia fruits in his mouth. The moment he bit into them, he felt like he had a mouthful of spearmint. His entire spiritual energy was refreshed, and he soon felt his spiritual energy rise. He was extremely pleased by this feeling of his spiritual energy increasing. When Lin Yuan ate the 3rd Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia fruit, his spiritual energy stopped increasing. He gently shook his head and felt that he had enough spiritual energy to contract 3 or 4 Phays. Lin Yuan said to Morbius, "Morbius, you can evolve to Fantasy Breed now. The Spirit Lock spatial zone is going to change significantly this time. I'll need to sleep at least 2 hours while I'm evolving to Fantasy Breed. Although the Spirit Lock spatial zone's expansion won't endanger the Phays inside it, they definitely won't be comfortable," replied Morbius. Lin Yuan nodded and prepared to summon Genius, Chimey, and the wind-speed rapid antelope out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The floating island whale, Gray, and the elemental shellfish needed to absorb the pure spirit chi inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As such, Lin Yuan decided to leave them inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once he summoned Genius, Chimey, and the wind-speed rapid antelope out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Morbius immediately started to evolve. When Morbius started its evolution, Lin Yuan's bracelet started to grow hot. However, the heat would not burn Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked down at the Morbius bracelet and noticed that it was different from before. Previously, there was the image of the spirit pool, pure land of bliss, and the light green bowl from which spirit chi crystals were produced engraved on the bracelet. Now, a new image was slowly forming. This new image filled Lin Yuan with hope. Chimey, Genius, the wind-speed rapid antelope, and the blue flash purple butterfly usually spent all their time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Although the blue flash purple butterfly usually stuck with the jasmine lily, it had become friends with Genius, Chimey, and the wind-speed rapid antelope. When Genius saw that the blue flash purple butterfly had evolved to Fantasy Breed, it started to meow and say, "Blue flash purple butterfly, did it hurt when you evolved to Fantasy Breed? It hurt so much for me when I went through it, but I was very brave and didn't cry like Chimey did." Chimey chirped and said, "Stop spouting nonsense. I didn't cry. I'm the strongest." Blue flash purple butterfly, don't listen to Genius. He was the one meowing away in pain. Chimey started to imitate the cries of anguish that Genius had let out while it was evolving. Genius used its 5 tails to cover its face in shame. The wind-speed rapid antelope hopped around happily to express its joy that its friend had evolved. Lin Yuan watched his phase getting along and enjoyed the caressing of the breeze. His heart was at ease, and he basked in the sweetness of calmness. Although Morbius was evolving to fantasy breed, true data was still usable. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's attributes. Fey name: Purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, Fey species. Flash butterfly species / scaled butterfly species, Fey grade. Bronze, 10/10, Fey type. Spiritual / soul, Fey quality. Fantasy eye, abilities. Silent scale powder. Special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit chi, their spirit chi will end up cracking. Exclusive skill: Scale powder halo. The scale powder has strong reflective abilities, and the target that lays eyes on the scale powder will be affected by the reflection. The target will start to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. Soul beauty goddess. By activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of its object of love on its own body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. He knew that the blue flash purple butterfly's bloodline had been improved due to the kill food sky butterfly's sacrifice. However, he did not expect that the power of silent scale powder would increase so significantly. Previously, silent scale powder had only had the power to silence. The scale powder would prevent a target from accessing their spiritual power and using their elemental abilities. However, the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's scale powder could not only stem a Fey's spiritual power but also absorb their spiritual power and crack their body. Thus, silent scale powder now had a diminishing effect on top of its controlling effect. Since the scale powder targeted spiritual power, it was difficult to clean it off. As long as a trace of scale powder was left on the target would be under the scale powder's effects. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's silent scale powder was not powder from its wings that could spread out across numerous targets. When one entity in a group was affected by silent scale powder, the target's movements would spread the scale powder around to other Feys until all the Feys in the target's team were under the influence of silent scale powder. Hence, the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's silent scale powder was extremely suitable for large-scale outdoor battles. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's original ability scale powder halo had not changed much. It could still use reflective light to blind and cause a target to become dizzy. That said, Soul Beauty Goddess was too powerful. Soul Beauty Goddess could attract other Feys and make them treasure the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's silent scale powder. The target Feys would want to keep the silent scale powder on themselves of their own volition. It was even possible that the target Fey would desire to consume the silent scale powder in order to protect the silent scale powder in the best way possible. This attraction greatly increased the silent scale powder's dispersal and controlling effects. Soul Beauty Goddess did not have any disadvantages. The controlling ability would remain intact as long as the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly used its own spiritual energy and soul to magnify its beauty to the greatest extent. Beauty was always put on a pedestal. Feys were no exception. Soul Beauty Goddess allowed the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's scale powder to affect all Feys. Lin Yuan's jaw fell open. Not only was the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly beautiful, but it was strong to boot. Morbius grade followed the Fey in the Spirit Lock spatial zone with the lowest grade, and Jasmine Lily had reached Platinum I/Fantasy 3, while the Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon had reached Platinum I/Fantasy I. According to Morbius Spirit Lock spatial zone limit, Morbius would be able to reach Silver X once it evolved to Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan would need to lock another Fey and nurture it to Gold I/Fantasy I in order to increase Morbius grade. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to use this opportunity to increase the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's grade. He still had 10 spirit chi crystals, which was enough to evolve it from bronze X/fantasy I to silver X/fantasy I. This would hit Morbius' current limit. Lin Yuan thought. What a coincidence that I have just the right number of spirit chi crystals. He crushed the 10 spirit chi crystals and directed the spirit chi toward the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly successfully evolved to silver X/fantasy I. Due to the spirit lock, the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly did not have any abilities other than normal abilities. As such, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to use true data to check on it again. The Kill Food Sky butterfly looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude. It already considered the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly as its whole world. Now that Lin Yuan was putting effort into nurturing the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, the Kill Food Sky butterfly was even more thankful to Lin Yuan than when he had saved its life. Lin Yuan said to the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly that was flying around him, "Purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, why don't I call you Purple Afterglow from now on?" Purple Afterglow flapped its wings to express its satisfaction with the name. Lin Yuan started to play with Genius, Chimey, Purple Afterglow, the Windspeed Rapid Antelope, and the Kill Food Sky butterfly. While they were playing, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a strange image of a bottle appear on the Morbius bracelet. Morbius' voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's mind. "I have evolved to fantasy breed." Lin Yuan used true data to check on Morbius. Fey name, Morbius. Fey species, unknown. Fey grade, silver, 10/10. Fey type, spatial/mystery. Fey quality, fantasy I. Abilities, true data. All complicated information that is invisible to the eye is turned into data. Information that is turned into data might contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Calm Mind, passive ability. Effects of Calm Mind can be improved according to the phase grade. Calm Mind can stabilize the mind and has a certain probability of resisting negative conditions. Spirit Chi condensation. Gather the Spirit Chi in the air and Spirit Lock spatial zone. The gathered Spirit Chi will form Spirit Chi crystals that can enhance phase and source-type lifeforms. Exclusive skill. Spirit Lock. Morbius spatial zone can be used to nurture phase. The initial grade of the Fey that Morbius spatial zone can nurture must not be higher than Morbius grade. Morbius isn't able to increase its grade by itself, so its grade will be increased along with the phase grade that it nurtures. At the same time, Morbius can obtain the initial ability of the Fey that it nurtures. However, Morbius will not obtain abilities when its grade increases. Whenever Morbius increases a grade, it will be able to nurture one more Fey. Morbius' method of growth will remain unchanged. Pure Land of Bliss. The Spirit Lock spatial zone will produce soil that is great for recovering near-death phase injuries. The phase recovery time will be determined by the grade of Morbius and the dying Fey. Klein Hub. Swallow and bind the dimensional hub that connects to the dimensional world into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The life forms and items in the Spirit Lock spatial zone will enter the connected dimensional world during the binding process. However, the dimensional world's lifeforms will not be able to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Normal Spirit Lock: Jasmine Lily, but of Mountain Jade Platinum, 1 out of 10, /fantasy 3 ability, Heal: Fasciated Flower Stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized Main Flower. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of Mountain Jade. Its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its Bud of Mountain Jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Exclusive skill. Recovery Imprint. It accumulates the healing energy that the Jasmine Lily releases during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed Limbs Growth. It comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. Elite Spirit Lock: Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon. Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye abilities. Spirit Injection. Restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Exclusive skill. Spirit Chi Imprint. The spirit chi that is constantly released to the environment would be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that do not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It would be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor could release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit essence explosion. Gather the spiritual power into a single point and explode all the energy. The spirit essence explosion can only be applied to places where there is contact with the spirit chi imprint. Bronze spirit lock : purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, silver X/fantasy eye abilities. Silent scale powder. Special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit chi, their spirit chi will end up cracking. Exclusive skill. Scale powder halo. Its scale powder contains a powerful reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection will cause the target being enveloped by the scale powder to suffer from light pollution and lead to dizziness or brief blindness. Soul beauty goddess. By activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of its object of love on its own body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Lin Yuan realized that Morbius had evolved to Silver X/Fantasy Eye. However, when he saw Morbius' new exclusive skill Klein Hub, he could not help but be stunned. His mouth gaped slightly. Klein Hub was essentially a Class 6-dimensional rift that opened in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and he could even choose what dimensional world connected to the dimensional rift. Due to Klein Hub's features, it would not allow dimensional lifeforms to escape like they could from the Class 6-dimensional rift. The ever-polite Lin Yuan could not help but curse and say, "Damn! Klein Hub is incredible!" A crystal-clear river threaded through the purple bamboo forest, where each bamboo was 30 meters tall. These purple bamboo stems were very slender, but they did not sway in the wind. The numerous bamboos were like the teeth of a comb that brushed through the gentle breeze. Occasionally, phoenix cries resonated from deep within the bamboo forest. The sonorous phoenix cries and the rustling of leaves created an elegant symphony. Spring was late this year in the Radiance Federation. But even if spring never came, the fragrance of bamboo, phoenix cries, and plumes of effervescent clouds persisted. It told a heartwarming story even more soothing than the spring wind. Other than the golden therak bamboo, hundreds of other types of bamboo were also planted in the forest. The fruits of the bamboo hung off the branches of the bamboo, pulling the branches down to the ground. Some branches hung so low that they touched the surface of the river, scaring a few purplish-golden carps that jumped out of the water. The purplish-golden carp plucked and ate the fruits. Their tails swished in the water, kicking up a light spray of water onto the bamboo, as though they were giving thanks for their meal. The purple bamboo forest flourished all year. Nestled deep in the bamboo forest was a cottage made of purple bamboo. A few charming white cranes were flying around the cottage. The white cranes rode the breeze, and two enormous bronze furnaces were puffing out plumes of vapors that intermittently drifted into the cottage. A man and woman were sitting on a bench in the cottage. The man was gently combing the woman's long ivory hair with a bamboo comb. Although the man only looked to be about 30 years old, all the hair on his head had turned gray, and he appeared to already have one foot in a coffin. The woman gently touched the thin lens in front of her. She could tell that the gray-haired man was forcing the blissful smile that was plastered on his face, and tears welled up in her eyes. Once the first tear fell, the strong front she had been putting on crumbled. The man's hand that was holding onto the comb froze for a moment, but he soon went back to raking it through her hair. Despite his calm expression, he could not help but gently wipe away the tears that were rolling down the woman's cheeks. The woman's tears dampened the man's nice-looking hands and rolled down the tips of his fingers to land on the bench. "Xiangxiang, don't cry. I'm fine. I'm going to hand the purple bamboo forest over to Xiachen. After we meet with our old friends, we'll go and admire the beautiful scenery in the Radiance Federation together." The man looked at the woman with clear and determined eyes. He felt lucky to be living a life where he was lucky enough to meet someone he wanted to be with for the entirety of his life. Who said that love had to last forever? Bamboo Monarch felt the warmth left by the tears on his fingers and sighed 3 times. The first sigh was to lament his own lack of ability. Even though he was a Class 5 creation master, he was unable to remove the love of his life's bad luck. The second sigh was because of his lack of courage. While he was with her, he did not regret becoming afflicted by her bad luck. Rather, he regretted not asking for her hand sooner. The third sigh was for Wang Fuxiang's sake. He bemoaned her life that was full of trials and tribulations. His 3 sighs were like 3 questions. Unfortunately, no one would ever be able to answer these questions. Wang Fuxiang looked deeply into the Bamboo Monarch's eyes, and her tears fell onto his shirt. Fu Wenju, am I really worth it? The Bamboo Monarch plucked his ring off his finger and put it on Wang Fuxiang's ring finger. Since she was a woman, her finger was too slim for the ring. The ring hung loosely around Wang Fuxiang's finger, and it would slip off with one forceful movement. The Bamboo Monarch laughed awkwardly and placed the ring on Wang Fuxiang's thumb instead. Xiang, all my wealth is in this ring. Now I will give it to you. Do you still think I regret my decision? Wang Fuxiang cried even harder, and she gently touched the Bamboo Monarch's face before twirling a finger around a lock of his gray hair. Wang Fuxiang felt compelled to say her true feelings as she gazed at the gray hair. Fu Wenju, I promise to be with you, but only on one condition. The Bamboo Monarch stared back at her silently before gently touching her face and pressing her head down on his chest. I can't imagine a future without you, so please don't ask me to do it. If I really have to choose, I hope that you'll wear my ring from now on. While the Bamboo Monarch was speaking, the river outside twinkled with the radiance of nostalgic days past. The light from the river reflected off the bronze furnace onto Wang Fuxiang and the Bamboo Monarch, and the spotlight of mutual longing shone down on them. A lump was stuck in Wang Fuxiang's throat, and she could say anything in return. Nonetheless, her eyes shone with the solemn promise that the man in half armor had given her. The man was willing to give her all his wealth and even sacrifice his life. Yet he was going to lose his life because of her. In spite of how touched Wang Fuxiang was, she knew that if only one of them could make it out alive, the Bamboo Monarch's survival would be better for the Radiance Federation. It would also be the best choice for her. Wang Fuxiang murmured, Fu Wenju, don't forget me. Wang Fuxiang spoke softly, and the words did not travel far past her lips. As such, the Bamboo Monarch did not catch what she said. At that moment, several cries of a cicada broke through the silence of the purple bamboo forest. The Bamboo Monarch had anticipated this and was unbothered by the cicada cries. He continued to comb Wang Fuxiang's hair. Xiachan had been waiting by the bamboo forest garden's entrance for some time, and he said softly, Lord Cicada Song, welcome to the Purple Bamboo Garden. My master isn't feeling well, so I'm here to greet you in his stead. I hope you will be understanding of my inadequacies. However, Xiachan did not seem to have any intention of leading Cicada Song into the Purple Bamboo Garden. As the Bamboo Monarch's first disciple, Xiachan had been helping to manage the Purple Bamboo Garden for the past decade. Hence, he knew why Cicada Song had come. Xiachan understood where the Bamboo Monarch was coming from. Thus, the real reason he was standing there was to stop every person, including Cicada Song. At that moment, a streak of black metal flashed across the sky, and a man in iron armor appeared next to Cicada Song. The man in iron armor said to Xiachan, Take me to see the Bamboo Monarch. Xiachan shook his head and replied, My master said that the Purple Bamboo Forest would no longer be receiving guests. You are no exception, Lord Iron Prison. If you would like to take a seat to rest, I can prepare our specialty bamboo river tea for you. Iron Prison's expression hardened as he said, The Bamboo Monarch might not be seeing guests, but I insist on meeting with him. While Iron Prison was speaking, Xiachan grinned and said, Lord Iron Prison, please don't make things difficult for my master or me. Xiachan manipulated his aura, but instead of aiming it at Iron Prison and Cicada Song, he used it to secure the entrance of the Purple Bamboo Forest. This was a declaration of Xiachan's stance. As the bamboo monarch's first disciple, Xiachen had outstanding powers. However, Iron Prison did not seem to worry about Xiachen. Iron Prison scoffed and was about to take a step forward when a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Cicada Song sighed and thought, Iron Prison is always so impulsive. He can even turn a good thing into something bad. When he noticed Iron Prison's look of confusion, Cicada Song said, Many of our old friends who were at the Midnight Palace should be making their way to the purple bamboo forest. Even if the bamboo monarch refuses to see guests, he won't have a choice when so many of us are out here waiting for him. Iron Prison stopped trying to walk forward. Xiachen maintained his aura, but he was soon faced with 6 members of royalty. Cicada Song said to a stout middle-aged man, Tianfeng, I'm surprised you left your cultivated garden. Cicada Song frowned slightly. Tianfeng had never been on good terms with the bamboo monarch. In fact, the two of them could even be said to be rivals. Hence, it was surprising for Tianfeng to show up at the purple bamboo garden at such a time. Tianfeng turned his gaze to the purple bamboo forest and said, Tower Cannon's 100-year plan, the Sleeper's revival, is almost upon us. The bamboo monarch has to recover his health. Tianfeng immediately made his motives clear and ignored Xiachen as he shouted, Bamboo monarch, 6 of your old friends are here waiting for you. If you don't come out to see us, we'll just have to go to you. Tianfeng's shouts resounded throughout the entire purple bamboo forest, frightening some of the phoenixes and carp that lived in the forest. Some golden the arch bamboo deep in the forest suddenly released the aura of spiritual power. Xiachen's gaze darkened as he looked at Tianfeng. However, Tianfeng's actions made Xiachen let out a sigh of relief. The bamboo monarch's brow furrowed when he heard what Tianfeng said. He then looked kindly at Wang Fuxiang and said softly, Xiangxiang, wait here for me. The bamboo monarch's spiritual energy bubbled, and a child with green hair dressed in green clothes appeared in front of him. He said to the child, Green mindful, watch over Sister Xiang. If anyone steps through the door and past the 2 bamboo crane prosperity fairy furnaces, kill them without mercy. Green mindful's black eyes turned green, and worlds seemed to take form inside its pupils, giving off the air of infallibility. The child called Green Mindful said obediently, Okay, Big Brother Bamboo, I will be good and stay here to protect Sister Xiang. The bamboo monarch said softly to Wang Fuxiang, Don't do anything stupid and just wait for me. The bamboo monarch disappeared from the cottage. Green Mindful politely greeted Wang Fuxiang and laid out several dishes on the table for her before standing by her side like a child guard. Wang Fuxiang had been hiding her identity as a spirit chi professional in Langya Pavilion and conducted business as a normal human. Although she was actually a spirit chi professional, she was still weaker than Bamboo Monarch's phase. She would not be able to do anything stupid with Green Mindful around even if she wanted to. What the Bamboo Monarch said about showing no mercy made Wang Fuxiang once again aware of how certain the Bamboo Monarch was about her. Meanwhile, the Bamboo Monarch's figure appeared next to Xiachen. At that moment, Chef Supreme arrived at the purple bamboo forest. Initially, Chef Supreme had wanted to bring Li Chonglin, Zhang Yingying, and Zhong Zhe, but after receiving the call from the Moon Empress, he had made more haste, leaving the other 3 behind. However, he did not expect the other 6 to have arrived before him and to have called the Bamboo Monarch out. The Bamboo Monarch nodded at Chef Supreme and said loudly, I'm not feeling well, yet you insist on calling me out to chat. What do we have to chat about? In spite of the Bamboo Monarch's calm voice, his tone made Xiachen inhale sharply. The Bamboo Monarch usually chuckled after he finished speaking, but he had not done so this time. This meant that the Bamboo Monarch was now inexplicably furious. Xiachen had never seen the Bamboo Monarch blow his top. However, he knew that his ever-gentle master was terrifying when he was enraged. Even Tianfeng did not speak immediately. The single brain-celled Iron Prison stepped forward and said, No matter what happens, you have to protect your cell. At that moment, all the color drained from the Bamboo Monarch's already sickly face. Soon, his body was like bamboo shoots that had just burst forth from the ground as his face took on a healthy pink glow and his gray hair turned black. The bamboo monarch looked just as he had before and summoned a light green bamboo into his hand. His rigid aura shot into the sky and crashed down on all 7 members of royalty standing before him. He did not say a word, but everyone present knew what his intentions were. The bamboo monarch's aura wiped the ever-present twinkle of a smile from Cicada Song's eyes. Bamboo monarch, we had a deal to never use power above myth breed with each other. Did you forget? Cicada Song did not expect the issue to be so difficult to handle, and he certainly did not expect the bamboo monarch to place his feelings for Wang Fuxiang above his own life. Chef Supreme felt troubled by the bamboo monarch's fury. He had come for the same reason as the other members of royalty. However, the Moon Empress call had made his determination waver. She had not spoken clearly during the call, and all she said was that her disciple had a plan without describing what the plan actually was. Since the bamboo monarch's soul was stained by bad luck, the 100 prosperity wine was no longer effective. Chef Supreme could not figure out what the Moon Empress had in mind, but given his understanding of her, she would never say she had an idea if it was not real. Chef Supreme stepped forward and opened his palm. A flame with 1,000 colors sparked to life in his palm, and an aura comparable to that of the bamboo monarch flowed out of Chef Supreme. When they sensed Chef Supreme's aura, the other members of royalty looked at him in confusion and thought to themselves, "Why is Chef Supreme going against our agreement?" Everyone knew that Chef Supreme and the bamboo monarch were on good terms. Could Chef Supreme have decided to attack Wang Fuxiang for the sake of the bamboo monarch's health? What Chef Supreme did next astonished the other 6 members of royalty. "I support the bamboo monarch's decision," said Chef Supreme. Chef Supreme walked over to stand beside the bamboo monarch and nodded at him. Cicada Song, Iron Prison, Tian Feng, and the others did not know what Chef Supreme was trying to do. At that moment, a ray of light whipped across the sky. Everyone looked up to see a crescent moon hanging high above the purple bamboo forest in the midday sky. Chains of moonbeams fell from the crescent moon, and the Moon Empress descended the chains with the ever-cold-faced cold moon behind her. The Moon Empress' appearance stunned everyone. Given her character, she was never inclined to participate in such matters. Why did she personally come to the purple bamboo forest? The Moon Empress made a beeline for the bamboo monarch and handed him a brocade box. When the bamboo monarch looked at her in bewilderment, the Moon Empress said, "Inside this box is what you need the most right now." Morbius laughed when it heard what Lin Yuan said. From the moment Morbius had joined Lin Yuan, this was the first time that it heard Lin Yuan curse. Morbius was delighted that Lin Yuan was so pleased with Kleinhub. "Yuan, you'll be even more shocked by the changes to the Spirit Lock spatial zone." Lin Yuan immediately brought Chimey, Genius, the Windspeed Rapid Antelope, Purple Afterglow, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once they were inside, Lin Yuan immediately choked on the pure spirit chi, and it took him a few moments to acclimatize to the concentration of spirit chi. Previously, the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had been like a bottle of water. Now it was more like a bottle of cold soda. Its concentration was 10 times what it was before. Not only would Lin Yuan be able to nurture phase faster, but the phase that could not transform in the lower concentration of spirit chi would also now have a chance. It was just like how other creation masters did not possess spirit chi that was pure enough to create the possessed star intelligent dark clouds. Chimey, Genius, Purple Afterglow, and the Windspeed Rapid Antelope had spent a lot of time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Both Chimey and Genius had experienced the evolution of the Spirit Lock spatial zone before, and they were not shocked by the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. However, this was not the case for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly felt like it had been transported to a magical land in which each breath brought it unspeakable delight. Purple Afterglow sensed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's shock and kindly explained the situation to it. Lin Yuan ignored the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Since it had sworn its servitude to Purple Afterglow, it was no different from the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee and Red Thorn. They were all essentially Lin Yuan's phase. The increase in size was the change to the Spirit Lock spatial zone that Lin Yuan was most excited about. The Spirit Lock spatial zone had become several times larger. When Morbius had been normal grade, it was only 20 square meters. It had been 40 square meters when it was elite grade, and 80 square meters when it was bronze grade. Previously, the size would double after each evolution. But now that Morbius had evolved to Silver X, it had expanded to 480 square meters, which was 6 times larger than its previous size. As such, the resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had also increased by 6 times. Along with the increase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone size also came an expansion in the Spirit Pool and the Pure Land of Bliss. Previously, the Spirit Pool had been about 5 square meters large. Now it was 30 square meters and was like a small pond. The expanded Spirit Pool could distill energy ores faster to replenish the Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The light green stone bowl from which Spirit Chi crystals were produced still looked the same, except that it seemed much thicker than before, and there were several markings on its inner area. There was also a red metal table at the side of the Spirit Lock spatial zone with a huge hole in its center. Lin Yuan walked over and noticed that this table was the feature that accompanied Klein Hub because the hole was the perfect size to hold a spatial hub. Lin Yuan lightly knocked twice on the red metal table and immediately started to wonder how he should go about using it. Yuan, the increase in the size of the Spirit Lock spatial zone is because I evolved 3 times during my evolution to Fantasy Breed, then another 3 times when I evolved to Silver X, said Morbius. Lin Yuan smiled and thought to himself about how Morbius used to leave him to wonder about the changes to the Spirit Lock spatial zone himself when it was asleep. Now that Morbius was awake, he could just ask it all his questions instead of riddling it out himself. Morbius, how do I activate Klein Hub? Lin Yuan had heard about the Class 6 dimensional rift and how it could connect to a dimensional world for the first time at the Guard banquet. At that time, he had felt that the most suitable dimensional world for humans to venture into was the Marsh world. Class 5 Marsh dimensional rifts opened about as frequently as Water world dimensional rifts did and were considered rare. Moreover, Marsh dimensional rifts were extremely dangerous, and most of them were filled with decaying mud which made it difficult for humans to move around easily. Although the marsh could be turned into land with a large amount of Earth-type elements, not many people could afford such resources. After all, exploring the Marsh dimensional rift was different from expanding a faction into the Marsh world, which was a continuous process. Once all the source-type items in the dimensional hub were removed from the dimensional rift, the Marsh dimensional rift would close, and all the resources used would be non-retrievable. There were also many poisonous marsh beasts and carnivorous plants in the 40% of land that existed in the Marsh dimensional rift. Enormous marsh crocodiles lived in the remaining 60% of marsh. The marsh crocodile was the most abundant life form in the marsh world, and most of them were bronze eye. A young marsh crocodile was about half a meter long. Although their mouths were filled with sharp teeth, all the nutrients in their bodies were directed to their scales. Hence, their jaw muscles were weak and could bite through a weak bronze fey but could not tear through the flesh. As such, the Class 1 marsh crocodile was often discussed along with the Class 1 alien insects. This topic was greatly debated amongst scholars. Scholars used various pieces of evidence to compare the Class 1 marsh crocodile with the Class 1 alien insects. Eventually, they concluded that a Class 1 alien insect on its own could not bite through the Class 1 marsh crocodile's scales, but a Class 1 alien insect could snap the Class 1 marsh's crocodile's jaws from the inside like a pair of chopsticks. A Class 1 alien insect could also aim its bite at the Class 1 marsh crocodile's neck, where it did not have any scales. Hence, scholars deemed the Class 1 marsh crocodiles to be weaker than Class 1 alien insects, resulting in the Class 1 marsh crocodile being ridiculed. But once the marsh crocodile reached Class 3, they would advance into the adult stage and grow to 2 meters long. Although this was not large, the jaw muscles would have fully developed and changed drastically from when it was young. Its mouth would be able to bite through a gold phase muscles and even its bones if the fey was slightly weaker. The adult Class 3 marsh crocodile floated on the surface of the pitch-black marsh, ready to pounce on any prey. Once a Class 3 marsh crocodile had its jaws around a target, it would start to thrash about until its prey stopped moving. Scholars had also compared Class 3 marsh crocodiles with Class 3 alien insects. The alien insects also changed significantly when they reached Class 3. The Class 3 marsh crocodile could use its jaws, deadly thrashes, and hard scales to beat 2 of 3 alien insects with no issue. Although the Class 3 marsh crocodile could not beat the Class 3 horned demon, it was still considered one of the top Class 3-dimensional lifeforms. It was possible to find Class 3 marsh crocodiles in a Class 1-dimensional rift. Thus, low-rank spirit chi professionals had always struggled with venturing into marsh-dimensional rifts, while high-rank spirit chi professionals did not like to venture in. Due to the shape of the land in the Class 1 marsh-dimensional rift, it was as difficult to explore it as it was to explore other Class 2-dimensional rifts. Other Class 2-dimensional rifts also produced higher-grade resources than the Class 1 marsh-dimensional rift. Thus, very few people were willing to explore marsh-dimensional rifts, and there were very few marsh-dimensional rift resources available in the market. The scales of the marsh crocodile were regarded as high-grade leather, while their skin was used as half-armor, wallets, and other expensive accessories. Abyss-dimensional rifts and water-world dimensional rifts had special resources like strange flames and heavy water. The marsh-dimensional rift also had special resources, but it was so difficult to explore that their special resources were much more valuable than strange flames and heavy water. Strange flames were formed from special fire-type elements, and so was marsh soil. Marsh soil was made from special earth-type elements that could speed up a plant-type phase growth and nourish the surrounding area when buried underground. It was also an extremely beneficial nurturing ingredient to some earth-type phase. When Lin Yuan was constructing the Return from Faraway mansion, when you had buried some mid-grade marsh soil from Class 3 marsh-dimensional rifts in the soil around the mansion, the mid-grade marsh soil combined with tens of thousands of energy ores enabled the plant-type phase in the Return from Faraway mansion to grow swiftly. For example, normal fancy bamboo and seed bamboo grew in the Return from Faraway mansion's 3,000-meter bamboo forest. In the past year, even without the help of a creation master, many of the fancy bamboo and seed bamboo had evolved from normal to elite under the influence of just the marsh soil and energy ores. It was clear that marsh soil was extremely beneficial to plant-type phase. If you want to use Klein Hub, you need to find a dimensional rift and enter it to where the dimensional hub is. Klein Hub will consume the dimensional hub, and a dimensional rift will appear in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's Klein Hub space. But once Klein Hub consumes the dimensional hub, it will be unable to change the type of dimensional hub until it comes into contact with the heart of the first dimensional world. Yuan, you have to be careful when deciding to use Klein Hub to consume a dimensional hub, said Morbius. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, I made my choice long ago. I intend on using Klein Hub to consume the dimensional hub of a marsh dimensional rift and open a marsh dimensional rift in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. While Lin Yuan was speaking, wild ambition flared from his gaze. From the moment he had learned about the Class 6-dimensional rift, he had been considering expanding Sky City into the abyssal world. If he expanded into the abyssal world, he would be able to source for strange flames for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and chimey. Ever since he had witnessed the power of top-grade strange flames in the Midnight Palace, he had wanted one for himself. Although he did not have use for a top-grade strange flame now, and it would be too over the top to use it as a lamp, Chimey would need strange flames to evolve its bloodline when it evolved to Fantasy V. Now, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had the Klein Hub that could connect to the Marsh World, which would enable Lin Yuan to venture into the Marsh World. Although the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift would also be able to connect to the Marsh World, there were no Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rifts in the Radiance Federation. Even if Lin Yuan encountered another Spirit Chi professional in the Marsh World, the Spirit Chi professional would definitely be from another federation. On the other hand, the Marsh World was so expansive that finding another Spirit Chi professional in it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had sworn its servitude to Purple Afterglow and had essentially become Lin Yuan's fae. Lin Yuan had not come up with any prior plans for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, but now, it seemed that it could be the one to break into the Marsh World. Given that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was creation breed, it would not be in any danger in the Marsh World unless it met a Class 10 Marsh dimensional lifeform. Even if it did bump into a Class 10 dimensional lifeform, there was no guarantee that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would lose. Lin Yuan had already used true data to check on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's attributes. After Morbius evolved to Fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would be able to see more details in the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's true data. Lin Yuan had long been curious about how the true data of creation breed phase would look, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's true data did not disappoint Lin Yuan at all. All of the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's abilities and exclusive skills were geared toward explosive strength. With the Kill Food Sky Butterfly around, Lin Yuan would be safe when he explored and started construction in the marsh world. Lin Yuan would also be able to instruct Purple Afterglow to contact the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and order it to return to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone through Klein Hub. From then, Lin Yuan would be able to summon the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to use as part of his arsenal again. Since he had already decided to instruct Klein Hub to consume the dimensional hub of the Marsh Dimensional Rift, he was going to see his plan through. He was extremely curious about how the marsh world looked. Lin Yuan did not immediately leave the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Instead, he started to organize the resources in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Now that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had expanded, it looked rather empty. Lin Yuan charted out a general plan for how he would use the space in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and placed the precious phase such as the Floating Island Whale, Gray, Twin Red Pagoda, Soldier Ration Radish in the Pure Land of Bliss. The Pure Land of Bliss was now 40 square meters and had more than enough space to store the most precious resources in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan took rows of shelves out of the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. Hu Quan had made these shelves out of precious wood, and they all had lifelike carvings on them. At the time, Hu Quan did not understand why Lin Yuan wanted to use these normal but still precious pieces of wood when he had so much jade-textured wood. Lin Yuan had asked Hu Quan to make these shelves in preparation for the expansion of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, but he did not expect the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to expand to such an extent. Thus, he did not have enough shelves. He placed these shelves next to the jade-textured wood shelves and filled the shelves with jade-textured wooden planks. After he filled the shelves, Lin Yuan piled 5 of the precious wooden planks on the ground and took more planks out of the diamond face storage box. Next, he took out a large amount of coral jade and placed it on the floor. Silver Corona saw Lin Yuan take out the coral jade and happily flew around him. Its flushed face looked wary as it said softly, "Lin Yuan treats me the best." Currently, Lin Yuan had only used a small part of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. He was also going to ask Hu Quan to create more shelves for him. The coral jade on the floor could be placed on the shelves, but Lin Yuan intended on organizing the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone more thoroughly when he returned to the mansion. He was also going to attempt to nurture the phase that had a big reaction but did not evolve in the previous Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had sped up the floating island whale's hatching as it could now absorb 10 times the amount of spirit chi than before. Hence, the floating island whale would also need 10 times more water-type elemental pearls than before. Thankfully, Lin Yuan had stocked up many Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. However, it did not seem enough for the island whale. Although the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's concentration of spirit chi had increased by 10 times, the elemental shellfish did not produce 10 times more elemental pearls. Lin Yuan calculated the time frame and concluded that the elemental shellfish produced elemental pearls 3 times quicker than before. This speed would not be enough to sustain the island whale's needs. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to find more young elemental shellfish as soon as possible. He suddenly realized that in spite of the increase in the rate of the elemental shellfish's production, his elemental pearl needs had also risen. A large amount of pure earth-type elements would be required to turn the marsh in the marsh world into land, and earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls would be the best source of pure earth-type elements. Moreover, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly also needed a large amount of earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to recover its diminished bloodline. Ergo, Lin Yuan had to get his hands on elemental shellfish no matter what. However, Lin Yuan was not worried about procuring the elemental shellfish because the increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone enabled Brocade Zither to produce Golden Lotus Brocade pearls quicker. His identity had been revealed to the veteran and top factions at the Guard Yi banquet. Currently, only Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had the Golden Lotus Brocade pearls, and their first elders had all visited Lin Yuan at the return from faraway mansion. Master Lan Qin had also helped Lin Yuan to advertise the Golden Lotus Brocade pearls, and soon, many of the major factions would be knocking down his door to ask for the Golden Lotus Brocade pearls. When the major factions came, Lin Yuan would be able to ask for elemental shellfish in return and thus gain an innumerable number of elemental pearls. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had been selling luxury goods. Once Lin Yuan gained more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls than he needed, he would give the pearls with an outer layer to the heavenly pavilion to turn them into the most luxurious of goods available for sale on the market. Many people would be in a mad rush to buy up. At that time, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would earn a name as the major supplier of luxury goods and be able to start subsuming other factions with luxury goods as their role. During future events like the Gargi Banquet, Listen would be able to attend on behalf of his family. After Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he called Lu Jie. He was now 3,000 kilometers away from the royal capital and was closer to the Ascending Dragon City. Ascending Dragon City had one of the highest rates of marsh dimensional rift openings amongst the 36 major cities. It was currently the time where dimensional rifts were most likely to open. Hence, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to find a marsh dimensional rift. Since Lu Jie was the disciple of the chief guard of the spirit guards, he only needed to call Yu Zhe to find out where the marsh dimensional rift near Ascending Dragon City was. The first thing that Lu Jie said when he answered the call was, "Lin Yuan, I heard from Wen Yu that the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer have returned to the mansion. Are you safe?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Big brother Lu, I'm fine. Are you at the Midnight Palace or the Spirit Guard's land?" Since Lu Jie had heard about the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer from Wen Yu, it meant that he was not at the mansion. If he was at the Spirit Guard's land or the Midnight Palace, he would not have to call Yu Zhe to find out about the location of the marsh dimensional rift. He could directly check up on the Spirit Guard's information reports regarding dimensional spaces. "Lin Yuan, I'm at the Spirit Guard's land. Master is already headed to the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift to do the final checks. I'm going to return to the mansion. Big brother Lu, can you check where the nearest marsh dimensional rift to Ascending Dragon City is?" asked Lin Yuan. "It would be best if it's a Class 1 dimensional rift," added Lin Yuan hastily. As dimensional rifts evolved, they also increased in size. As such, it would be easiest for him to find a dimensional hub from a Class 1 dimensional rift. Lu Jie immediately replied, "I'll go check now and call you back." Lu Jie hung up the call. Lin Yuan stretched and patted his back for his foresight. When he had been collecting the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, he had asked Listen to use his contacts to place tentacles in the 3 main cities around the royal capital. Lin Yuan intended on placing tentacles in every city around the royal capital once he had enough tentacles. Then, he would be able to use the tentacle nodes to transport himself anywhere and would not need to waste time traveling. Less than 3 minutes later, Lu Jie called Lin Yuan back and said, "Lin Yuan, there are currently 3 marsh dimensional rifts around Ascending Dragon City. One of them is Class 2 while the other 2 are Class 3. None of them are Class 1. The 2 Class 3 marsh dimensional rifts are in areas guarded by the Spirit Guards and Ascending Dragon Guards, but the Class 2 marsh dimensional rift is in a small place called Millstone Town. Millstone Town is in such a remote area, and it so happens that the Spirit Guard that was stationed there only learned about that dimensional rift after they vacated the area. Once news got out, that Spirit Guard rushed back to defend against the marsh dimensional lifeforms. However, Millstone Town is so inaccessible that the Ascending Dragon Guards and Spirit Guards need at least 40 minutes to arrive after hearing about the marsh dimensional rift." Lu Jie's voice was low, and the pain was apparent. It was clear how much he wished he was in Millstone Town now. He knew that Lin Yuan had once defended Millstone Town as black. Yet now, the town was once again in peril, and there was a chance of it being wiped from existence. The most common lifeforms that escaped the Class 2-dimensional rift were Class 4 marsh crocodiles. Marsh crocodiles would enter a state of frenzy when they were in an environment without water and become ferocious beasts that would wreak havoc on Millstone Town. The strongest expert in a small town would only have a weak gold-grade fae. There used to be a team of Spirit Guards stationed at Millstone Town. However, the Radiance Federation was too vast, and the Spirit Guards and Ascending Dragon Guards were always short-staffed. The Spirit Guard teams patrolled the areas with resources and in rotation, and slowly, small towns that were not included under Ascending Dragon City were also added to the areas in rotation. Lu Jie hoped that there was a strong spirit chi professional in Millstone Town that could help them to overcome the impending danger. I got it, Big Brother Lu. I'm going back to the Return from Faraway Mansion for dinner tonight, replied Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hung up the call and circulated his spiritual power to transport himself to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's Ascending Dragon City branch. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce employee jumped out of his skin at Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin Yuan did not bother with any explanations. He summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and ordered it with a grim expression. Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Follow this map and head to Millstone Town. Lin Yuan handed his phone, which displayed a map to Millstone Town to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. He had not anticipated this and had not left one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles in Millstone Town. The only thing that Lin Yuan could rely on to save Millstone Town was the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's power. Only this power would be able to cover the thousands of kilometers in a matter of seconds. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly flapped its wings and grew larger until it reached a wingspan of 3 meters. Now, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was large enough to carry one person. In order to rush its journey, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly did not hide its creation breed aura. Soon, its aura permeated Ascending Dragon City as it grew larger. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly only released its creation breed aura and did not direct it at anyone. However, the immense aura crushed all the buildings in Ascending Dragon City until they were only 5 meters tall, and everyone outside the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce found it hard to breathe. All those who could feel the creation breed aura looked up in shock at the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. One of the people looking up was a middle-aged man who resembled Long Tuesday. The middle-aged man summoned a wolf with razor-sharp teeth and torn-up wings. The black torn-up wings released a dark and vicious aura. The wolf's aura was much weaker than the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's aura, but the wolf had reached Pinnacle Myth 3 and was only a step away from creation breed. The middle-aged man did not care that the wolf's aura could not compare to the creation breed aura permeating the city, as he jumped onto the wolf's back and started to ride it in the direction of the creation breed aura. He could not believe that someone would dare to cause trouble in Ascending Dragon City without reason. Once a Fae reached creation breed, it definitely understood what kind of consequences would accompany the use of its power in a city. The punishment was at least 1 year in the sin cleansing pool. Hence, the middle-aged man wanted to understand why this creation breed Fae was releasing its aura in Ascending Dragon City. The middle-aged man saw a light blue butterfly shining with purple light flying over Ascending Dragon City. A young man in white and blue spirit chi clothes stood on the butterfly. The young man was looking at the middle-aged man sternly, as though he was waiting for the middleman to approach him. The middle-aged man rode up to the young man and shouted, "I am the city lord of Ascending Dragon City, Long Shao. Why are you releasing creation breed Fae aura in Ascending Dragon City?" Although Long Shao was only a Pinnacle Emperor class, he was the city lord of Ascending Dragon City and sounded interrogative as he looked between Lin Yuan and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. He did not understand how someone as young as Lin Yuan managed to ride on a creation breed Fae. Could the young man be an unorthodox Thearch class expert that retained the looks of a 19-year-old after breaking through S rank? Long Shao immediately shut down this idea. He might not be a creation master, but he was a Pinnacle Emperor class expert and could tell someone's true age from one glance. This young man was truly 19 years old. From the moment Lin Yuan caught sight of Long Shao, he had realized that Long Shao had to be from Coiling Dragon's Valley. Long Tu and Long Shao bore a strong resemblance, while Long Tao and Long Shao bore a slight resemblance. This meant that Long Shao had to be a descendant of Coiling Dragon's Valley. However, Lin Yuan was on a tight schedule and did not have much time to converse with Long Shao. Lin Yuan shook his hand and tossed 2 crests at Long Shao. Long Shao hastily grabbed the young man's 2 items tossed toward him. Long Shao took one look at the 2 items and instantly froze. One of the crests was the Order of Radiant Light that gave one the right to compete to become either a Radiance Envoy or a Radiance Knight, while the other crest was a Class 2 Creation Master crest with a moon carved on it. One of the crests demonstrated the young man's power while the other revealed his identity. Long Shao dared not doubt either of the crests that the young man had tossed out. The young man said in a serious and clear voice, "A Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift opened at Millstone Town. Time is of the essence now, so please send some low-class creation masters to heal the phase with wounded roots and leave the rest to me. Lin Yuan said softly to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Kill Food Sky Butterfly, let's go. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly flapped its wings and soon disappeared out of Long Zhao's sight. Lin Yuan had said those things to Long Zhao to explain why the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was releasing its creation breed aura in Ascending Dragon City, and to help Long Zhao save some of the Ascending Dragon Guards and healing-type Spirit Chi professionals' resources by diverting them more dangerous areas that needed them. There were other towns besides Millstone Town that had formed due to natural migration. Those towns were in similar situations to Millstone Town. Since Lin Yuan knew that he could save Millstone Town, there was no need to waste Ascending Dragon City's most precious guard resources. Lin Yuan had asked Long Zhao to send low-class creation masters to Millstone Town because he could not directly summon the Pure Land of Bliss. However, Lin Yuan could use healing-type Spirit Chi professional techniques to heal the injured Spirit Chi professionals in Millstone Town. The Platinum X/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily had changed drastically from when it was Silver I/Fantasy I. As long as Lin Yuan did not summon the Jasmine Lily, no one would connect him to black. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly used the power of worlds to stop the spatial fluctuations. Lin Yuan could see the black spatial fluctuations being contained by the power of worlds. Lin Yuan could tell how fast the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's wings were flapping from the waves of spatial fluctuations. However, Lin Yuan was still incredibly anxious. All he had found out from the call with Lu Jie was that a Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift had opened at Millstone Town. Both the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift and the Pinnacle Class 1 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift needed time to stew. It had only been 5 minutes since the Spirit Guard had reported the sudden appearance of the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift. If Lin Yuan was lucky, he should be able to arrive before the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift finished stewing. But as hopeful as Lin Yuan was, he knew that chances of this were extremely slim. These Spirit Guards who were on special solo outfield tasks all had gold phase. The main members of the Spirit Guards formed small groups to patrol the various dimensional rifts. A Spirit Guard with only Platinum phase would need some time in order to escape from a Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift and report its existence. Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, at the only entrance to Millstone Town where Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai and the rest had fought together stood 100 Spirit Chi professionals. Each of these Spirit Chi professionals had 1 or 2 phase. The phase all had similar powers. The slightly stronger ones were gold, while the weaker ones were bronze. The Spirit Chi professionals looked austere but also ready to defend Millstone Town to their last breath. The 3 people standing at the front of the group had the sourest expressions. One of them was the president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance, and he had gold phase. Another was the Spirit Guard, who had rushed out to send the report before rushing back to help. There were 2 ferocious 4-meter-long lions with light green fur flanking the Spirit Guard. The 2 Platinum V/Epic green-faced lions roared continuously to motivate the Spirit Chi professionals behind them. However, the Spirit Guard was sweating profusely, and his sweat dripped down onto the black earth, which promptly absorbed the liquid. As a Spirit Guard, Zhao Su was well aware of how terrifying a Class 2-dimensional rift could be. Unlike Class 1-dimensional rifts that would only release a few Class 3-dimensional lifeforms, Class 2-dimensional rifts released hundreds of Class 3-dimensional lifeforms as well as 5 Class 4-dimensional lifeforms. If there was a marsh crocodile amongst the Class 4-dimensional lifeforms, not even the green-faced lions would be a match for them, much less the wave of dimensional lifeforms. Before the green-faced lions even had a chance to engage the wave of dimensional lifeforms in battle, they would be immediately torn to shreds. Unless a miracle took place, there was no way they would win. But miracles were called miracles for a reason. How could they appear so easily? However, Zhao Su did not regret his decision to stand and fight alongside these people despite knowing what was to come because he was a Spirit Guard, and the glory of his duty prevented him from backing down. The courage that came with this sense of duty enabled him to look determined and brave in spite of his pale countenance. He turned to look at the old president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance and said, "Old President, have you scattered the essence blood I gave you around the entrance of the fortress for survivors underground?" The old president nodded and replied, Lord Zhao Su, I did as you instructed and scattered the Class 5 marsh crocodile's essence blood around the entrance of the fortress for survivors. A look of relief came over Zhao Su's pale face. Every small town in the Radiance Federation with inhabitants had a fortress for survivors built underground. The women and children of Millstone Town who lacked fighting abilities would all hide in the fortress during times of disasters. The fortress for survivors was not a paradise but a shelter built from strong defensive materials. It was meant to temporarily withstand disaster before the arrival of aid from spirit guards and ascending dragon guards. When faced with a disaster that involved a wave of Class 2 marsh dimensional lifeforms, the Millstone Town's fortress for survivors would not even last 5 minutes. Dimensional lifeforms were also very sensitive to the aura of lifeforms. If everyone hid in the fortress for survivors, it would immediately be surrounded by the Class 2 marsh dimensional lifeforms, and those people inside would instantly become nothing more than a feast. Thus, the main purpose of the people defending Millstone Town's wall would be to prevent the dimensional lifeforms from heading for the fortress of survivors. Zhao Su hoped that this group would be able to hold off the marsh dimensional lifeforms for some time. Even if the marsh dimensional lifeforms killed off all the defenders and found the fortress for survivors, they would be warded off by the Class 5 marsh crocodile essence blood around the entrance. The Class 5 marsh crocodile should be effective for some time. Zhao Su had already sent the news to the spirit guards. The spirit guards and ascending dragon guards should arrive at Millstone Town within an hour after receiving the news. However, Zhao Su still did not know how this group would be able to hold out until then. If even he could not even defend a structure with his life, how were the spirit chi professionals behind him who died alongside him defending their wives and children going to rest easy after their deaths? Zhao Su cursed his lack of power. If only he had 2 diamond green-faced lions instead of platinum green-faced lions, he would be able to defend the front line for 10 minutes at least. At that moment, someone cleared their throat beside Zhao Su and shouted, "Hey, you better drink more. Otherwise, you won't have any gray beetles to eat." Zhao Su felt that this voice was full of ancestral peace. He truly respected this young man. When he had learned of the danger and rushed to inform the spirit guards, the young man and the old president had already led the group outside Millstone Town to ready themselves for the battle. They had also organized the fortress of survivors very well. Lu Lang was pointing at the 5 barrels of water and saying to a large molting bird, "When you were the spitting turtle dove, you could drink 3 barrels of water at least. Now that you're the spitting river turtle dove, why can't you drink 5 barrels of water?" The spitting river turtle dove cooed sadly and hiccuped water. Lu Lang leaped around angrily. "This water is used to save lives during the battle. How can you just hiccup it out? If you don't want to drink it, just don't. Stop talking." The spitting river turtle dove sadly patted the barrels of water with its wing. Could not speak. Otherwise, it would have jumped onto Lu Lang's head with fear and bellowed, "Previously, I finished the barrels of water you brought me because they were small. These barrels are big enough for me to fit inside them. I've almost drunk a swimming pool worth of water, yet you're complaining that it's still not enough?" Nonetheless, when the spitting river turtle dove thought about the gray beetles that its contractor had promised, it reluctantly gulped down the barrels of water. Lu Lang thought back to the young man wearing the silver mask for some reason. Even in the face of crisis, the silver-masked young man waved his hand and sent a sea of flowers flying toward the insect colony. The sea of flowers had consumed the alien insects and saved Millstone Town. The silver-masked young man had also summoned a strange silver/fantasy fae that spat out 100 glowing green spots. The glowing green spots brought back a spirit chi professional from the clutches of death. From the first night after the crisis, Lu Lang had wanted to become a spirit chi professional like the silver-masked young man. Lu Lang was not deluded, and he did not think that he would be able to survive a Class 2 marsh dimensional rift. Ever since he was saved in Millstone Town, Lu Lang had sold his house in the royal capital and settled down in Millstone Town. He had even opened a clinic in Millstone Town. Although the phase that Lu Lang contracted healed people in a gross manner, he was extremely poor. He was even willing to heal spirit chi professionals who were heavily injured but unable to pay for the cost of their treatment. Lu Lang was willing to do this because he wanted to live by and protect his principles. The only thing that worried Lu Lang these days was Black's fan club because they would lose their will to fight without him. Lu Lang hated when people spoke ill of Black on Star Web. How could there be anything wrong with a person who was willing to save others and protect the weak even at the cost of his own life? Frankly, Lu Lang did not know Black well, and Black was not part of his fan clubs. But as the group admin of Black's fan club, Lu Lang had always been paying attention to news about Black. Black was extremely low profile. Despite having a dedicated reporter, he had never taken any interviews. His reputation would skyrocket if he accepted a single interview about anything he had done. But since he had never done so, what was there to critique about this person? Lu Lang had already made arrangements for after his death. He felt that Tian Ningning would not be suitable to take over his role as the Ancestor Peace Berserker, but she could become the next group admin of Black's fan club. At that moment, the sound of scales scraping against the ground sounded out like the splatters of rain. The entire ground started to tremble. A ferocious crocodile covered in black and green scales and with a mouth full of sharp teeth stepped out. A 6-meter-long lizard accompanied the 4-meter-long fierce crocodiles. The lizard's limbs were thick, and it flicked its forked tongue occasionally and drooled a glue-like odorous substance as it rushed out. The sight of the 4 marsh crocodiles was already enough to cause despair. But when he saw the horrifying lizard, Zhao Su gnashed his teeth, and the 2 green-faced lions roared with uncertainty. Zhao Su did not expect there to be a Medusa giant lizard in the Class 2-dimensional rift. Judging from the Medusa giant lizard size, it was a Class 4-dimensional lifeform. A Class 4 Medusa giant lizard could stand toe-to-toe with 4 marsh crocodiles. The Medusa giant lizard was the snake-haired Medusa's protector and rarely appeared even in Class 3 marsh-dimensional rifts. But now, there was a young Class 4 Medusa giant lizard crawling out of the Class 2-dimensional rift. The Medusa giant lizard clearly held the highest authority. When a marsh crocodile moved slightly too close, the Medusa giant lizard would swipe it away, and the marsh crocodile would dutifully back away. Although spirit chi professionals could not contract the Medusa giant lizard, they could be bred using special techniques that would also induce deep loyalty from the Medusa giant lizard toward humans. The appearance of the Medusa giant lizard was an indication that the group would not be able to defend against the Class 2 marsh-dimensional lifeforms. At the same time, the Class 5 marsh crocodile's essence blood around the fortress entrance for survivors would also be useless. Zhao Su, Lu Lang, and the old president were deep in the mud of despair. When faced with absolute power, one could only cling to their beliefs. However, all resistance was futile. Zhao Su, a spirit guard with abundant fighting experience, shouted, "Retreat to the town! We have to depend on the wall to defend against the Medusa giant lizard and Class 4 marsh crocodiles. I'll hold off the Medusa giant lizard and Class 4 marsh crocodiles from behind the wall while the rest of you." He suddenly stopped talking because hundreds of human head-sized flies flew out of amongst the marsh-dimensional lifeforms and shot energy lasers at the group. Although the armored flies' energy lasers were not strong, they felt like a blow from a 10-kilogram object and had a burning effect that could cause significant damage to a spirit chi professional's flesh. Nonetheless, 7 or 8 energy lasers centered on one spirit chi professional would not be lethal. Before Zhao Su could finish giving out his orders, most of the spirit chi professionals guarding Millstone Town collapsed in despair and awaited to be consumed by the wave of marsh-dimensional lifeforms. The armored fly's energy lasers had heavily injured the spitting river turtledove, and Lu Lang felt his vision blur. In his blurry consciousness, Lu Lang once again saw the image of the silver mask. At that moment, someone angrily bellowed, "Kill Food Sky Butterfly! Kill all of them except for the Medusa giant lizard and the 4 Class 4 marsh crocodiles." Lin Yuan was standing on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and was furious. If he had been slightly later, all these spirit chi professionals would have drowned in the sea of marsh-dimensional lifeforms. The Class 4 Medusa giant lizard and Class 4 marsh crocodiles had already opened their jaws wide to ready themselves to dive into their first feast since entering the main meal. Lin Yuan also let out a breath of relief. Although he was technically late, he had made it at the very last possible moment. The spirit chi professionals groaning on the ground were all grievously injured. As long as the armored flies did not release their energy lasers simultaneously, their attack would not be deadly. After Lin Yuan issued his order to the kill food sky butterfly, it used its creation breed aura to pressure the wave of marsh-dimensional lifeforms. All the marsh-dimensional lifeforms fell to the ground in fear, and none dared to defy the creation breed Fae. The 4 Class 4 marsh crocodiles trembled with their tails in the air and their mouths glued to the ground in a sign of submission. However, the Class 4 Medusa giant lizard did not fold to the kill food sky butterfly's creation breed aura. Although it also collapsed to the ground, it continued to struggle and let out howls of indignance. Since the Medusa giant lizard was the snake-haired Medusa's protector, it was a given that it was extremely strong. The Medusa giant lizard could consume other dimensional lifeforms of the same grade to evolve itself and improve its genetic model to evolve its bloodline. Rumor had it that a Class 9 Medusa giant lizard was once found in a Class 5 marsh dimensional rift. After the Class 9 Medusa giant lizard was killed, it was stored in Wind Mist City's Fae Observer Association. Many Class 5 Fae observers studied the Class 9 Medusa giant lizard and discovered that the law source crystal inside it was mutating. There was the faint image of the Medusa giant lizard in the law source crystal, and it seemed to be opening a small world. This discovery proved that the Medusa giant lizard had the potential to evolve to a Class 10-dimensional lifeform. As such, many veteran and top factions started to breed the Medusa giant lizard and use special techniques to make the Medusa giant lizard submit. The Medusa giant lizard needed to consume other marsh-dimensional lifeforms of the same grade in order to evolve its bloodline. Moreover, the chances of the marsh-dimensional rift opening were small. Hence, in order for the Medusa giant lizard to evolve past Class 5, fresh flesh from Class 3 marsh-dimensional rifts was needed. Although the Medusa giant lizard looked like a scavenger, it was actually extremely picky and refused to eat dead dimensional lifeforms. This resulted in it becoming harder to nurture the further it evolved. After all, not everyone could vent into a marsh-dimensional rift to catch fresh marsh-dimensional lifeforms to nurture the Medusa giant lizard. Due to these various reasons, the rate at which the Medusa giant lizard was nurtured gradually slowed. The Medusa giant lizard was even coined as the dimensional lifeform that was the most expensive to maintain. However, the Medusa giant lizard had a different meaning to Lin Yuan. Klein Hub could directly connect to the marsh world. If Lin Yuan wanted to nurture the Medusa giant lizard, he could just set it free to feed in the marsh world. Lin Yuan could breed the Medusa giant lizard without any issues after using special techniques to make it submit to him. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to instruct the kill food sky butterfly to spare it. The spirit chi professionals that had been injured by the armored fly's energy lasers but were still conscious immediately gulped when they saw the quelled marsh dimensional lifeforms. They sensed the terrifying aura and looked up to the sky to see a large light blue butterfly with glowing purple spots. There was a young man frowning at the marsh dimensional lifeforms standing on the butterfly's back. Everyone, including Zhao Su, could not help but think, "A god is descending." A young god riding a butterfly had descended into their midst at the crossroad between life and death. Suddenly, the butterfly flapped its wings, and several palm-sized images of butterflies cascaded down. An invincible force accompanied each butterfly image as they cut through the wave of marsh-dimensional lifeforms. Every other marsh-dimensional lifeform besides the 4 Class 4 marsh crocodiles and the Medusa giant lizard was dead in the blink of an eye. Even the army of armored flies was punctured through and through by the small butterfly images. The kill food sky butterfly guessed that Lin Yuan was sparing the Medusa giant lizard in order to nurture it. Thus, the 4 marsh crocodiles were probably spared in order to use them as stepping stones for the Medusa giant lizard's evolution. The flashes of electricity that were their salvation seemed like a dream. One flight of the beautiful butterfly images brought about the instant deaths of the marsh-dimensional lifeforms. All the spirit chi professionals that could move ignored their pain and started waving their hands around as a gesture of thanks to the young god. What was worth celebrating if not being rescued from the brink of death? After decimating the wave of Class 2 marsh-dimensional lifeforms, the kill food sky butterfly landed on the ground. It shrunk to fingernail size and landed on Lin Yuan's shirt. The kill food sky butterfly's light blue wings camouflaged with Lin Yuan's blue and white spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a beam of green light shot of his palm to Zhao Su's body. Zhao Su immediately realized that his burns from the armored fly's energy lasers were completely healed. He was slightly sad that when the armored fly's energy lasers had attacked him, for energy lasers had been centered on his pointer finger and utterly mangled it. Although his finger was still intact now, it might as well have been split apart. Since he was a spirit guard, Zhao Su knew that not even a king-class healer would be able to treat such an injury. But from the moment he sensed all his burns being healed, he realized that his pointer finger could also move again. It was as though his injury had been nothing more than a dream. After Zhao Su's injuries were healed, the green light in Lin Yuan's hand passed through Zhao Su as 10 green strips that punctured every spirit chi professional on site to form a web of healing. Under the influence of the green web, Lu Lang regained consciousness and sat up. When he groggily caught sight of Lin Yuan, he immediately shouted, "Black!" Lin Yuan heard this and thought, "I didn't wear my mask this time. How could someone have recognized me?" When Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice, he realized that the young man who had called him was the healing-type spirit chi professional who he had fought alongside against the sea of insects. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Lang had improved since they last met. The bronze-spitting turtledove had evolved to the silver-spitting river turtledove. Just as Lin Yuan was about to respond, Lu Lang stood up and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I don't think you're my idol. But your chin does look a lot like his." Lu Lang had already recognized who Lin Yuan was. He was the person who had defeated Meng Su during the All-Star match. After the All-Star match, many people compared Lin Yuan and Black on Star Web. Naturally, some nasty comments were made while people were debating their comparison. As the group admin of Black's fan club, Lu Lang had responded to his fair number of comments. Awkwardness washed over Lu Lang. Lin Yuan had just saved him, but he had attacked Lin Yuan's fans on Star Web numerous times. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Apparently, he had overthought. After Lin Yuan used the Jasmine Lily's Bud of Mountain Jade to heal all the spirit chi professionals, he addressed the crowd. "Soon, a group of creation masters will rush over, and they'll heal your phase with wounded roots." Lin Yuan realized that Zhao Su's clothes were full of holes left behind from the armored fly's energy lasers. Zhao Su had already been standing in front of the group during the attack, and he had intentionally not dodged in order to protect the spirit chi professionals behind him. Although Zhao Su's injuries were healed, he looked to be in a sorry state with his holy clothes. Lin Yuan used to be 1.78 meters tall, but he was now 1.8 meters, about the same height as Zhao Su. When you would make new spirit chi clothes for Lin Yuan whenever he grew taller. Thus, Lin Yuan's clothes were just right for Zhao Su to wear. Lin Yuan took a set of black spirit chi clothes out of a diamond fey storage box and gave it to Zhao Su. "Change into this." Zhao Su was about to say no, but a gust of wind made him shiver. He looked down and hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan with a look of embarrassment. Lin Yuan had a very good impression of Zhao Su. Not every spirit guard would return to the site of the dimensional rift and protect the civilians with their life. All the spirit chi professionals hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan one after another. Lu Lang stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes. Lin Yuan's voice had matched Lu Lang's memory exactly, and Lu Lang could not help but make a wild guess. Are Lin Yuan and Black actually the same person? Is Lin Yuan just Black without a mask? Or Black is just Lin Yuan with a mask? Lu Lang quickly shook the thought out of his head. If he was right, then the fights between Lin Yuan and Black's fans were moot. Lu Lang refused to accept this. Lin Yuan prepared to head for the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift. He instructed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to retract its aura and set the 4 marsh crocodiles and Medusa Giant Lizard free. After the Medusa Giant Lizard was released from the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's control, it stood rooted to the ground instead of charging toward the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. When the Medusa Giant Lizard noticed the 4 marsh crocodiles preparing to charge, it used its sharp teeth and claws to kill them before consuming them. Lin Yuan nodded. From the Medusa Giant Lizard's terrified expression, it was clear that it was smarter than the Class 4 marsh crocodiles. Lin Yuan was also extremely satisfied with the Medusa Giant Lizard's strength and cruelty. He planned on breeding the Medusa Giant Lizard in the marsh world. If it were not strong or cruel enough, it would be killed by the other marsh-dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan took the platinum metal cage out of the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box and used the kill food sky butterfly to force the Medusa giant lizard into the cage. Once the Medusa giant lizard climbed in, Lin Yuan locked the cage. Lin Yuan kept the Medusa giant lizard inside the metal cage because he was afraid that it would destroy the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box. It was common practice to use metal cages to transport phase that liked to fight. As everyone bade farewell to Lin Yuan, he climbed back onto the kill food sky butterfly and rode toward the Class 2 marsh-dimensional rift. As much as Lu Lang tried to suppress his wild guess, he still could not shake the feeling that he was right, because Lin Yuan had used the same method of healing as Black. This meant that both Lin Yuan and Black were healing-type spirit chi professionals. Lu Lang's jaw fell open. His idol Black was not any spirit chi professional. Black was just like the Medusa giant lizard that had just chomped down on the marsh crocodiles during a fight. Lu Lang had been healed by Lin Yuan before. Although Lin Yuan's method of healing had not come with the same sense of comfort that Black's did and was also stronger, it seemed unlikely for there to be two similarly talented young healing-type spirit chi professionals. Just as Lin Yuan climbed aboard the butterfly species Fei, Lu Lang turned to ask Zhao Su, "Big Brother Zhao, what grade is the butterfly species Fei that Lin Yuan is riding on?" Its aura stopped the wave of marsh-dimensional lifeforms immediately. "Is it possible that it's a myth breed Fei?" Zhao Su touched his nose and replied, "Didn't you see how the butterfly species Fei's aura stopped the Medusa giant lizard? That's not as simple to do as stopping a wave of marsh-dimensional lifeforms. Today, we're in the presence of a true elite. If my guess is right, it should be above myth breed." Lu Lang's mind exploded, and he felt woozy. He had only heard but never seen a myth breed Fei, much less Feis above myth breed. The presence of this butterfly species Fei made Lu Lang suppress his guess once again. If Black was Lin Yuan, he would have summoned the butterfly species Fei during the previous fight at Millstone Town instead of using the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan did not know what Lu Lang was thinking, as he had already passed through the Class 2-dimensional rift into the marsh-dimensional world. The kill food sky butterfly immediately started to go on a rampage and killed every living thing in sight as it searched for the dimensional hub. Lin Yuan had never been in a marsh-dimensional rift before, and he realized that it was similar to the humid environments in the Radiance Federation. Many of the areas near Redbud City were humid. The marshes inside the marsh-dimensional rift were different from what Lin Yuan had imagined. He had always assumed that there would be a musty stench permeating the air. A large number of dimensional lifeforms died and decomposed in the marshes, attracting many scavenger insects. But besides being slightly turbid, the rest of the marshes were rather clean. Lin Yuan noticed various mushrooms around the marsh-dimensional rift as he stood on the kill food sky butterfly. The mushrooms were the best decomposers of dead lifeforms. When a dimensional lifeform died in the marsh-dimensional rift and was not eaten by any other lifeforms, mushrooms would grow on them and begin the decomposition process within a day. This had to be the reason the marsh-dimensional rift was so clean. The sight of these decomposer mushrooms made Lin Yuan overjoyed, because this was a sign of what kind of environment the marsh world had. A clean environment was always better to work in than a dirty one. However, death was abundant in this comfortably clean environment. Lin Yuan saw many carnivorous plants produce fruits that they used to trap insects. The stronger carnivorous plants would use their vines to grab and consume larger lifeforms such as marsh crocodiles. The carnivorous plants were at the top of the food chain in the marsh-dimensional rift. Lin Yuan felt that these carnivorous plants were able to thrive in the marsh-dimensional rift because of the marshes. He caught sight of many marsh crocodiles clustered together and ordered the kill food sky butterfly to kill them. Lin Yuan dove into the marsh and sank until he was 10 meters deep before he started to dig beneath the marsh. Soon, he dug out an inky green jelly-like clump of soil. This was the marsh soil, which was a specialty of marsh-dimensional rifts. It was easy to find marsh soil in the marsh-dimensional rifts, as they existed wherever marsh crocodiles clustered together. One needed enough power to get rid of the marsh crocodiles in order to dig for the marsh soil. Lin Yuan only collected 2 clumps of marsh soil from the Class 2 marsh-dimensional rift. One of them was inky green, while the other was sandy. The inky green one could be placed in a pool to increase the rate of growth of aquatic plant-type phase, while the sandy one would be suitable for nurturing desert plants in dry environments. Amongst the two mid-grade marsh soil, the inky green one was more valuable. The marsh soil was the main resource that Lin Yuan intended to collect after expanding into the marsh world. Shortly after, the kill food sky butterfly led Lin Yuan to the dimensional hub. Instead of immediately taking the two source-type items out of the dimensional hub, Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to ask Morbius, "Morbius, I found the dimensional hub that connects to the marsh world. What should I do now?" "Yuan, now that you've found the dimensional hub, leave the rest to me," replied Morbius. A rust-colored light shot out of the Morbius bracelet and turned into the shape of the Klein hub that was in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Marsh World hub was embedded into Klein hub, and the dimensional hub that could not be lifted disappeared from the Marsh dimensional rift. Lin Yuan picked up the two source-type items from the ground, and the Class 2 Marsh dimensional rift spat out Lin Yuan and the kill food sky butterfly. At that moment, Morbius' voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's mind. "Yuan, Klein hub is now linked to the Marsh World. You can access the Marsh World from the Spirit Lock spatial zone anytime." Lin Yuan was about to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone to check when he saw Long Shao standing nearby. There were no ascending dragon guards or spirit guards around Long Shao, which meant that Long Shao was intentionally waiting for Lin Yuan. Long Shao walked over to Lin Yuan and stretched out his right hand. Lin Yuan was doubtful until he saw the two crests that he had tossed to Long Shao. He hastily took the two crests back from Long Shao and said, "City Lord, I was careless and forgot to retrieve the two crests. I'm sorry you had to come all this way to return them to me." Long Shao froze and seemed to be looking at Lin Yuan in a different light. One of the crests represented Lin Yuan's identity, while the other represented his authority. This young man had set his identity and authority aside while he was protecting people. What morals, magnanimity, and zeal! This young man's radiance would be able to light up the heavens and stand out amongst all the people on earth. From the way Lin Yuan addressed him and his respectful tone of voice, Long Shao knew that Lin Yuan did not carry himself as the Moon Empress disciple. Long Shao felt his chest throb under the weight of such respect. He was the city lord of Ascending Dragon City and a key member of Coiling Dragon's Valley, who had the same rank as direct descendants. After Lin Yuan had tossed the Order of Radiant Light and Class 2 Creation Master crest with a moon on it over to Long Shao, the latter did as Lin Yuan said and dispatched a team of low-class Creation Masters. Next, he had called his cousin and told Long Tu about Lin Yuan. He had been taken aback to learn that Long Tao was extremely close to Lin Yuan and had formed a good relationship with Coiling Dragon's Valley. Thus, Long Shao had decided to make the trip to return Lin Yuan's two crests. Otherwise, there was no need for Long Shao to deliver the crests personally, even if Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Now that Lin Yuan was addressing him so respectfully, Long Shao dared not address Lin Yuan casually. "Lord, 5 Creation Masters have come to Millstone Town. 2 of them are Class 2 while 3 of them are Class 3. They will stay in Millstone Town for a few days and should be able to heal all the Fays with wounded roots in 2 or 3 days. I heard from the old president of the Millstone Town's Guild Association that you spared a Medusa giant lizard. If you intend on nurturing it, you'll need the Medusa snake demon's blood and eyes." Long Shao handed Lin Yuan a diamond Fey storage box. When Lin Yuan did not reach out to receive the box, Long Shao said, "If you hadn't rushed to Millstone Town would have been destroyed by the wave of marsh-dimensional lifeforms. The women, children, and others who are unable to fight in the Fortress of Survivors would also have perished. As the city lord of Ascending Dragon City, this is my thanks for protecting Millstone Town. Since Ascending Dragon City is one of the cities with the highest rate of marsh-dimensional rift openings, we have a large store of spiritual ingredients from the separated bodies of marsh-dimensional lifeforms. You don't have to stand on ceremony." Lin Yuan reached out and received the diamond Fey storage box from Long Shao. He had intended on going on Star Web immediately after leaving the Class 2 Marsh-Dimensional Rift to buy 3 sets of the Medusa Snake Demon's blood and eyes. Now that the Class 2 Marsh-Dimensional Rift had disappeared, the air had returned to normal, and he could log into Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion to purchase items. If Lin Yuan sent out his current position, Ostrich Logistics would deliver the blood and eyes to him within 3 hours. Due to the rarity and strength of the Medusa snake demon, its eyes and blood were always expensive. However, the Medusa snake demon was a marsh-dimensional lifeform, and its eyes and blood would never reach astronomical prices. The special techniques to make the ferocious Medusa giant lizard submit required the eyes and blood of the Medusa snake demon. Since the Medusa giant lizard lived to protect the Medusa snake demon, it was loyal to the Medusa snake demon to a religious extent. When Class 5 Fae observers studied this loyalty, they discovered that it was bound to the Medusa snake demon's blood and eyes. If spirit chi professionals were able to get their hands on the Medusa snake demon's eye fluids, they could cut themselves and mix their blood with the Medusa snake demon's blood and eye fluids and feed it to the Medusa giant lizard. The taste of the spirit chi professional's blood would also be imprinted on the Medusa giant lizard's brain, and it would assume that the spirit chi professional was the Medusa snake demon. However, doing this once was not enough to leave a lasting impression of the spirit chi professional's taste on the Medusa giant lizard. Although it would not attack, it also would not fully submit to the spirit chi professional. However, if this was done 3 times, the Medusa giant lizard would have a deep impression of the spirit chi professional's aura. Under the influence of the Medusa snake demon's eyes and blood, the Medusa giant lizard would assume that the person whose blood had been mixed in was the Medusa snake demon that it needed to protect with its life. Moreover, the Medusa giant lizard was loyal to only one Medusa snake demon. Not only would it be unattracted to other Medusa snake demons, but it would also be extremely hostile toward them. It was even possible that they would try to kill another Medusa snake demon that it had met for the first time in order to protect its master. Hence, the thought of betrayal would never cross the Medusa giant lizard's mind once it had a master. Thank you, City Lord. This saves me the trouble of buying the Medusa snake demon's eyes and blood from Star Web. Long Xiao replied with a smile. If you ever need any resources from the Marsh Dimensional Rift, just let me know. Ascending Dragon City is overflowing with them. Lin Yuan shook his head. Klein Hub was already connected to the Marsh world, where there were limitless resources that the Marsh Dimensional Rifts could not compare to. Thus, Lin Yuan would soon become the person in the Radiance Federation with the least need for Marsh Dimensional Rift resources. Long Xiao shook his head cheerily. Since Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, he would want for nothing. Naturally, he would not be lacking in Marsh Dimensional Rift resources. However, Long Xiao had other motives for saying so. As the City Lord of Ascending Dragon City, he was considered one of the direct descendants. When the Dimensional Rift had been active during the last few months, many Ascending Dragon Guards had died or were injured. As such, the Ascending Dragon Guards needed many high-quality bronze phase to recover the Ascending Dragon Guards to their previous state. During the phone call, Long Xiao had heard from Long Tu that Lin Yuan was gathering law source crystals. Ascending Dragon City had way more law source crystals than Coiling Dragon's Valley had. It would be great if they could use these useless law source crystals to trade for some high-quality bronze phase. Long Xiao said, Lord, I heard that you're in need of law source crystals. Can Ascending Dragon City trade law source crystals with you for some high-quality bronze phase? He spoke straightforwardly as all he wanted was to trade with Lin Yuan. One had to provide remuneration in a trade. If Lin Yuan was unwilling to trade, Long Xiao would have to find another way. However, other ways would not allow him to obtain high-quality bronze phase within a short time. This would result in more deaths and injuries of Ascending Dragon Guards. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The previous rate at which he evolved bronze/epic phase was already very quick. But now, the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone was 10 times more concentrated than before, meaning that the speed at which he evolved phase would also increase. Thus, it was easy for Lin Yuan to agree to such a trade. Previously, when Lin Yuan traded with the Indigo Azure Guard Captain, he had realized that supplying these large cities guards with high-quality bronze phase was a good way to gather law source crystals. However, he had not figured out how to break into this line of business yet. Now that the City Lord of Ascending Dragon City was taking the initiative to propose the trade, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to say no. His previous method of using Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls to trade for Law Source Crystals with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine would not work with the major cities. The major cities lacked high-grade creation master resources and preferred to contract high-quality bronze phase directly. If he could work with Long Shao, he would be able to collect law source crystals from both major factions and major cities. When Lin Yuan didn't respond, Long Shao assumed that the trade was a bust. But before he could change the topic, Lin Yuan said, "I can give you my address, and you can send whatever phase you want me to evolve through Ostrich Logistics. I'll evolve every phase you send me to Bronze/Epic before sending them back to you. This way, you'll be able to choose what phase are evolved. If it's possible, I hope to maintain a long-term collaboration with you." Long Shao was delighted to hear this, as preparing phase for the guards was a problem that every city lord needed to solve. Since Ascending Dragon City was one of the 36 major cities, they were under the jurisdiction of Cicada Song. Cicada Song sent Ascending Dragon City many resources annually, but after being used in Ascending Dragon City's various projects, there was not a lot left to supply the Ascending Dragon Guards with phase. The leftover resources were only enough to supply the Ascending Dragon Guards with Bronze/Flawless phase, and Long Shao felt that this was not good enough. Although Long Shao was from Coiling Dragon's Valley, he was the city lord of Ascending Dragon City and could not always take resources from Coiling Dragon's Valley to substantiate the Ascending Dragon Guards. If Long Shao worked with Coiling Dragon's Valley using market prices, one Bronze/Epic Fey would cost 40 million Radiance dollars. Long Shao would not be able to afford this. The thorn that had been plaguing Long Shao was finally gone with Lin Yuan's agreement. Long Shao did not see any loss in trading for Bronze/Epic phase with the virtually useless law source crystals. Since it's a long-term partnership, I must show my sincerity. I will trade 3 law source crystals for every Bronze/Epic phase. If the White Rapid Hunting Dragons are evolved to Bronze/Epic, I will give 4 law source crystals in return. If the White Rapid Hunting Dragons happen to grow a dragon crown during their evolution, I will give 10 law source crystals for each one. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to reach out his hand and say to Long Shao, "City Lord, you have a deal." Long Shao took Lin Yuan's hand and replied with a smile, "Deal." The rate that Long Shao was offering was comparable to that offered by the Indigo Azure Guard captain. All Bronze/Epic phase were traded for with 3 law source crystals. However, Long Shao was willing to provide more law source crystals for the White Rapid Hunting Dragon, the Ascending Dragon Guard's standard phase. If he could induce the White Rapid Hunting Dragons to grow dragon crowns, he would gain 10 law source crystals per phase, which was more than 3 times the rate for other Bronze/Epic phase. The White Rapid Hunting Dragon was completely different from the Hot Spring Slugs. The White Rapid Hunting Dragon was a power offense-type phase that depended on its swiftness and explosive power, and it had the terrifying dragon species Fey bloodline. Long Shao was willing to provide more law source crystals for the White Rapid Hunting Dragons because they were extremely ferocious before they were contracted. In order for the White Rapid Hunting Dragon to grow a crow, their dragon species bloodline had to be activated while its grade was bronze. This might pose a problem for other creation masters, but it was a simple matter for Lin Yuan. All he needed was some silver dragon species bloodline and pure spirit chi, and he would be able to activate the White Rapid Hunting Dragon's dragon species bloodline while he was evolving its quality. Thus, if Long Shao sent Lin Yuan the White Rapid Hunting Dragons, he planned on sending them back with crowns so that he would be able to gain 6 more law source crystals for each of them. Since Long Shao was willing to offer a higher price for the White Rapid Hunting Dragons with crowns, it meant that he hoped that they would grow the crowns. "Okay, I will try my best to evolve every White Rapid Hunting Dragon to your satisfaction," said Lin Yuan. After they confirmed their collaboration, Lin Yuan declined Long Zhao's dinner offer. Lin Yuan checked the time and decided not to use Klein Hub to enter the marsh world. Instead, he used the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle nodes to transport himself back to the mansion. He had promised Lu Jie that he would return to the mansion for dinner. If he was late because he had been exploring the marsh world, his friends who were waiting back at the mansion would be worried. The moment Lin Yuan entered the mansion, he saw Lu Jie setting up a feast while Wenyu, Endless Summer, and Chu Ci were playing cards. There were paper strips all over Chu Ci and Endless Summer's faces while Wenyu's face was completely clean. It was clear that Wenyu had not lost once. Chu Si quickly tossed her cards away when she saw Lin Yuan to avoid getting another strip of paper on her face and said to him, "Big brother, Master is taking me to the dimensional rift tomorrow to train. I might be training until school reopens." Lin Yuan patted Chu Si's head and removed the strips of paper from her face. "Be careful while you're training. Don't push yourself. If you run into any problems, tell Auntie Cold immediately. I transferred a fair amount of money into your Star Web card, so don't hold back when you need to buy anything at Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy. I'll prepare the spiritual ingredients that the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull, Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly, and Burning Sunflower Twins will need later. Don't get hurt during practical lessons and when you're sparring against your seniors." Chu Si smiled sweetly and replied, "Don't worry, Lin Yuan." For as long as Chu Si could remember, Lin Yuan would endlessly nag at her and prepare everything that she would need whenever she had to leave him to go to school. Previously, Lin Yuan used to be weak and poor, but he was now strong and rich. Chu Si would always be a child with Lin Yuan around. This feeling might be undesirable to children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, but Chu Si cherished every piece of advice that Lin Yuan gave her because they were full of his love for her. When Yu smiled warmly when she heard Lin Yuan nagging at Chu Si. "I'll go to the kitchen to help Big Brother Lu. Tonight is meant for celebrating Big Brother Lu and young master's victories at the martial arts stage and martial stage, as well as to bid goodbye to Chu Si as she leaves for her training." Big Brother Lu made 12 dishes. Pingru Zhang Xiaobai, Master Hongshin, listen, Zhou Luo, and Duan he will be here soon. When you ran off to help Lu Jie set up the table. Lin Yuan blinked after he heard what Wen Yu said. She had addressed Zhang Xiaobai by his full name while Lu Pinru only by her first name. Since when were Lu Pinru and Wen Yu on such good terms? Could something have happened while he had shut himself off? Endless Summer set down the cards in its hand and said to Lin Yuan with gratitude, "Lin Yuan, I formed a contract with the sacred source life form you gave me. It circulated its soul power," and Lin Yuan saw a fresh blade of grass sprout from Endless Summer's palm. Lin Yuan felt the sacred sword-wielding queen stir in his mind, and he could sense the aura of a sacred source life form. Only the people who had contracted sacred source lifeforms could sense the unique aura of sacred source lifeforms. When Yu and Lu Jie, who were busy preparing the table, immediately looked toward Endless Summer. Lin Yuan looked at Endless Summer's palm. The small blade of grass seemed like a flower that was being drowned by an infestation of weeds. Upon closer inspection, he felt a strange charm about it that seemed righteous and full of life. It was as though this leaf would be able to hold up an entire mountain. Endless Summer touched the small blade of grass and said, "Lin Yuan, my sacred source life form is called the Barren River Orchid Bud. It's considered a support-type sacred source life form. I'll have almost an endless supply of vitality and regeneration powers when its abilities are used. However, the space it needs to grow is too large, and it'll cause irreparable damage to its environment." Endless Summer sighed faintly and lamented, "It's too difficult." Although Endless Summer liked the Barren River Orchid Bud, its abilities made Endless Summer feel like it had disappointed Lin Yuan. The Barren River Orchid Bud's abilities were so difficult to use that Endless Summer did not think it could be of any help to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Barren River Orchid Bud. Sacred Source Name: Barren River Orchid Bud, Sacred Source Species. Source Genus / Sacred Source Species, Sacred Source Star Grade. 1 star, Sacred Source Type. Wood / Life. Abilities: Adjacent flowers on an orchid branch. When the Barren River Orchid Bud is grown in fertilized earth, its roots will spread far and wide to absorb all the nutrients from the earth. The nutrients will be turned into vitality that is stored in the Barren River Orchid Bud's body. Eventually, orchid flowers will sprout, followed by fruits. After the Barren River Orchid Bud produces fruits, it will activate its roots to grow a new body. The Barren River Orchid Bud will trap the energy in the soil in its roots and multiply it. The Barren River Orchid Bud can use the vitality stored in its body to replenish the energy of its contractor. 1. Orchid leaf state. The vitality in the orchid leaves is very tough. When the vitality is injected into its contractor, the contractor's defense will be raised. 2. Orchid flower state. The petals of the orchid petal will be able to extract vitality from the soil that can be injected into the bodies of others to heal their injuries. 3. Orchid fruit state. Every fruit produced will have the contractor's soul aura embedded in it. When the contractor's soul is injured, the orchid fruit can use the soul aura embedded to heal the contractor. When he saw the information about the Barren River orchid bud, Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless. He understood why Endless Summer dared to say that the Barren River orchid bud had limitless vitality. Its 3 states not only gave it infinite vitality but also increased Endless Summer's defense. Endless Summer would be able to use the Barren River orchid bud to heal others and make Endless Summer impervious to soul injuries. This healing ability made Endless Summer several times more valuable than it was before. Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals were much rarer than combat-class Spirit Chi professionals and were almost non-existent at Emperor class and above. Thearch-class Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals held unquestionable authority amongst all Thearch-class Spirit Chi professionals. Although Thearch-class Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals were not as valued as Class 5 Creation Masters, they still had a much higher rank than other Thearch-class Spirit Chi professionals. The Barren River orchid bud's healing ability was already impressive, but the sea of vitality it stored also made Endless Summer very difficult to kill unless all the vitality was used up. Endless Summer said that the Barren River orchid bud was difficult to grow because it was difficult to find a place suitable for it to grow in the main world. Previously, Lin Yuan would be troubled by this issue. However, Morbius Klein Hub could connect to the marsh world now. There was no other place filled with more fertilizer and better for the Barren River orchid bud to grow in than the marsh world. Lin Yuan did not know whether to say everything was falling into its place or that it was a coincidence. Endless Summer's Barren River orchid bud and Morbius Klein Hub had appeared at the same time, and he had chosen to connect Klein Hub to the marsh world. According to the information on True Data, the Barren River orchid bud would drain nutrients from the soil that it was planted in. This would kill all the phase that depended on the soil for survival. If Endless Summer planted the Barren River orchid bud in the Endless Forest, the Barren River orchid bud would be able to grow well. But as the Barren River orchid bud continued to absorb the nutrients in the soil and grew more branches, the entire Endless Summer would eventually be reduced to a barren wasteland. This would result in the death of all the phase that lived in the Endless Forest. The avian-type phase that could move independently might be able to migrate before all the nutrients were extracted from the soil, but the plant-type phase could only sit tight until they died. There was no way that the spirit guards would ignore such a calamitous problem. From a certain angle, the Barren River orchid bud's growth process was similar to that of the sea burial lotus flower. The difference lay in that the sea burial lotus flower absorbed the spirit chi in the seabed, while the Barren River orchid bud absorbed the nutrient from the soil. Hence, the damage caused to the environment by growing the Barren River orchid bud in the main world was too severe. This had to be the main reason for Endless Summer's low spirits. Endless Summer had slowly grown step by step from a normal hydrangea to what it was today. Hence, it was well aware of how difficult it was to be a low-grade plant-type fae. It would never kill other weak plant-type faes for the sake of nurturing its sacred source lifeform. But now that they had access to the marsh world, there would be no issue with finding a place to grow the Barren River orchid bud. I have a place for you to grow the Barren River orchid bud. It can grow out branches quickly there. Besides nutritious soil, is there anything else that the Barren River orchid bud needs to be nurtured? Endless Summer lit up with happiness. It did not expect the dilemma that had been bothering it would be so easily solved by Lin Yuan. Although Endless Summer did not know where Lin Yuan was referring to, it knew that he would never say anything without confidence. When the Barren River orchid bud is absorbing nutrients from the soil, it'll also absorb all the water in the soil and cause it to crack. Hence, it needs to be watered as soon as possible. The Barren River orchid bud is also very delicate. If the roots are dug out from the ground or its leaves and stem are bent, it will start to wither rapidly. Thus, it needs to be nurtured with the utmost care. Endless Summer spoke with an awkward expression. It could be said that the Barren River orchid bud was destined to lead a privileged life that required constant care. Once the Barren River orchid bud grew to a certain extent, it would require an unimaginable amount of water. Although Endless Summer was a creation breed fae, if the barren river orchid bud was not properly cared for and it was dug up even by a normal fae, the barren river orchid bud would be seriously affected. The barren river orchid bud also contained a large amount of vitality that was attractive to all life forms, and they would be tempted to take a bite out of it. Lin Yuan was happy instead of being knocked down by Endless Summer's words. He did not expect the barren river orchid bud to require a large amount of water during its growth. He had noticed that the land in the marsh dimensional rift was not as firm as the land in the main world. The land in the marsh world was comprised of a large amount of mud and packed together over time. Thus, any step on it, even by someone like Lin Yuan, who was only about 65 kilograms, would result in him sinking to his calves. Lin Yuan had been trying to come up with a way to make the ground in the marsh world drier so it would be easier to explore. It did not need to be as dry as the ground in the main world, just dry enough so that one would not sink with every step. It seemed that planting the barren river orchid bud in the marsh world would save a lot of trouble for Lin Yuan. Although the barren river orchid bud would not have many roots at the start and would not be able to make any considerable impact on the soil in the marsh world, its effects would become apparent once it grew its branches. The barren river orchid bud would need a constant supply of water, and the other areas in the marsh world with a surplus of water would eventually even out the water content in the soil while providing the barren river orchid bud with all its water needs. Despite looking like a small blade of grass now, it fully lived up to the barren in its name. The constant guarding that the barren river orchid bud required was also no issue for Lin Yuan because the kill food sky butterfly could enter the marsh world anytime through Klein Hub. Lin Yuan could leave the kill food sky butterfly in the marsh world to protect the barren river orchid bud and help Lin Yuan create a space on which he could establish his base. Your two problems can be solved easily. I'll take you to a place tomorrow. While Lin Yuan and Endless Summer were talking, the mother of Bloodbath walked down the stairs. Ever since it had returned to the mansion, the mother of Bloodbath had constantly been training to increase its power. When Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath, he tossed the sacred source life form it had won from the martial arts stage to it and said, "Mother of Bloodbath, this is my prize for winning the martial arts stage. You can contract it once you evolve to creation breed." Another batch of the blood brew grapes has ripened, and many old vines have also fallen off. Lin Yuan paused slightly before adding, "The rate at which the blood brew grapevine produces blood brew grapes should be able to meet your blood energy needs. I'll prepare the law crystals that you need soon for your evolution to Myth 3. The mother of Bloodbath received the sacred source life form and flew through 100 emotions in a moment. It still remembered Lin Yuan asking about sacred source life forms while they were on the way to Indigo Azure City. Back then, the mother of Bloodbath had sighed and said, "Even creation breed phase struggle to obtain sacred source life forms. Creation breed also had different ranks from I to 8, and it depended on the number of creation world ley lines in the law world. The mother of Bloodbath had never heard of a wild fae obtaining a sacred source life form before it reached creation 3. Yet now, Lin Yuan was giving it a sacred source life form when it was only Myth 2. It was extremely aware of how precious sacred source life forms were and how much it wanted one. Even though Lin Yuan had already contracted a sacred source life form, he would still be able to use the other sacred source life forms he had to gain a mountain of resources. Yet, Lin Yuan had given the embodiment of those resources to the mother of Bloodbath to prepare for its future. Lin Yuan was paving the way to creation breed for the mother of Bloodbath. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath felt that Lin Yuan not only could soothe it but also provide it with an incomparable sense of security. This was the first time that the mother of Bloodbath had experienced such feelings. Just as the mother of Bloodbath was about to say something to Lin Yuan, Hu Quan and Master Hongshin led Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, Lu Pinru, and Xianing in. They looked like a pair of older mine workers leading 4 younger mine workers. When Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan, he hurriedly said, "Young master, we accidentally found a spring when we were digging underground for the basement. At first, I thought that this would be a problem. However, I did not expect the spring to be connected to the submerged flood dragon lake. This means that the phase in the basement would not need to go to the submerged flood dragon lake to collect water. When we're not using the water from the spring, we can also use pipes to direct it to the submerged flood dragon lake and increase the water flow in the lake. This would be beneficial to the angelfish of bliss and sunlight king lotus living in the lake. The cleanliness of the water combined with the amazonite and larimar at the bottom of the lake will slosh off the rainbow-colored fish coats of the angelfish of bliss. This will cover the surface of the submerged flood lake with rainbow light. Lin Yuan was delighted to hear this. He had not been paying much attention to the basement of late and had relied on Hu Quan and Master Hongshin to lead the spirit craftsmen of the Heavenly Craft Pavilion to work tirelessly. Uncle Hu and Master Hongshin, you've worked hard. Master Hongshin looked over at Hu Quan and felt that the latter was able to learn and apply his knowledge pragmatically. When they had first discovered the spring, Hu Quan was afraid that the spring would affect the basement structure. Master Hongshin had studied the rock from which the spring flowed out and discovered that the spring was connected to the submerged flood dragon lake. It was then that he came up with a solution. Hu Quan sounded like he had been comforting himself when he was talking to Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, Master Hongshin's eyes had been opened about Hu Quan's spirit craftsman skills during the time they had been working together. It was undeniably strong. Although the construction of the basement was currently limited to general digging of the area, the carvings that Hu Quan had made on the stone walls already made the basement seem like an opulent underground palace. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru had recently been bored out of their minds. Hence, they decorated the Dome Guild Club and went to help out Master Hongshin and Hu Quan with the basement. Tan Ran, who looked like a Shotokan, had his eyes opened to a new world and became profoundly interested in spirit craftsmanship. Whenever he was free, he would approach some of the Class 3 spirit craftsmen to learn from them. Lin Yuan felt that this was a good thing. As long as a person was willing to learn, it was never too late to pick up a new skill. Lin Yuan took out the Titan giant boas that he had obtained from Gao Feng and gave them to Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, Xianing, and Lu Pinru. Here are the Titan giant boas that we talked about. Stop going to the basement for now and let Master Hongshin nurture the Titan giant boas. The willpower runes you comprehended should be compatible with the Titan giant boa's normal abilities, and they can strengthen each other. During the next tournament in the match with the Savage Snake Guild Club, you can use them to demonstrate what true savage snakes look like. Zhang Xiaobai's group's eyes lit up, and they clenched their fists tightly. One had to take revenge into their own hands in order for it to be cathartic. Otherwise, the humiliation suffered would forever fester as a grudge. Lin Yuan said to Lu Pinru, you've only been contracting the glowing silkworm weavers with the same abilities and exclusive skills. Now that your spiritual power has transformed and become stronger, I'll try to find more of the glowing silkworm weavers for you to contract. The glowing silkworm weavers had been Lu Pinru's specialty, and she was the model of how phase should be used to mass-produce materials. If Lu Pinru could use this method of contracting phase to grow, her talent would definitely lead her to become a powerful expert in the future like Shi Su. Thus, Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary to invest in Lu Pinru. When Lin Yuan had not had any connections, he would need to continuously evolve the glowing silkworm weavers himself for Lu Pinru because it was too difficult to buy glowing silkworm weavers with the exact same abilities and exclusive skills as the ones that Lu Pinru had. Even White Devil Lourdes would only be able to find one when she combined her connections and luck. But now, Lin Yuan would not need to put in any of his own effort to find the glowing silkworm weavers for Lu Pinru. The silver-haired old woman from Cage of Brahma Insects had his number. As a Thearch class expert, the silver-haired old woman should hold considerable power in Cage of Brahma Insects. Since she had begged for his contact details, she definitely intended on contacting him. When she did, he would be able to mention the glowing silkworm weavers. Cage of Brahma Insects supplied at least half of the insect species phase in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would be able to find suitable glowing silkworm weavers for Lu Pinru right from the source. Lu Pinru nodded. If she was able to use her leftover spiritual energy to contract more glowing silkworm weavers, she would be able to provide the team with more support and improve her performance at the tournament. She felt that she would only be able to be of help to Lin Yuan when she became stronger and performed even better. This was the best way to repay Lin Yuan. Suddenly, she thought of the plan that she had come up with when Yu and said, Lin Yuan, on top of being a member of the Dome Guild Club's reserve team, I also want to establish my own fashion brand, Pinru's Home. I plan on exclusively making clothes for male spirit chi professionals. At that moment, when you walked out of the kitchen holding a pot of coconut chicken soup. When she heard what Lu Pinru said, when you hurriedly placed the soup down on the table and said, Lin Yuan, Pinu is a class 3 weaver just like me. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Pinru in shock. There were much fewer weavers than spirit craftsmen in the Radiance Federation. Making spirit chi clothes was one of the jobs of weavers, and they earned much more than class 3 spirit craftsmen. The houses and carvings created by spirit craftsmen were not as appealing to spirit chi professionals as spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan had personally experienced the benefits of having a class 3 weaver by his side. People like Wen Yu and Lu Pinru, who became class 3 weavers at such a young age, could be called the geniuses of the lifestyle class spirit chi professional community. However, Lin Yuan was curious why they decided only to produce male spirit chi professional clothes. There was a greater demand for female spirit chi professional clothes. Lin Yuan only needed a few sets of spirit chi clothes. Meanwhile, Endless Summer would practically clear out stores whenever it went to buy spirit chi clothes. Lu Pinru pushed up her spectacles and said wisely, When I carried my wardrobe out with me whenever I was training, I always felt that male spirit chi clothes were too plain and boring. I plan on creating bolder designs so that every male spirit chi professional would be able to visit Pinru's home twice each year. Lin Yuan was still confused when he heard Lu Pinru's plan and assured tone. He was a man but never felt that his spirit chi clothes were dull. Lin Yuan started to wonder how Wen Yu and Lu Pinru intended on creating bolder male spirit chi clothes. Were they going to include skirts in their designs? Not even morons would be willing to put those on, much less Lin Yuan. Although he did not know exactly what Wen Yu and Lu Pinru had in mind, it was a must for him to show his support. Listen has been doing well with his sales on Star Web. The items with jade-textured powder mixed in are always low in stock. You can go to Listen and he'll put your spirit chi clothes on sale. You can also employ some weavers to make your designs a reality. While Lin Yuan was talking, Listen, Duan He, and Purple Demon walked in. Duan He said to Lin Yuan, Young master, I heard that the Miao family caused trouble at the Guard-Yi banquet. I don't think the Miao or the Zheng family will be coming after Sky City for some time. Duan He knew that someone of Lin Yuan's status was sure to have attended the Guard-Yi banquet. Hence, he was curious to know what the Miao family had been up to at the Guard-Yi banquet to get both members kicked out. Lin Yuan nodded before shaking his head. The Miao family definitely would not have the time to target Sky City for some time. Both the incidents at the Guard-Yi banquet and the golden lotus brocade pearls that had been given to Coiling Dragon's Valley were like heavy blows to the Miao family. The two blows were enough to shake the Miao family to their core, and they were sure to rack their brains to find a solution. Eventually, they would see Lin Yuan as that solution. But from the way that Zhang Kaiyuan daringly sat down on the seat meant for the representative of the Miao family, he must have a decently high opinion of himself now. The higher the opinion he had of himself, the braver he would become and the more likely he was to strike back against his old foe Sky City. Luckily, Lin Yuan had gained another secret weapon in the Kill Food Sky butterfly that had evolved to creation breed. The time was long past to remove the thorn that was the Zheng family. This was also the first threat that Sky City, which had always been shrouded in mystery, would encounter. Lu Jie set down the utensils on the table and said, Time to eat. Please tell me what you think. At that moment, Lu Jie thought of Zhongzhe, whose cooking skills had been praised by Gu Lang. He had put all his culinary skills into this meal. Lin Yuan would eat his cooking now and be able to compare it to Zhongzhe's cooking in the future. Lu Jie scoffed and said, I'll never lose when it comes to cooking. Everyone seated around the dining table dug into the feast. Lin Yuan had always felt that Lu Jie's food was exceptionally delicious. He did not know if it was due to his hunger, but he felt that this meal was even more delectable than usual. He looked around at the people sitting at the table and counted them off. 1, 2, 3, 13. Including him, there were 14 people. He had become friends with Zhang Xiaobai's group long ago, and they had defied death together at Millstone Town. However, he had never lived with them. Now that Zhang Xiaobai's group had joined his return from faraway mansion family, their family seemed to have grown significantly. His heart warmed as he gazed at his companions. After dinner, they played cards, and the result was just as Lin Yuan expected. In 2 hours, everyone else besides Wen Yu had paper strips on their faces. The number of paper strips on one's face was evidence of their talent in strategy. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaobai's group was playing cards with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise at the 2 strips on Tan Ran's face because he did not expect her to have a strategic mind. At that moment, Chimy's shy and stressed voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's mind. Yuan, the spirit Bodhi fruit is so bitter. My tongue is almost numb. When Lin Yuan heard Chimy's voice, he slapped his head as he remembered Genius saying that Chimy was going to livestream on Star Web that night. Lu Jie's phone rang. When he picked up, stern surprise came over him. He listened to the voice on the phone talk for a few more moments before saying, "Got it, master. I'll go over now." After he hung up the call, Lu Jie stood up and said apologetically to the group, "Something came up that I need to attend to now. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll buy groceries on the way home." Lu Jie, calling the person on the other end of the call master, slightly stunned most of the people present. Besides Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Wen Yu, the rest had never heard Lu Jie mention his master. They could not help but be curious about Lu Jie's master. Lu Jie always asked the rest what they wanted to eat before he left the mansion so that he would be able to get the necessary ingredients on the way home. The glutton mother of Bloodbath immediately said, "Are you only coming back tomorrow?" Lu Jie seemed to remember something dangerous as sternness was written all over his face. But a moment later, he plastered on a neutral expression and said after a moment of silence, "I don't think I'll be able to make it back by tomorrow morning. However, I'll do whatever it takes to rush back by the afternoon." The mother of Bloodbath stared at Lu Jie suspiciously for a second before saying, "How about we have grilled seafood for dinner tomorrow?" It felt that Lu Jie seemed to be preoccupied with something or that he was at some sort of crossroads. However, the mother of Bloodbath knew about Lu Jie's identity and who his master was. Since the matter concerned the chief guard, the mother of Bloodbath did not pursue the matter past, leaving a look of worry lingering on its face. Lu Jie's expression had returned to normal. He smiled, nodded and said, "Okay, it's not as cold anymore. I'll prepare the ingredients, and we can have grilled seafood tomorrow night." Since Lu Jie was busy and it was late, the card match came to an end. Lin Yuan followed Lu Jie to the door and asked, "Big brother Lu, are you going to do something dangerous with your master?" Lin Yuan had noticed the solemn look cross Lu Jie's face. Lu Jie was always a composed person, so the matter had to be serious for such a grim expression to surface on his face. Lu Jie replied honestly, "Master traded for insect species carcinoma phase from Rhine Guild Club on her way to inspect the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. I'm going to order the Insect Queen to control the insect species carcinoma phase tonight. This insect species carcinoma phase can make any other insect species carcinoma phase stronger and link itself to them. If the Insect Queen can control this insect species carcinoma phase, my power will double." Lin Yuan immediately realized how important this insect species carcinoma phase was to Lu Jie. However, this insect species carcinoma phase can do extreme damage to souls. When the Insect Queen is using psychotoxin to control the insect species carcinoma phase, it will be affected by the insect species carcinoma phase damage. In order to prevent the Insect Queen soul from being injured, which will impact its control over the insect species carcinoma phase, I need to let the insect species carcinoma phase attack my soul, said Lu Jie. Lin Yuan could not help but reply, "Matters regarding the soul are very important. No matter what grade the carcinoma phase is at, it'll definitely be able to do significant damage. If you can't handle it, just give up," Lu Jie said with a bitter expression. Rhine Clinic only has one of this insect species carcinoma phase. It has never even been collected in the Spirit Guard's land. If the Insect Queen abruptly stops exerting its control, the insect species carcinoma phase will die, and I'll lose this rare opportunity. Hence, I'll really be put through the ringer tonight. A thought seemed to strike Lin Yuan, and he took a small container and white porcelain bowl out of the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. He opened the container and poured the sweet-smelling fluid into the bowl before saying to Lu Jie, This is silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It can cleanse the impurities in a soul as well as protect it. You'll definitely have a hard time, and it'll probably hurt more than the insect species carcinoma phase attack. However, it'll grant you twice the benefits. Lin Yuan could not help but think back to his agony when he drank the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. He would never be willing to go through this anguish a second time. But now, Lu Jie was going to bet his soul in order to achieve a transformation. At such a moment, the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar would be his best helper. Lu Jie took the white porcelain bowl from Lin Yuan and nodded grimly before walking out of the return from faraway mansion. When Lu Jie had seen Lin Yuan fight during the martial arts stage's martial component, he was surprised by Lin Yuan's rapid improvement and how strong he was. Lu Jie was happy for Lin Yuan, but it also made him squash his blooming self-satisfaction because he knew that he was still far from standing on equal ground as Lin Yuan. But if he could successfully use the insect queen to control that insect species carcinoma Fei tonight, he was confident that he would be able to fight toe-to-toe with Zhongzhe and his sacred source lifeform, even without using his own sacred source lifeform. After Lu Jie left, Lin Yuan walked back into the mansion. He prepared to summon Chime from the spirit lock spatial zone. Since Chime was going to change into human form to livestream, it could not sit on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's branches because Lin Yuan did not want the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to be revealed on Star Web. No matter what his status was or how powerful he became, Lin Yuan would never forget his principle of not flaunting his wealth. Moreover, Lin Yuan had stolen the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree from Tower Cannon. He summoned Chime and Genius out of the spirit lock spatial zone with a wave of his hand, and a figure carrying a white cat charged toward him. Yuan, Chime finally changed into human form. Do you think I'm pretty? Lin Yuan almost jumped out of his skin when he saw the girl and was about to push her away when he realized that it was actually Chime. Chime was hugging him tightly, and he noticed that there were a few wisps of blue mixed in with Chime's ebony hair. Its hair reminded him of the evening sky with its streaks of blue and the stars that were already twinkling high above. The hair was light, soft, and each strand was right in place. Genius said with a strained voice, "Chime, it's enough that you're holding me, but are you trying to squeeze me to death?" Chime realized that it had been holding Genius ever since it changed into human form, and Genius was now wedged between it and Lin Yuan. Chime quickly stuck its tongue out at Lin Yuan and stroked Genius as it said, "Holding you just feels too nice. It's so comfortable that it makes me forget that I'm even doing it. Don't worry, I won't do this next time." Genius reminded Chime in a childlike voice, "Chime, it'll be a long time before you can hold me again." There was only one of the spirit Bodhi fruit. It was only then that Lin Yuan got a good look at Chime's features. He froze for a moment and didn't even dare to blink. Lin Yuan never considered himself someone who focused on appearances, but he could not pull his gaze away from Chime. This was not the first time that he saw a Fae change into human form. Every female Fae in the return from faraway mansion that had changed into human form had its own appeal. The mother of Bloodbath's coldness, Endless Summer's elite charm, and Purple Demon's magnetism made them bona fide beauties. But compared to Chime, Lin Yuan felt that the other three were lacking something. After Lin Yuan carefully scanned Chime, he realized he felt that way because its features were just too exquisite. A normal person would need about 100 strokes for their face to be fully drawn, but Chime would need several hundred. Chime's large eyes were full of life as though they were beautifully clear lakes, and its eyebrows were like tiny fans that added a layer of alluring mystery to Chime's eyes. Lin Yuan could imagine how beguiling Chime's eyes would be when it was singing. Chime's feathers had turned into its light blue spirit chi clothes with clouds and sun patterns. There was also a faint golden sash around its waist which gave it an unspeakable air of mysticality. The yellow that underlay the patterns were like the radiant flames of sunlight that Chime used radiant body to absorb. The word perfection came to Lin Yuan's mind as he gazed at Chime's features and figure. Lin Yuan was already worried about Chime's fans because he was afraid that they would come to only like Chime for its looks. Lin Yuan was not alone. The rest of the people in the mansion were also stunned by Chime. The bookworm Hu Quan could not help but exclaim, "Female lead." A true female lead. Chimey had revealed its identity while it was talking to Lin Yuan. Besides Lin Yuan, Chu Ci was most familiar with Chimey. She carefully peered at Chimey before saying with amazement, "Chimey, you're so pretty." Chimey's large eyes curved, and it batted its eyes with joy. Its joy was infectious, and it seemed that its expression had the power to affect those around it. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered. As one of the most beautiful phase, purple afterglow has raised the bar of butterfly species phase bloodline. I can't imagine what it will look like when it changes into human form. Chu Ci asked Lin Yuan curiously, "Lin Yuan, how is Chimey able to change into human form? Has it evolved to myth too?" Chimey ate the spirit Bodhi fruit, which allows phase to change into human form temporarily. Once the effects of the spirit Bodhi fruit wears off, Chimey will change back. Lin Yuan turned to say to Chimey, who was basking in its beauty, "Chimey, choose somewhere in the mansion and log into Star Web. If you keep admiring yourself, the spirit Bodhi fruit's effects will soon wear off." Chimey anxiously replied, "Yuan, let's do it in your room. I feel the most at ease there." "But Yuan, do you think I need to change clothes?" Endless Summer rushed up and said with bright eyes, "Chimey, let me style you. I'll be quick. You'll definitely be satisfied if you give me just 20 minutes. Lin Yuan could not help but break out in cold sweat and piped in, "Chimey, you look great now." He was afraid that Endless Summer would doll up Chimey outlandishly and dress it in a light yellow long skirt, broom-like hair, and exaggerated makeup. If that happened, not even Chimey's outstanding looks would save its reputation from taking a dive on Star Web. Chimey said, "Sister Summer, if Yuan thinks I look great now, I don't need to be styled." Endless Summer was slightly disappointed because it knew that Chimey could become even more beautiful. It felt that Chimey's exquisite features would look good even if it shaved its head. Chimey carried Genius into Lin Yuan's bedroom and prepared to log into Star Web. But right before it logged in, Chimey felt its heart racing at an unprecedented speed. It had always hidden behind a GIF, and this was the first time that it would be live streaming raw. Moreover, it had changed into a human. There was no way that it would be precluded from nervousness. Eventually, Chimey gathered its courage and logged in. Lin Yuan did not follow Chimey into his room so as not to disturb it. Instead, he went to the guest room next door and logged into his own Star Web account. In the Radiance Federation's Star Web building, a girl was slumped over a table with a cup in her hand. She was gripping her cup so tightly that the water sloshed around inside. The girl had a look of mixed fury and anxiousness. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with short hair walked over and said to the girl, "Ning Ning, the editor-in-chief wants to speak to you." The middle-aged woman let out a heavy sigh when she saw Tian Ning Ning's expression. "After all this time, haven't you managed to get in contact with Black?" said the middle-aged woman with a voice full of sympathy. When the middle-aged woman had found out that Tian Ning Ning had become Black's exclusive reporter, she felt Tian Ning Ning was tripping herself up. Before Tian Ning Ning had gone after Black, one of the Radiance 100 sequence had just switched out their exclusive reporter and specifically invited Tian Ning Ning to be their new exclusive reporter. However, Tian Ning Ning had turned them down. The middle-aged woman could not understand the reasoning behind Tian Ning Ning's decisions. But she never expected that Black, who had saved Millstone Town, would turn out to be a well of potential. Ever since Tian Ning Ning became Black's exclusive reporter, everything linked to Black on Star Web caused a huge ruckus. This resulted in Tian Ning Ning slowly rising in fame amongst the Star Web reporters. When the exclusive reporters of Long Tao, Fong Duoduo, Shi Su, and Zhao Xiaochun attended a news conference, Tian Ning Ning had been boosted to the peak of popularity and was given equal authority as the exclusive reporters of the Radiance 100 sequence. Given Black's performance at the Celestial Stairway, it was almost guaranteed that he would participate in the selection to become one of the Radiance 100 sequence. But now, it seemed that being Black's exclusive reporter was not a bed of roses for Tian Ning Ning. After becoming Black's exclusive reporter, she had never gotten an exclusive interview from him. This was already a constant source of annoyance for her, but now, He seemed to have done something to have incurred a wave of insults on Star Web from veteran and top factions that usually did not speak up. Black had always been compared with Lin Yuan, who had stolen the show at the All-Star match. This was not a serious matter, as there were even posts comparing normal crabs with myth breed rain rock cherry blossom crab. The comparison even led some to feel that normal crabs were more outstanding than they actually were. There were all sorts of trolls on Star Web, as there was freedom of speech there. However, the debate between Lin Yuan and Black had suddenly taken a turn that morning. At first, a few young direct descendants of veteran and top factions had announced that Black did not even have as much power as Lin Yuan had in half his finger. This immediately drummed up a lot of activity on Star Web, as the direct descendants of veteran and top factions were all backed by the glory and reputation of their families. These disciples of veteran and top factions usually stuck to their small circles. There were some more bad-tempered disciples of the veteran and top factions openly insulted others on Star Web, which provided great entertainment for those not involved regardless of whether the matter was eventually settled. Nonetheless, such incidents rarely occurred, and the last one had taken place 5 years ago. During the heated debate, many people had conducted a detailed analysis of Black's performance on Star Web and Lin Yuan's fight against Meng Su. Although no one expected this trending topic to become as prominent as it did, to the point that tens of disciples of veteran and top factions started to insult Black in favor of Lin Yuan openly. All those watching the debate unfold were utterly shocked, as they did not know what had changed. What had Black done to incur the wrath of so many elites? Were these elites insulting Black because Lin Yuan was truly more powerful? Everyone was confused. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning had to immediately inform him of such occurrences to get his side of the story, so as to find a way to solve the issue. But after working hard for a day, Tian Ningning had come up empty and was still unable to contact Black. It had been some time since she had been unable to contact Black. She checked her previous correspondence with Black and saw that it had been half a month since they had last spoken. At that time, Black had finished 2 fights on the Celestial Stairway, and she had sent him her report on his fights. All Black had said in response was, "Thank you for your hard work." Tian Ningning's heart had warmed when she saw his response. Yet now, she could not contact the person she was responsible for in such a serious situation. No matter how professional Tian Ningning was, she did not know what to do to assuage the situation. After all, she did not even know how this issue had arisen. As anxious as she was about not being able to contact Lin Yuan, she was also irritated. But she had already been Black's exclusive reporter for half a year and knew a fair amount about him. Tian Ningning was aware of his temperament and character. Black had been lukewarm about his achievements, whether it was the disaster that struck Millstone Town or controlling the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. He never stroked his own ego or allowed her to post articles in praise of him. This showed how he was still the same person and was advancing with the same state of mind he always had. In spite of his indifference, Tian Ningning could still see the same radiance that caught her eye and made her want to become his exclusive reporter in the first place. In fact, the radiance had only burgeoned as he continued to grow. Tian Ningning saw the middle-aged woman's frown of sympathy and said, "If Black found out about this matter, he'd contact me. Sister Wang, I'll go and see the editor-in-chief now." Tian Ningning walked to the editor-in-chief's office and found her standing by the door. Kong Chi caught sight of Tian Ningning and immediately said, "Tian Ningning, I've been waiting for you. Are you able to contact Black?" Tian Ningning shook her head and replied, "I haven't been able to contact Black, but I plan on asking my connections why so many young disciples of veteran and top factions are targeting Black." Kong Chi's expression hardened, and she said, "Since you're Black's exclusive reporter, not being able to contact him at such a time is considered a failure. It's no small matter that so many young disciples of veteran and top factions are going after Black on Star Web. Go now and immediately write a piece that will quell the issue. That should place a lid on things for now. Then, make sure you thoroughly interview Black the moment you're able to contact him and get the full story on what is going on." Kong Chi could not help but think, Lin Yuan was able to beat Meng Su by barely lifting a finger. There has to be more than meets the eye to him than just raw power. Today's incident could be seen as either major or minor. From a minor perspective, it was just another debate on Star Web about two geniuses. But from a major perspective, it could be said that the young disciples of veteran and top factions were ganging up on Black. Since they had chosen to make their stance public, these young disciples would never be willing to let the matter go unless a definitive conclusion was reached. Moreover, Kong Chi realized that many young disciples of rising factions had also joined the smear campaign against Black, as they wanted to use this method to curry favor with Lin Yuan. It was almost becoming a trend to bring Black down. Kong Chi did not know what had happened between Lin Yuan and Black. Tian Ningning immediately retorted, "It seems like the only way to quiet this matter down is for me to use Black's name to announce that Lin Yuan is better, right?" Kong Chi was about to reply when Tian Ningning quickly continued. "From the moment I made the deal with Black, I promised that I would never release an article under his name without his knowledge. Not to mention that doing so would also be disadvantageous for Black's image. You can't fix things by force. Moreover, I don't see how Black is any weaker than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is powerful, but isn't Black just as impressive? He saved Millstone Town and handled the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. How can I solve the situation by just penning down a few words? Black has fought alongside Long Tao, Shi Su, Fang Duoduo, Zhao Xiaochun, and the rest. Long Tao is from Coiling Dragon's Valley. I'll ask his exclusive reporter for details on the matter and see if he'll help me to contact Long Tao." Kong Chi was bewildered by Tian Ningning's outrageous words because she knew Tian Ningning to be a gentle person. As stubborn as Tian Ningning was, she had never raised her voice at Kong Chi or her colleagues. Yet now, Tian Ningning was yelling at Kong Chi with bloodshot eyes. Kong Chi could clearly see Tian Ningning's determination, and she knew that Tian Ningning would never write the article to placate the matter before she could get in contact with Black. Luckily, Tian Ningning had also come up with a solution. She was going to contact Long Tao's exclusive reporter to understand the issue and to contact Long Tao. Kong Chi did not force Tian Ningning and just said, "My suggestion was also in Black's best interests. Once this matter blows up to a certain extent, not even a personal interview from Black will be able to fix everything. You have to be prepared." Kong Chi had been able to become the editor-in-chief of Star Web because she was extremely capable and always kept her eye on the big picture. If this matter could be settled from the moment it arose and was treated like just another piece of passing news, some people might think that Black was self-admitting that he was weaker than Lin Yuan but just did not like to be compared to Lin Yuan. But once it grew out of a certain proportion and Black admitted that he was weaker than Lin Yuan, he would be branded as feeble. At that point, this matter would forever follow Black. No matter what heroic act he performed in the future, he would forever be thought of as feeble and less than Lin Yuan. Kong Chi did not want to see this happen because she genuinely respected this young hero. Thus, she planned on helping Black and Tian Ningning to the best of her ability. If this matter can't be resolved, I'll try to see if Star Tower will be able to organize a 1-versus-1 fight between Black and Lin Yuan. Tian Ningning's eyes lit up, and she said, "Thank you." Kong Chi rolled her eyes and replied, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Star Tower might not agree to my suggestion. Even if they do, Black or Lin Yuan might not accept. But if the fight does happen, neither party will be affected too negatively even if they lose, as long as they give it their all and put on a stunning performance." When Kong Chi saw Tian Ningning listening intently, she screamed, "Why are you just standing there instead of rushing off to contact Long Tao's Star Web reporter? Go now." Tian Ningning bowed deeply to Kong Chi before returning to her own office to contact Long Tao's exclusive reporter. At present, Tian Ningning was not the only person in a sticky situation. As the group admin of Black's fan club, Lu Lang was also in a deep dilemma. Lin Yuan had just saved him at Millstone Town, yet now people were attacking his idol, Black. These attacks stemmed from Lin Yuan's supporters, and Lu Lang felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. Although he was Ancestor Peace, he did not feel right biting the hand that had saved him. But when he saw the posts rolling in, Lu Lang slapped his thigh decisively. The sequence of events had to be considered. If Black had not saved him first, Lin Yuan would have had no one to save. Lu Lang had also decided that Black was his faith, and belief had permeated all aspects of his life. It was a part of him now. When he saw the torrent of people on Star Web insulting Black, Lu Lang could not hold himself back. All the young disciples of veteran and top factions had included their names in their Star Web accounts. However, Lu Lang could not care less. Insulting Black was just simply a no-go. Since you dare to disparage Black, you can't blame me for unleashing my wrath. Lu Lang slowly typed out his post to the group. The group's hunting team can go ahead and engage in free fire. Tonight, let's see whose group has better hunters. The debate was still heating up on Star Web. However, Lin Yuan had no idea that this was happening. He was oblivious that the young disciples of veteran and top factions had started to attack Black on Star Web to gain favor with him. Black was actually another identity of Lin Yuan's. Now, it could be said that Lin Yuan was the embodiment of unluckiness. There were two camps of people scolding and defending him at the same time. No matter which side won, Lin Yuan would still be equally praised and praised. No one would believe such a ludicrous circumstance was taking place. After Lin Yuan logged into Star Web, he went to the purchase with no loss store and checked on what he had gained from the blind trades. He saw that the flower brocade pearls, which used to be able to trade for about 2 tons of aurora pollen, each were now only worth 1 ton. Even if numerous flower brocade pearls entered the market at once, it would not result in market saturation. Hence, the reason behind the flower brocade pearls exchanging for less aurora pollen was not due to a drop in the flower brocade pearls value, but because aurora pollen was becoming more expensive. Lin Yuan had already struck up a collaboration with Sun Ningxiang at the Gargi banquet. It was through this partnership that Lin Yuan found out that Condensed Fairy Orchard had not only stopped supplying aurora pollen to the market a month ago, but they had also started to buy up as much aurora pollen as they could and selling it in limited supply to maintain the price of aurora pollen. In spite of their efforts, the price of aurora pollen had continued to climb. This meant that Condensed Fairy Orchard's plan to maintain the price of aurora pollen was about to fall through. Sun Ningxiang's actions had quickened the laying of the trap that Lin Yuan was setting up for the Sea Bliss clan. Currently, it should be extremely difficult to buy large amounts of aurora pollen from the market. Merchants were holding on to any available stock for future use. However, chambers of commerce ran a large risk when they sold spiritual ingredients like aurora pollen. Institutions like chambers of commerce that required a stable cash flow hated risk the most. Thus, the chambers of commerce had the foresight not to hoard large amounts of aurora pollen. Lin Yuan currently still had about 1,300 flower brocade pearls, and he planned on trading them in sets of 20. He intended on buying up all the aurora pollen held by those chambers of commerce using this method. The remaining flower brocade pearls would allow the purchase with no loss store to gain at least 40 new group members. The new group members would be very helpful in expanding the purchase with no loss stores network, and selling the flower brocade pearls in sets of 20 would ensure the quality of the connections being made. Next, Lin Yuan planned on logging out of Star Web to tell Sun Ningxiang to completely stop supplying aurora pollen to the market and give up on maintaining its price. Lin Yuan had been continuing to trade in Angelfish of Bliss with the Sea Bliss clan. As Lin Yuan continued to speed through the orders, there were already close to 500 gold Angelfish of Bliss swimming in the submerged flood dragon lake. He had also noticed that the Sea Bliss clan was pushing their luck to no end. In the beginning, they had only ruined the Angelfish of Bliss reproductive organs. But in recent trades, they had sent Lin Yuan Angelfish of Bliss that had been nurtured to platinum right after giving birth. Creating progeny had and always would be the most laborious and dangerous aspect of life. Those Angelfish of Bliss that had just given birth were still weak, yet they had been evolved to platinum in such a state. This was a dangerous drain on the Angelfish of Bliss vitality. If Lin Yuan had not tailored the submerged flood dragon lake to build the health of the Angelfish of Bliss and used the mountain river eternal life carp to bless the mansion, these Angelfish of Bliss would have died in less than a day in Lin Yuan's care. The Sea Bliss clan was absolutely despicable. If Lin Yuan had not used true data, he would never have known that this was happening. Moreover, after the numerous trades with Lin Yuan, the Sea Bliss clan had sufficient gestating bronze/epic Angelfish of Bliss. Hence, the Sea Bliss clan was slowly losing their initial eagerness to collaborate. When you had been digging into the Sea Bliss clan, She discovered that the angelfish of bliss in the fish farm they had opened on the remote island had already given birth. The Sea Bliss clan now needed Aurora pollen more badly than ever, making this the best time to bring the hammer down on them. Lin Yuan felt that as long as the Sea Bliss clan had any inkling of intelligence, they would have noticed the climbing prices of Aurora pollen. If Lin Yuan did not strike now, the Sea Bliss clan would soon start to buy up Aurora pollen as well. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he had not announced trade messages in the purchase with no loss store for some time. He had become acquainted with Zhou Luo and set up the white-clothed followers after he had sent out his last trade message. Ever since Lin Yuan had found out that Genius had creation master abilities, he had been trying to evolve Genius grade as quickly as possible. Although he could not evolve Genius quality anytime soon, he would evolve Genius until he reached his limit as a B-rank Spirit Chi professional, which was Diamond X. This would allow Genius creation master abilities to improve by leaps and bounds. He also planned on buying some 100 questions beasts so that Genius could teach them with the goal of nurturing them into creation masters. Hence, it was necessary to evolve Genius grade. Although Morbius had reached Silver X/Fantasy I and the Spirit Chi crystals it produced were 10 times more effective than before, the Spirit Chi crystals were still unable to meet Lin Yuan's needs. The best way for Lin Yuan to evolve Genius grade as soon as possible was to obtain a Myth Breed Phase World Grace. However, searching for a wild Myth Breed Fae that was going through the world cleansing would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and Lin Yuan did not have the time to search in such a tedious manner. However, Lin Yuan could opt to sit and wait for his prey to rush to their death. It was not easy for Myth Breed Phase to undergo the world cleansing. When Zhao Hanzhong's phase would undergo the world cleansing, he always needed the help of Emperor-class experts like Duan He. But not every expert with a fae that was undergoing the world cleansing could find help. It was especially difficult for experts with faes that were about to evolve from Suzerain/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth I, as it was usually experts with Myth Breed Phase that had access to other experts with Myth Breed Phase. Lin Yuan felt that he could help these experts' phase overcome the world cleansing. The Pure Land of Bliss would not take all of the world grace. When the Pure Land of Bliss had absorbed the Cold Snow Pines world grace, it had only absorbed 10% of the world grace. Those experts that were unsure of being able to help their fae overcome the world cleansing would not turn their noses up at the small cost of 10% of the world grace. As such, Lin Yuan returned to the purchase with no loss store and sent the first trade message in a long time. Purchase with no loss store. Take a walk, look around, and peer around your house. The store is announcing a special service. Anyone who does not have the confidence to help their faes overcome their world cleansing can make a reservation with the store, and will help your fae to overcome the world cleansing safely. We have a fae that needs to be nurtured as soon as possible. Thus, the cost will be 10% of the world grace of every fae that we help overcome the world cleansing, any heaven and earth fae 30 source type items, and a condition that could be fulfilled at any time of our choosing. This should not be an unreasonable price. Once the condition is fulfilled, the store will give you 5 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls in return. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction at the trade message, and he also felt that the cost he had stated was rather low. To the experts and faes who did not have the power to overcome the world cleansing, giving up 10% of the world grace was still acceptable. 1 Heaven and Earth Fae and 30 source-type items were worth about 330 million radiance dollars. It was not difficult for experts who had faes that were ready to experience the world cleansing to obtain 30 source-type items, as they only needed to search through Class 1-dimensional rifts 30 times or Class 2-dimensional rifts 15 times. The dimensional rifts were reaching the end of their active period. As long as the experts were hardworking enough, it should not be difficult for them to obtain 70 or 80 source-type items from this once-in-a-decade dimensional rift active period. The part that Lin Yuan cared about the most was the condition that could be fulfilled at any time, as it gave Lin Yuan a channel through which to contact these experts after he helped them. He would be able to use his channel to get the help of these experts when the time came. Although it was a one-time usage, it still gave Lin Yuan more Emperor-class fighting power at his disposal. Lin Yuan believed that Emperor-class experts that had worked for him would never choose to break off their connection of their own accord because of the wealth of resources that he possessed. Usually, King-class experts were already reluctant to promise their services to others. Although the service would not result in them going against their principles, The powerful did not like to be tied down, as stringent conditions could be accompanied by danger. As such, Lin Yuan had come up with a good idea. After stating his condition, the other party would receive 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in return. Most Emperor-class experts would not be opposed to such an exchange. Lin Yuan had thought of both angles. On the one hand, he wanted these experts and fays who owed him this condition to fulfill to wait impatiently for him to state his condition so that they would be able to obtain the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. On the other hand, he was going to launch a major advertisement of the blind trades to remind them that the purchase with no loss store had heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and that 1 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl would be auctioned off every night. Lin Yuan had to support the entire Sky City, and he eventually planned on expanding into the Marsh World and Startling Lines continent. Although both the Marsh World and the Startling Lines continent were troves from which Lin Yuan would obtain treasures, he needed to spend a significant sum before he could expand into those areas. Thus, he had to earn as much as he could from the trades. He immediately used the points he had accumulated to exchange for a one-time posting of his trade message on Star Web News. The purchase with no loss store had always remained a Class 1 store, but after all this time of selling elite phase and conducting blind trades, it had accumulated 40,000 points. This was enough for the purchase with no loss store to promote to Class 4 and was just shy of being able to promote to Class 5. It cost 10,000 points to post the trade message on Star Web News. Even Class 5 stores were only willing to post messages on Star Web News when they were holding events. Now that the purchase with no loss store's trade message was posted on Star Web News, anyone who went to read Star Web News would immediately see the message. Lin Yuan read the trade message with satisfaction and decided to contact Sun Ningxiang next. However, he had no idea that his trade message had immediately stirred up the entire Star Web. Countless people were staring in shock at the trade message. This was the first time in Star Web history that a store posted a trade message saying that they would help Myth Breed Phase overcome the world cleansing. Many users of Star Web had never even seen a fantasy breed Fae before, much less Myth Breed Phase. The purchase with no loss store's trade message seemed intimidating to most users, and even the members of veteran and top factions felt that this Class 1 store's trade message seemed to carry the charisma of veteran and top factions. Even veteran and top factions were unwilling to help Phase overcome the world cleansing unless they had something to gain from it or had personal reasons. An Emperor-class expert had a 70% chance of being able to help a strong Fae overcome the world cleansing. 2 Emperor-class experts combined only had a 50% chance of helping a Fae with strong abilities, but weak defensive skills overcome the world cleansing. Although an Emperor-class expert would be able to sustain the first attack from the world cleansing, to help a Fae overcome the world cleansing was not to defeat the world cleansing but to sustain its attacks for some time. The goal was to break down the world cleansing's attack into many smaller attacks, which would give the evolving Fae a chance to recover. However, the attacks from world cleansing eventually needed to hit the evolving Fae. Faes with weaker abilities would require more external help for this, and there was even a chance that the Faes of the Emperor-class expert who was helping it would get hurt. If a creation breed helped the Fae overcome the world cleansing, there would be nothing to talk about because it would be able to protect the Fae in a cage of law worlds. By using the power of law worlds to defend against the world cleansing, the evolving Fae would be able to accept the world grace while remaining unhurt. However, not even top factions used the power of creation breed Faes flippantly, much less used it to help other Faes overcome the world cleansing. There were not many merits to helping other Faes to overcome the world cleansing. The members of veteran and top factions who were aware of the purchase with no loss store started to blow an internal raspberry. The purchase with no loss store is overflowing with wealth. Just what kind of martial force are they hiding? But the store owner has to be some kind of stupid to put out a sure loss deal like that, no matter how wealthy he is. Many Faes stuck at Suzerain/Fantasy V and looking for experts to help them were delighted to see the trade message. This trade message was a glimmer of hope for them. However, this was a serious matter. As famous as the purchase with no loss store had become on Star Web, not many experts were brave enough to gamble with their Faes' lives and futures. Although none of the experts moved, they started to look into the purchase with no loss store and found that the store was conducting blind trades. They could not help but buy some of the items through the blind trade. After all, flower brocade pearls were extremely popular amongst creation masters and never fell in value. Through the blind trades, these experts joined the Purchase with No Loss Store fan club. They thoroughly explored the ins and outs of the Purchase with No Loss Store before deciding if they would respond to the trade message. These experts suppressed their phase and prevented them from evolving to myth breed. From a positive perspective, these experts could be called prudent heroes. But from a negative perspective, they had become used to turning a blind eye. Without a guarantee, it was difficult to convince those who had already become used to turning a blind eye to their situation to take risks. However, Suzerain/Fantasy V phase were able to comprehend willpowers to a certain extent, and it was possible to suppress themselves from experiencing the world cleansing. If they used spiritual ingredients that could relieve the pressure in their body, they would even be able to hold the world cleansing off for 7 or 8 years without any issue. Nonetheless, it would not become so easy once decades passed. Even if spiritual ingredients were used to relieve the pressure in their body, the phase potential and roots would start to decay. At that point, it would no longer be a matter of if they were brave enough to experience the world cleansing, but if they were even still viable to do so. The Purchase with No Loss Store's trade message on Star Web News was a door that these experts could open that would lead them to success. Lin Yuan, who was about to leave Star Web, suddenly noticed that someone had already responded to the trade message and had started to message him privately.